Hello, guys, and welcome to Comedy Corner. And at the minute, we're at Nuts Corner. We're running live for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championship, and you can watch us live, obviously on our YouTube and also on Speed Hive, so you get all the live timings plus our wonderful footage and the best commentary in the world. So at the minute, the drivers are just they're at the riders' briefing. The clerk of the course is laying down the rules at the minute, and we're hoping to get everything up and running in around 9 o'clock or so. So we'll set a few things up here, and don't forget to go onto our YouTube channel and subscribe, and also our Facebook, and you can see some of our podcasts on there from the short circuit and road racing scene. So if you go on there, like, subscribe, and please share. And of course, during the day, you can leave your comments on the video. As the day goes on, we're hoping the weather isn't going to be too bad. Uh, Sunshine, showers. At the minute, the sun's out. The track is drying, but I noticed this morning the carts, they all still have their full wet tires on. So hopefully that'll change today. And if not, sure, we'll just grit our teeth as we always do in this sport. So they're just finishing off the riders' briefing. We'll set a few things up, and hopefully we'll get back to you very soon. And don't forget to leave your comments during the day, and hopefully I can answer as many questions as I can. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and again for you just tuning in, welcome to Comedy Corner. And today we are at Nuts Corner, just off the foot from Dundrod. You see all the flag marshals and medics are getting into their position now, and we'll be starting off very shortly with the cadets. So this will be Heat 1 cadets, and out on track will be Isaac Ford. He's the number 23 machine. Number 11 will be Adam Linsmore. Number 99 will be Toby Pickin. You can just hear them there warming up in the background. We do have regulations here at Nuts Corner for no engine starts before 9 o'clock. So there you go, on the dot, 9 o'clock. Get them wee two-stroke engines warmed up. So number 133 is Cathan Knox. Number 7 is Lawrence O'Neill. Number 14 will be Jacob Conlon. Number 43 is Stoyan Dragonov. Such a name. Number 44 is Jude Devent. And number 77, Jaden McElhaney. You can see them down. I can see them there just warming up their machines. By the looks of it, still wet tires, still very greasy out there. At the minute, you'd think I'd be spoiled with a heater in this commentary box, but unfortunately it's not working. It is currently 9 degrees in here, and it is bitter cold outside. Parked my car up and it was saying risk of ice, but of course last year here, one of the supermoto events, they were scraping the ice off the top corner there. Just you can see in the middle of your screen there, right at the top of the track, they had to scrape the ice. So hopefully none of that today. So over 120 entries today. So hopefully it'll be good, exciting racing. You can see the cadets are just getting their helmets on, getting ready to go. Shouldn't be too long as the blue smoke fills the paddock. And the lovely two-stroke machines, of course. Plenty of four-strokes out today as well. I was over at one of the teams there, just looking at their setups, their fuel-injected systems. But these wee two-strokes are going to be very pernickety, especially with weather like this. And where we are in this wee bit of a dip here, just off the Nuts Corner roundabout. So you have to be very, very keen with your jetting. So the good man David Barr himself, that's our chief timekeeper. He went back and forward. The timing hut you can see over there on the far side of the track, just where the start and finish straight is. So David's running back and forward. He's fairly getting his steps up, but he's trying to sort out a running order for himself. I think they're printing them off now, so anybody that is in the paddock, I'll probably be more than likely the main point of contact for the drivers and the teams, just for the running orders. But I'm going to get one up. Hopefully Johnny will get me one up very shortly. But out first is most definitely the cadets. So cadets combined. I'm sure we'll have some extra entries. See there the number 77 machine of Jaden McElhaney just getting pushed over there. So hopefully we'll get a run order very soon. And we'll be back to you very shortly. So just on cue, the very efficient David Barr again running up and down here and helping me out. That's greatly appreciated there. So first out is the cadets, and second will be the Rotax Inters and Water Swift Inters, Rotax Seniors, Junior X30, and then the Bambinos, the Junior Max, Senior X30 177 Max, and then T4. So that run order will be hopefully the same throughout the whole day. There's not an awful lot of change in the programs at these karting events, unlike what we're used to here at Comedy Corner with changes to the run order at the motorbike races. So again, that's cadets out first. Second will be Rotax Inters, and then third Rotax Seniors. And again here in the seniors, the X30, there's over 30 entries, so that'll be interesting. Watch them coming down here into the first corner, 30 carts all at once. So Rotax Seniors, Junior X30, Bambinos, Junior Max, Senior X30 and T4s. So we'll keep you up to date as the day goes on for those in the paddock that are looking their running order and whatnot. You can hear some of the carts really getting revved hard there on the warm-up, and as makes me cringe a wee bit. Being a mechanic myself, you're sort of you've got a lot of mechanical sympathy for these wee engines. But again, as I was saying, with the jetting and whatnot, it is very cold out there. It mustn't be too far away from 3 degrees, as when I was getting out of the car, it was saying risk of ice. But the jetting is paramount here. Humidity at the minute, 54% humidity, so, and it's very cold. So you'll be looking, a lot of these carts will be set up with the bigger jets and the carburetors. Just let it a wee bit more fuel, a wee bit more oil into these high revving 2-stroke engines. So a lot of carts getting brought in and wheeled back out, and in the warm-up area at the minute. Not too much panicking going on. Very calm, cool and collected here for the first round of the Ulster Kart Championship. Some of the outfits here are fantastic, and obviously a lot of money being put into these karts and motorhomes and trucks that are here in the paddock. But it's great to see, as I say, over 120 entries here today, and the paddock is absolutely jammed full. So this championship then, the Ulster Karting Championship, sponsored by Solmatics Renewables. So they have 8 championship rounds. And of course this is the first round of the year. So the cadets are all in the warm-up area at the minute. They're just behind us here. Of course, these are all up and coming superstars, fingers crossed. All the world's greats started on these karts. So here we go, the karts just moving out onto the track. You can see there the number 23 of Isaac Ford just in the middle. And of course the age range here, they're in around 10-year-old, 10, 12. And then we have the Bambinos, which of course the name suggests they're very young indeed. So hopefully there'll be some good racing here as they make their way around the start and finish straight. So again, the next session is the Rotax enters and Water Swift enters, and they'll be soon making their way to the holding area just behind us here in the commentary box. So the cadets are making their way around the horseshoe, just testing it out for grip. As I say, the grip levels wouldn't be too great in these weather conditions. You come down the start and finish straight, and a real fast, in the dry anyway, a real fast right-hander, 90 degrees. So you can see there the number 11 of Adam Lismore and the number 23 of Isaac Ford. So Isaac Ford just trying to get on the tail of Lismore. Of course, this is their first outing of the year, so just trying to get a feel for it again and get them tires warmed up. And you can see brand spanking new wet tires there, and the track is drying, so hopefully they'll not destroy them too much. You can see the center, the middle of the track, a lot of it's dry, and then you come up the hill there on the left hand side and you can see it's soaking wet again, but that's where you want to get the power on as early as you can, especially in these wee karts, just to get the drag up the hill. So down the dip and then into another quite a slow right-hander coming out here up the top, just in the middle of the screen here. As you're coming out of this corner, the curb sort of comes at you, so you think you can go a lot quicker, but in fact you can end up scrubbing all your speed off. And then down into the tight right-hander into the horseshoe, and back on the start and finish straight. Very fast right-hander, absolutely flat out past the timekeepers there. Very extremely busy timekeeper, David Barr. we're just looking so far. Adam Linsmore then is quickest. Isaac Ford in second. Cathan Knox in third. Toby Pickin then fourth fastest so far. And Stoyan Dragonsford in fifth. Jaden McElhaney and Jude Dovent there. Timing screen just messing about here a wee bit. Try and sort the timing screen out. Hopefully you don't mess it up too much, but here we go. Just trying to sort the timing. Hopefully David Barr is listening in and trying to get the timing screen set back. Oh, no need, David. Sorted. So that's that session then over. Apologies for that. There's a slight complication there. Wasn't able to see any of the times, but so out next then will be the Rotax enters, but the cadets, Adam Linsmore was fastest with a 1:13.704, and Isaac Ford in second place, but of course that's only the first heat, so we're out now with the Rotax enters and the Water Swift enters. Of course you can see they're visibly quicker. Again, primarily they're all mostly two-stroke engines. See a few four-strokes thrown in there, but after this session then we'll have the Rotax seniors. That's the Rotax seniors, all using the same track. You can see right up there at the top of the hill, they're just flicking right, and again just trying to get the heat into the tires. Checking the track temperature and whatnot as they're coming down the start and finish straight and across the timing beam. So Liam O'Hagan is first on track with Ryan Arthur. Oh, Ryan Arthur up the inside of Liam O'Hagan, the number 56 machine. So it looks like Ryan Arthur he's going to get the head down right out to the curb there for Ryan. But Charlie Blair then in third, Brogan McDonald, Jack Grimes, John Foley, Danny Dempsey, Cole Kernahan, James Nolan, James Logan, Johnson Stewart, Declan Noble, Caden Warnick, Gareth Winning, and Zach Burke. So 15 carts out on track at the minute. We'll just keep an eye. So we're around in the top half of the track now. A tight right-hander. You see them backing it in there just to try and get the drive out through the horseshoe. You can see the back end of the cart still skipping, still trying to get heat into them tires. As I said, it must be only 3-4 degrees here today, so very high jetting for these carts, no doubt. As we're heading past the start and finish straight again, so Ryan Arthur Fastest lap so far with 107.492. Charlie Blair still in second place. Charlie Blair a 108.336. So the time is getting a little bit jumping about a fair bit until they get themselves settled. A couple of carts just pulling into the paddock there, unfortunately. Just making a few adjustments, but again, it is a long day. And there's the number 36 machine of Declan Noble running his Rotax. And Johnson Stewart away past there. Oh, coming out of the bottom corner here, big slide there for number 11, Ryan Arthur, pushing hard, so he's back up into second place. And Ben McCarthy, well, was fastest and is fastest again, so Ryan Arthur jumped up there, but Ben is back up in the number 73 machine, back on pole with a 106.754. You can see these lap times plummeting. Ryan Arthur 106.887, Charlie Blair 107.673. Of course, you can also watch this stream on Speed Hive, so you'll see the stream, you'll hear the commentary, and you'll also see the times on your screen. So just another shout, please, for the Rotax seniors. If you are listening to the paddock, that's Rotax seniors. Should be warming up behind us here. Very short stints for these heats. As we look back to the timing screen, Ben McClarty, the number 73 machine, still on top at the minute, a 106.754. We'll just wait for him to cross the line, although the yellow flag is out. We'll have a spinner just after start and finish. It's real fast right-hander. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether you can see it in your screens or not, but we'll have two out actually, and they're helping each other, pulling the carts out of the muck. A big slide there, so we need these carts off the track as quickly as we can. The number 5 machine, Donnie Dempsey, bellows through there. Let's see the number 47 through as well, Jack Grimes. So they're still pushing on. They're spread out quite a bit now, so they'll not be slowing each other down. They want to get the best times they can in this heat, and that'll determine the rest of the day for these drivers. Once again, there's the number 11, Ryan Arthur, all out on his own. So some drivers would prefer being out on their own. They're not getting caught up with any unnecessary battles to slow them down. But there's the checkered flag out. So the Rotax seniors, and there's a lot of them behind us here at the minute. So big grids today. The Rotax seniors are just getting warmed up behind us. So Ryan Arthur then on pole with 106.224. Ben McClarty, he had to settle for second place with 106.237. Charlie Blair in third. Liam O'Hagan fourth. Andy Stewart in fifth. Brogan McDonald in sixth. Johnson Stewart seventh. Donnie Dempsey eighth. James Logan ninth. John Foley 10th. Jack Grimes in 11th. Sorry, Zach Burke just crossed the lines there, so jumps up to 10th place with a 110.168. John Foley in 11th with a 110.314. Jack Grimes in 12th. James Nolan 13th. Cole Kernan 14th, and Declan Noble in 15th. So all the Rotax seniors should be in the warm-up area here just behind us, ready to go. And with the amount of carts behind me here at the minute, if that is all of the Rotax seniors, it's going to be good racing later on. say, over 120 entries here today for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championship. I was going to say Ulster Superbike Championship, but just getting used to this. A different scene here today at Nuts Corner. So of course, if you want to come down and watch some very close racing, which it seems to be, going by them times on the screen. So the first 5 are all within a second of each other, and of course this is the first outing of the year. Look at the amount of carts just coming onto the track. Just keep coming. My word, the number 23 there. This is the Rotax Senior. The freight train of carts just making their way through. So the Junior X30 will be out next then. So the Junior X30s, please make your way to the holding area. If you're listening into the paddock, of course, I'll be one of the only points of contact for you. No PA system here, unfortunately, at Nuts Corner. We do have sound restrictions, and the neighbours are quite pernickety, moving beside a racetrack because they don't like noise. But unfortunately, no PA system, so we're running live, which is good practice. And of course, the Ulster Superbike Championship will be running next weekend for Easter rounds. So Saturday will be at Bishop's Court, and then Easter Monday at Kyrgyzstan. So hopefully we can get this set up for then. And don't forget to leave a comment, so the live chat, and I'll try and get back to you as much as I can. If you are looking at an update on the running order, update on the carts, you can see there the number 11. Philip McGuire just warming up the front tyres there, hard on the brakes into the centre section of the track. So I'll try and get back to you as best as I can with the live chat. And of course, if you have any questions, if I don't have the answers to them, I'll certainly find out for you. So a couple of spinners there already, but James Gilliland, and he's the first cart on track as they're coming back on to start and finish straight and across the timing beam. We'll start to get some times up here. So as the screen bounces and shuffles and makes its way, as the carts make the bounce, do a bit of bouncing and shuffling as well. Just below us here, this fast right-hander sort of tightens up at the end of it, but if you keep your apex really late, you can get good drive for this next left-hander here. Very, very flat, not an awful lot of camber, so you just have to watch the front, especially in the wet conditions. But Kyle Price so far is fastest with a 106.825. Carter Mooney in second, a 106.941. Jack Murdoch, the number 20 machine, with a 107.422. Neville Bell fourth with a 107.523, and Zach Rogers in fifth, a 107.600. But of course, all these times are going to change very shortly. Don't get an awful lot of time to blow the cobwebs off here at Nuts Corner. So the Junior X30s, please make your way to the holding area. Of course, if you're listening, if not, I'm wasting my breath really, aren't I? But here's Jack Murdoch and Nathan Glenn. He's sliding into the centre section here. Really, really fast entry just in the middle of the track before flicking right and getting the power on as early as they can to get up that hill. You can see staying on the dry patches, and then a wee tight right-hander down into the dip. Of course, the super carts, and they skip a lot of the section on this track, and also use the behind us here. There's a section of the track as well, and it's super, super fast. But no super carts this weekend. We'll have the Junior X30s will be out next, and then the Bambinos. But looking at the timing screen, Jack Murdoch at the minute on pole. So that's 3 laps completed now. So Jack Murdoch on pole with a 104 point. I say again, Nathan Glenn. So Nathan Glenn goes fast as a 103.702 for Nathan Glenn. Jack Murdoch in second, a 104.752. So that's a second quicker than second place. So really trucking on now, Nathan Glenn, as they're pulling up back into the paddock. So the Junior X30s into the warm-up area as quickly as you can. So Nathan Glenn a 103.702, Jack Murdoch in second a 104.752, Neville Bell in third a 105.273, Kyle Price in fourth. He was our pole sitter on early doors of that practice session a 109.303. Simon Allen in fifth a 105.978. Keith Bickerstaff in sixth a 106.664. Zach Rogers in seventh a 107.276. So that's the Junior X30s now out on track. So I think there was an issue just there at the start. The Junior X30s just out on track. I think slightly premature. So the red flag is going out. They'll sort themselves out. So I think some of the drivers were just a wee bit too keen there and jumped the light in pit lane. So they're going to make their way around. It has been red flag, so they'll make their way around to the start and finish area. And I'm sure they'll get... Hopefully they'll not get too much of a scolding. So they'll just form up on the grid. And we'll start this practice session again, of course. They should be going off. Separately. Good turnout for the Junior X30s as well. And just a reminder for the Bambinos, please. The baby Bambinos then will be out next after this session. You see the drivers out of their carts at the minute, just surrounding the poor flag marshal. I think they're just getting a wee reminder just to wait for the signal for the green light to go in the pit lane. Of course, safety is paramount and everyone has to make sure they're in position at the time, so nothing can happen unless the clerk of course says it. So Rotax seniors just making their way into the holding area at the minute. And the Junior X30s of course over getting a bit of a scalding, no doubt. And the Bambinos will be out next, followed by the Junior Max and the Senior X30 177 Max, and T4s then will be the last heat out. So here we go again, Junior X30s. Getting to go now, warming their tyres up again. Of course, with the forces going through these wee carts, it shouldn't take too long normally to get the tyres up to temperature. I think I can see some slick tyres out there, which is a good sign. Again, humidity 41% here at the minute at Nuts Corner. As I said earlier, jetting is crucial on a lot of these two-stroke machines. We'll have a retirement there, unfortunately. just difficult to see the number there. Possibly Jack Murphy, but hopefully he gets that cart sorted and gets underway again. So we'll have a transponder number. Just missed the number on that cart, but the transponder number came up on the timing screen. Neil Johnson there, brilliant. The pit bikes should be doing this. And I agree, Neil Johnson. It would be fantastic. Hopefully we'll get down to Kyrgyzstan for the pit bikes. And the IMC Championship, I think it's maybe on the 13th of April. I'll have to check that up. But hopefully we'll get down there and do a live stream. And we'll have PA as well. So we can do kill two birds with one stone. And hopefully we'll get the Easter rounds as well. But Evan Purcell was on pole. Was quickest, but Oran King now, as he crosses the line there, a 103.517, but of course we're only on their first flying lap, so things will change as the rest of the carts come through. The number 111 away through there, just difficult to see with. Unfortunately, I think someone's maybe perhaps getting black flag there. So that's the number 33 of Jamie Peoples going through as the checkered flag gets ready. Not an awful lot of time here, very fast paced. So the Bambino machines, please. To the holding area. So Evan Purcell still on pole. He's fastest with a 103.294. Oran King a 103.888. Luca Gnu a 103.692. Keenan Murphy a 103.885. Just a transponder number there. I'm sure your parents haven't called you 1300 676, but a 104.078 there. Todd Buckley, a 105.058. Keith Grant, a 105.878 in 7th place. Jack McLaughlin in 8th, a 107.066. Adam Blaney in 9th, 108.137. Jimmy Peoples in 11th. Michaela Hart in 10th. That's a good run there, a 108.137. Jimmy Peoples in 11th, a 109.186. So a couple spinning off there. It looks like Theo, the number 36, it is indeed. So Theo unfortunately retired at the very start of that session. And he's getting help there from pursuing his father. But Evan Purcell, very well done. Great lap time, 103.294. A couple of machines still going around. I think the checkered flag, it had went down. I think maybe that machine just missed the checkered flag. Very keen, of course, these young drivers. The first outing of the year, very excited. I remember the days when I was excited to go out racing, but I'll tell you, that cold breeze there, I don't think my cheeks could handle it anymore. And I'll know for next time to bring a heater here into the comedy box. It's warming up nicely at the minute, 16 degrees in the comedy box. I dare say it's still a brave bit cooler outside. So Bambino machines are lining up on the grid at the minute. or line up in the holding area, should I say. I think the Bambinos. So in the program here at the minute, Ben Nicholson, Jude Lee Ulster, and Cooper Devent. Not a great entry here for Bambinos, but there could be some late entrants. Yeah, I see Ben Nicholson there, and Cooper Devent. Yeah, and the number 23 or 24 of Jude Lee Ulster as well. So 3 Bambinos out. It's a very good way to start their racing career. You can see they're no height at all, but they've got the gist of the lines. They know what they're doing at such an early age, warming up the tires there and hitting their apexes. And it's great to see. The kids love it. And I probably safe to say the parents probably love it even more. So after Bambinos then will be the Junior Max. You can see a lot of the Junior Max machines just making their way into the holding area behind us here in the commentary booth. So Junior Max machines, and then the Senior X30 and the 177 Max, and of course the T4 machines. So again, the live chat is going in the chat box just to the right hand side here. So if you want to know anything, or if you want me to find anything out for you, let me know. So the Bambinos are going to be lined up on the grid, and here that they're going to be given a practice start. See, they're just trying to sort themselves out. You can hear just in the background the 4-stroke machines of the Tillenston, I think it is. I was over earlier looking at them, but they've got a full fleet of carts, a really good setup. And I think I'm saying it right, Tillenston, but I'm sure if you are listening there in your setup, you'll soon let me know. But so the Bambino class out at the minute, only 3 of them, but you have to start somewhere, don't you? Ben Nicholson, Jude Lee Ulster, and Cooper Devent. It's great to see these in around 5-6 years of age. So I think that's number 23, Ben Nicholson, just out. Yeah, out in front. I think it's the number 23. Use the same track as the rest of them. Make their way around the horseshoe. Really long left-hander. You don't think it's ever going to end, and then you come out all of a sudden into this quick flick, right, absolutely flat out, down the start and finish straight. Here we go, just pushing the cart pushing the cart forward, trying to get more and sliding the cart. The number 23 machine of Ben Nicholson sliding his way through that right-hander just below us here. And number 24 as well, close in behind. So Ben Nicholson so far quickest with a 140.637, and Jude Lee Bolster in second, a 144.195. Cooper DeVent in third, a 145.767. So you can see Ben already pulling the gap on Jude. Pushing really hard, you can see just moving the body weight there across. Not an awful lot of body weight to be fair, but every little helps just to get that cart into position as he makes his way up into the tight right-hander at the top of the track, and then down the hill picking up speed just to get the drive to get back up that hill. And the right-hander, so the checkered flag is going to be ready very shortly. So the Junior Max will be going out next, and quite a good entry for the Junior Max as well. I don't see them out here on the program, but by the looks of it behind us here is a very good entry. So Ben Nicholson crosses the line, a 133 that time from Ben, a 133.673. Jude Lee Bolster just across the line, but Cooper DeVent caught up. That was a good lap time from Cooper, a 138.043 in second place, and Jude Lee Bolster in third, a 141.423. So the Junior Max heading out on track. The number 54 machine there just very keen to get going. I think that's maybe Max Colbert, the number 54 machine. So as they clear the track and to make sure everyone's in position, you hear them on the radio just getting ready to go. Johnny Wilkinson just doing a wee bit of shouting there. Has to lay down the law, of course, because safety is paramount. So here's the carts now out on track. You see the front trio there just getting away as quickly as they can. Of course, maybe looking the toe off each other to try and get the best lap time they can. Number 27 could have been number 26 there. It's hard to see. Just holding back that wee bit. As I was saying earlier, just some drivers that rather be out in their owns, especially for their certain heats or whether it be qualifying or whatever. They prefer to be out alone. So here we go on to the start and finish straight. We'll start to get some names. We'll start to get some times. Just pushing there. And that was Conan Warnick just pushing Max Colbert across the line there. Max looking behind him. He didn't look too happy. So hearing on the radio, just excess waving on the warm-up laps to warm up the tyres. Could potentially be dangerous, but see Sarah Jane away through, Noah Taylor, Joseph McMahon, Milo Steen, Drew Hazel, and Dennis Cherry, all below us here just away past. A lot of Tony carts out today as well, but Max Colbert so far fastest. Couple of spun there just on the first right-hander, and I was able to come in the pit lane okay, so I think maybe that's one of the Tunnelson machines. So they're making their way out of the horseshoe once again, so it looks like Max Colbert, Conan Warnick still pushing hard here, but Max Colbert so far fastest. Oh, big slide there coming through as he's backing it in, the number 54 machine, the Max Colbert backing it into this right-hander just below it, and Conan Warnick pushing hard So it's Max Colbert a 101.655. Conan Warnick a 101.753. Joseph McMahon a 104.192. Sergey and Armour and fourth a 104.501. And rounding up the top five at the minute, Adam Holmes with a 104.995. So a lot going on. Starting to get a wee bit dark there in the skies at the minute, but hopefully it'll not come down. A wee bit of wind there as well. So I'm gonna see they're coming on the start and finish straight. They hit this. So Max Colbert pulling away now. Max Colbert pulling away from Conan Warnick now. Just getting maybe a wee bit annoyed, and he doesn't want to give Conan too much of a toe. But Joseph McMahon, the number one machine, holding on to that third place of 10. Spoke too soon, unfortunately. Adam Holmes. So Adam Holmes leapfrogs into third place, so a 102.018. So the senior X30 a 107.7 max. If you just want to make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. Of course, again, the paddock's also listening in, hopefully. So we haven't got a PA system here at the minute, but Max Colbert's still fastest with nearly a 1 minute flat, a 1 minute .903. Conan Warnick in second, a 101.72. So Max Colbert fastest just across the line there, and faster again, a 1 minute .782. So that's the checkered flag out now as they start to come back in. Conan Warnick in second, a 101.291. Adam Holmes in third. Roy Armstrong jumps up into third, and Joseph McMahon as they all cross the line at the same time there as the timing screen jumps up and down. But the third, Joseph McMahon, a 101.437. Carter Kelly in fourth, a 101.441. In fifth, another transponder number lying at fifth, no cart number either. But sixth place, Roy Armstrong, a 101.607. Jamie Kidney in seventh, a 101.912. Adam Holmes in eighth, a 102.391. So that's the first of the 102s, all first to seventh place. All 101s. So Joe Murphy in ninth, and top 10 is Peter Cardwell. So again, a great grid of cars for the junior max, but the senior X30s and 177 max out next. There's a couple of spits of rain there in the commentary box window as the skies here over Nuts Corner start to darken. Hopefully it'll not come to much. So they're all ready to go in Park Ferme. Not as much of an entry by the looks of it compared to the other classes, but nonetheless, you guaranteed some fantastic racing later on today. Again, I think they're only getting 3 laps here, so 3 laps for these heats. And don't forget to comment in the chat box, and I'll try and get as much information to you as possible. Any questions, or if you want to find something out. And of course, Neil Johnson there. We will hopefully be bringing this to the IMC meeting. Still haven't looked it up. Hopefully in the 13th of April at Kyrgyzstan. And we'll also be at Bishop's Court on this next weekend on Saturday and Easter Monday at Kyrgyzstan. So looking forward to that. Busy. So here we go for the senior X30. Here they go. Good enough entry for the senior. A couple of latecomers there coming out of the paddock, just straight out onto the road. So not looking too bad. So after this session is the T4 class. So the T4s can make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. You can see the amount of smoke coming off these machines as they're heading up the hill, putting the big load onto the engines. Again, this will be their first session, possibly the first outing all year for some of them, for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championship here at Nuts Corner. So it's the first cart just rounds the horseshoe and then on to the start and finish already. Not an awful lot of weaving from these carts. There was a wee bit of access weaving in the warm-up area, or the warm-up lap, sorry, the last time, but the ICGP plate on the back of the cart. So Mark Fazy, first cart out, Gary Turgington, Daniel Brogan. See Mark Shields, Brian Cherry, Patrick Hayden, Sophie Fleming, David Freeman, Christopher Fazy and George Walker, all the way through safely. So just look at around the track. I don't see anyone retired. I don't see anyone spun out. So hopefully we'll get away with this last couple of sessions without the rain. Doesn't look too bad there at the minute, just on the window. And of course the wind is coming across from the right hand side here. So Mark Fazy just across the line, a 102.910 there from Mark. But I'm sure that will soon change. Daniel Burgroyne their way through, 103.363 for Daniel. Mark Shields, third fastest so far, 104.913. Brian Cherry, fourth fastest, 105.761. So the wind has picked up that wee bit. And it makes it very difficult in these carts to try and get as streamlined as they can. And of course, not an awful lot of time to slipstream either with these machines, but they will push each other and into and out of the corners just to try and get into that pocket of air just behind the cart in front. So a wee bit of wrestling going on there between the pair in the centre of the track. The number 18 machine going through there, Christopher Fazy. And just still trying to get heat into the tyres. A lot of these carts, for the looks of it, it is very cold out there. But there's Daniel Burgroyne, fastest so far. That's the number 71 machine, just in behind that number 81 of Mark Shields. So Daniel Burgroyne, a 1 minute .998. His tyres are fairly warmed up now. Mark Shields, second fastest, a 101.381. Brian Cherry in third, a 101.454. Number 4, fourth place unknown. We'll have to look at the number as they come through. But Gary Turgington in fifth, a 102.770. Mark Fazy then down into sixth place, so very briefly fastest, but improved his time there of a 102.910. Patrick Hayden in seventh, a 109.486. Jack Naughton, yes it is, 8th place there with a 110.4898. So, and George Walker then 9th. Jack Buckley up into 10th place for Jack, a 111.850. But there we go, the checkered flag is out. So the T4s should be coming out shortly. So Daniel Burgroyne there second, the number 71 machine down into second place, but posted a time of 59.915. Unsure of who's on pole there at the minute, as it's only a transponder number that his registered on the screen, but our timekeepers will get that sorted very shortly, and we'll have everything ready for the race later on today. So we just turned 10 o'clock here at Notts Corner, and it's not getting an awful lot warmer. In fact, it's getting a wee bit cooler now. So all the carts have been jetting like mad. They've been changing the jets in the carburetor to get more oil into them high revving engines. And I've been changing the jets myself because it is starting to get very cold again in this comedy box, believe it or not. I don't get the luxuries of a heater, unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll soon warm up in it for the racing later on today. So that's the T4 machines out now. T4 machines out, primarily 4 strokes. So you can see they're all out of the one team. Fantastic to see such an opportunity for these young drivers. As again, they're making their way, just warming their tyres up that wee bit. Not allowed to do it too much, as it can become dangerous, especially when they're grouped up like they are here at the front. So again, while we're on, just please like, follow, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and the same with our Facebook and Instagram as well. And we'll keep you up to date with all the latest news and podcasts. Oh, and they're coming together here. That was Ian Miller and Ryan Herson there just coming together. That was a sort of a wee bit of a get out of my road, I'm coming through, and already pulling a gap there. It looks like Ryan Herson on the Tilson machines, all Tilson machines in this T4 championship. And if you go onto their Facebook, and it shows you the engines, chassis, and we can follow them throughout the whole season through their Facebook. I was looking up last night, and fantastic setup they have. And as I say, a great opportunity for these young drivers out here. So Ewan Miller, well, it was, but I think Ryan Herson is maybe out in front now and pulled a gap. Luke Palmer, Neil Herson, Cahan McLennan, Brendan Blakes, Luke Clements as well, as they're coming on the start and finish straight to start their first flying lap. So it was indeed Ryan Herson who got a wee bit argy-bargy there earlier on, but Ryan Herson, 109.937, Neil Herson, 110.169, Cahan McLennan in third, a 110.835, Luke Palmer fourth, a 111.111, all the ones for Luke. Ewan Miller in fifth, 111.560, Luke Clemens in sixth, a 113.635, Brendan Blakes and in seventh, a 116.246. And just away through there, looked like Martin Groundwater, maybe the 707, not coming up in the timing screen. It is there now. It is indeed Martin Groundwater. So a late comer to list. So he's a couple of laps less. 125 there for Martin at the minute. Neil Herson then goes pole as the checkered flag goes out. So fast as Neil Herson, a 107.588. Luke Palmer, a 108.716 as they're still going around, but I think that's going to stay the way it is. Ewan Miller third with a 108.970. Cahan McLennan in fourth, a 108.982. Ryan Herson fifth, a 110.787. Brendan Blake sixth, a 111.143. Luke Clemens seventh, a 111.636. And Martin Groundwater, a 117.658. Just across the line there in eighth place. So just a couple of laps practice here for one of the drivers. Unfortunately, never made it earlier on. So and then we'll get going with the first heat then of races with the cadets. And it's raining quite heavily, but we'll be back very shortly for the of the day from cadets. So here we go then for the first heat for the cadets. And again, another reminder for the Rotax enters, please make your way to the holding area, and Water Swift enters as well. So again, wee bit of rain there, and I think it's forecast maybe to rain for the next 40 minutes or so. Just light rain, and then the sun's going to come out, and it's going to dry the track. 20 degrees here at Nuts Corner. And then we all wake up and have our cornflakes. But unfortunately, at the minute it is wet. It is a wee bit cold. But I'm sure the hardy spectators will hold out. And quite a few spectators here today. So if you just want to make your way down, just at the gate, it's a fiver in for a full day's entertainment. So the carts are coming down now. They're already forming up around the horseshoe, just getting ready. So Isaac Ford was fastest. He'll be up the front. Adam Lismore, Toby Pickin, Caithan Knox, Lawrence O'Neill, Jacob Conlon, Stoyan Dragonov as they come to the grid now. And they'll be given the flag to go very shortly. So there we go, race start. So it looks like Adam Lismore got a really good start there as they're rounding the first corner. And just underneath us here, it is indeed Adam Lismore in the lead. The number 133, Caithan Knox, second place, and they already seem to be pulling away that wee bit. So they're entering the centre, the tricky section of the track, and of course the rain is starting to come down quite a wee bit heavier now. So they have to take into account the grip levels. So Caithan Knox just looking away up the inside of Adam Lismore, but there's closed the door there, not giving any room at all. And Knox has got the drive up the hill, so can do anything into this next right-hander. Just staying in behind. They don't want to be slowing each other up. You can see Adam Lismore just looking behind him there. You don't want to do that too often. You could end up slowing each other up, and the group behind, the trio behind them, could catch them very quickly. But again, still warming their tyres up, and the grip levels wouldn't be great here in this weather. But on to the start and finish straight again. So it looks like Adam Lismore is literally getting the head down now. So we're pulling that wee bit of a gap, and Caithan Knox there in second place. So Toby Picking. Oh, it looked like Isaac Ford just making a move there. So it was indeed Isaac Ford making a move on Stoyan Dragunov as the trio make their way around once again into the tricky section of the track. But Adam Lismore is pulling away from Caithan Knox. Toby Picking just ahead of that group there. Isaac Ford, or Stoyan Dragunov, apologies, just in behind. So Isaac Ford was pushed to one side, so Dragunov looking up the inside of Picking now. So Caithan Knox may have to watch themselves as this trio is starting to hunt them down that wee bit. So Adam Lismore still holding the lead there going into the horseshoe. And his last lap was a 1:17.251. The gap behind to Knox is 1.359. So you can see that's visibly bigger now as Lismore crosses the line once again. But this trio in behind them, you can see there the gap's up to 3.28 seconds. So Knox is in danger of getting caught here if there's enough laps in this race. So there it is, Toby Picking, Dragunov just looking around the outside, getting the drive, late apex, get the power on, and the door was closed, unfortunately. So there's nothing he could do, but there he is. He keeps it tight into that left-hander, but he's lost all the drive and not able to make a move on Picking, unfortunately. So Picking still ahead of this trio. As they head back up the hill, you can see Dragunov just lost a wee bit of momentum there. So Isaac Ford maybe looking up the inside of Dragunov, but late on the brakes, pushing the front end of that cart hard as they're heading back up the hill into this right-hander. But Caithan Knox all out on their own in second place. Adam Lismore having a comfortable race there, still in the lead. Last lap a 1:14.529. And faster again, a 1:12.193 for Adam. So just looking behind there, the number 11 machine just staying comfortable, but Dragunov looking away up round the outside of Picking, but it wasn't to be. Picking closed the door again on the number 43 machine. Isaac Ford just sitting back and watching all big wide lines there from Isaac Ford. Just trying to get the perfect lap. Dragunov looking up the inside again of Pickering, but Pickering, he closes the door once again as they make their way around this tricky section. So Knox, they're just catching Knox that slight wee bit, and they would maybe want to start working together as they have a good chance of catching Knox here. So if they work together and don't slow each other down, but Dragunov, he's determined for that last podium position here. So the Rotax enters, Water Swift enters, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So I know a lot of the teams, a lot of the drivers, still getting used to this. A lot of the drivers are listening in the paddock. So huge lead now from Adam Lismore. Another faster lap, so not giving up yet, a 1:10.736. as Knox crosses the line now. I'm not sure whether they're aware of the trail behind. Still Dyson, it's still Toby Picking in third place from Stoyan Dragonoff and Isaac Ford. Just sitting back there, Isaac, maybe waiting for the last lap here. But again, Rotax enters, Water Swift enters. If you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. We're just looking here, Dragonoff getting frustrated there, and up the inside of Pickering goes Dragonoff, up onto the curb, and lost all the drive going up the hill. Oh, that was a disaster of a move there, unfortunately, for Dragonoff. Oh, I thought Isaac Ford was going to capitalise on that mistake of Dragonoff, but he was able to shut the door there, early doors. But here we go. Oh, Dragonoff, a massive slide there, and coming down the hill for Dragonoff just before the horseshoe. And I think that is maybe give Isaac Ford another chance around the horseshoe. If a real late apex here for Isaac Ford. And he's not able to do anything about it, but now they're on Knox, so Caithan Knox has now demoted to third place. Toby Pickering has taken that second, so Caithan Knox, this trio has now become four. So here's Dragonoff up the inside and round the outside of young Knox. Just starting to go backwards a wee bit, but Knox now holding off Isaac Ford. So Isaac Ford will be frustrated after all that work that he had to do to stay with Dragonoff on the early parts of the race. And that looked like, was that Isaac Ford looking up the inside there? And it is indeed, up onto the curb, sliding his way up the hill there for this tight right-hander. Has to be careful on the brakes, keep that tight line. So Adam Linsmore coming across the line again. As he crosses the line, still another faster lap there, a 109.436 for Adam Linsmore. As we look out the window here of the commentary booth, looking for that battle. They're only coming out of the horseshoe now. What a lead here for Adam Linsmore, making it look easy as they're pushing hard across. This is the last lap. So Toby Picking, Stoyan Dragonoff, Isaac Ford has now got past Caithan Knox on that move up the hill. But here they go, underneath us here, this fast right-hander, and you can see Toby Pickering and Stoyan Dragonoff just starting to pull away that wee bit from Isaac Ford. And Dragonoff still looking past Picking. They're going to be frustrated with themselves. This is where you start seeing mistakes and all being made as they're mounting the curbs. Dragonoff looking a big sweeping line to get up that hill, get the drive, stay off that curb, Dragonoff, and get on the brakes into the first in this tight right-hander at the top of the hill. But look at Adam Linsmore rounding the horseshoe already onto the start and finish straight. And Adam will take the checkered flag for the first win of the day, lapping a 109.511, best time of 109.43. But back to this trio, you can see Caithan Knox unfortunately has dropped off now in that fifth place, and he's in danger from Jacob Conlon. But here we go, the trio. It still looks like Toby Picking. Dragonoff hasn't been able to do anything, getting on the par. Dragonoff up the inside, they're nearly side by side across the line, and he's not able to do anything about it. So Toby Picking takes second place from Stoyan Dragonoff, and Isaac Ford. Caithan Knox holding on to that fifth place. Unfortunate result there for Caithan Knox in that was holding on to second place for most of the race, but Jacob Conlon then in sixth, Jude DeVent in seventh, at the minute still in seventh, but Jaden McClenny really close in behind Jude. So again, senior or Rotax enters, Water Swift enters, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. It's fairly warming up in this commentary booth here now after that first race. Outstanding result there from Adam Linsmore as Jude DeVent crosses the line, holding off Jaden McClenny for seventh place, and eighth was the number 77 of Jaden McKinney. And unfortunately, Lawrence O'Neill was an early retirement, didn't start the race. So the next race here then, Rotax enters and Water Swift enters. This is what they call a split race, so they're going to keep a gap in behind the two different classes, and of course this will make it even more interesting, and we'll try and keep up with the different classes as we go ahead for the rest of the day. But a fantastic first heat there for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championship here at Nuts Corner. Again, if you want to come down and watch it for yourselves, please. £5 at the gate. £5 is nothing. A full day's entertainment for a fiver. And again, in a few years' time, you could be seeing some of these young up-and-coming drivers on the Formula 1 grids. And of course, that's where they all start. So, Rotax enters, Water Swift enters, or as we here today are calling them, the enters combined. This is their first heat. You can see there the gap that they've made for the carts. Massive grid of enters here. Ryan Arthur fastest, Gareth Winning, Caden Warnock in third, Brogan McDonald fourth, Noah McFarlane in fifth, Declan Noble sixth, John Foley Jr. in seventh, Liam O'Hagan eighth, Ben McLaughlin in ninth, Cole Kernahan in 10th, Charlie Blair 11th, and Jack Grimes 12th, Donny Dempsey in 13th, Jake Burke 14th, and James Nolan in 15th. Now they've held that gap. That's quite a big gap, but look at the formation there. It's like poetry in motion for these inter-combined class. So quite a big gap here for this session, but they have started the race here. So Brogan McDonald maybe just got out in front and no more. The number 27 machine, it is indeed from 11, Ryan Arthur, as they were nearly from qualifying. So the Water Swifts are now away as well. We'll try and separate the Water Swifts, but it looked like Danny Dempsey and Zach Burke just out in front there with James Nolan. But Brogan McDonald holding out just out in front from Ryan Arthur. So Rotax seniors will be out next. If the Rotax seniors could make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's Rotax seniors to the holding area as quickly as you can. So looking down here, it looks like Brogan McDonald is starting to pull a gap already on Ryan Arthur. Ryan Arthur, that was maybe Declan Noble around the outside of Ryan Arthur there as they're coming back on the start and finish straight, pushing each other, tucked in behind, trying to get that slipstream into the first corner. It's Brogan McDonald so far from, a hand up there from Noah McFarlane, as that was a brave move on Declan Noble, a very brave move indeed, but Noah McFarlane putting a hand up to say, I'm sorry bro, but it had to be done because Brogan McDonald was starting to get in the way. And Noah McFarlane right up and behind Brogan now as they're in the tricky section of the track. You can see the big wide lines once again from Noah trying to get the drive up the hill, hitting that apex, and it's worked for him. Up the inside goes Noah McFarlane on Brogan McDonald, and maybe open the gap now from Declan Noble as well. So Declan Noble maybe got up the inside there and no more. Oh, and McFarlane pushing back now. So McFarlane fighting back with Brogan as they enter the horseshoe. So I think McFarlane maybe still in that second place. Brogan McDonald stole that back, but going on the start and finish straight now. The track is dry and the heads are down on these carts, and away we go across the line. Still it's Ben McLaughlin who capitalised from Declan Noble and Ryan Arthur. So Brogan McDonald, that move that Noble made earlier has sort of scuppered Brogan's plans and down into 5th place. So Ben McLaughlin out in front from Declan Noble and Ryan Arthur holding on. Bit of a gap there back to Ryan Arthur and then again back to Brogan McDonald, but Brogan back kicking himself. Just didn't close the door early enough there for Brogan. But in the intermediate class, Um, Leading is Johnson Stewart, Sophie Campbell in second, and Andy Stewart in that third place. A really good dice here, and Andy Stewart could be losing that third very quickly. But here we go, back at the front, coming on the start and finish straight again. And just look at the speed of Declan Noble's machine. Declan Noble is indeed posted the fastest lap so far at 103.772 compared to Ben McLaughlin at 103.913. So Declan Noble looking away up the inside of Ben here, is not able to do anything. Right up on the curb, kicking up the dirt on the outside there. Maybe slow down the exit of that corner that wee bit. But here we go, Ben McLaughlin and Declan Noble at it, neck and neck as they back up the hill again. Is it going to be a repeat from the lap before? And he's not able to do anything. The speed of Declan Noble's machine at the minute is phenomenal, and it's helping him out down the straight. You can see trying to ride around the outside there at the top corner into the horseshoe. And again, very difficult to ride around the outside of anyone, especially at a track like this. Very flat, cambered track, but on the start and finish again. Here we go, Ben McLaughlin, Declan Noble, and Ryan Arthur. Ryan Arthur pushing hard now, but Ben McLaughlin has answered Declan Noble's cry and has posted the fastest lap at 103.648 for McLaughlin. So very lonely third place at the minute for Ryan Arthur, but he's up in the pace as well. Noah McFarlane, and he's found himself in a trio here at the minute. So Noah McFarlane, Charlie Blair, and John Foley Jr. Just in behind John Foley, pushing that cart hard, four-wheel drifting, coming on up onto the hill, but he maybe lost a wee bit of, he has indeed lost a wee bit of momentum. It is crucial to get really good drive up this hill. It doesn't look like much, but when you're in a cart, you can't even see the top, and it's that steep. So just a reminder then for the Rotax seniors to make your way to the holding area, please. Again, this is going to be another fantastic race for the Rotax seniors, but here we go, on the start and finish. One more time. As Ben McLaughlin, no fastest lap that time round from Ben or Declan Noble. Oh, Declan Noble right up on the car. He near ended up in the paddock here. As pushing that cart so hard to try and stay with Ben McLaughlin. Ben has nearly half a second quicker that time from Declan, and Ryan Arthur just sitting back and watching the whole thing. Charlie Blair then in fourth, and Noah McFarlane dropping down to fifth place there. You can see Charlie Blair starting to catch Ryan Arthur here at the minute, if you can see. And the enters, Danny Dempsey still just in the lead, pulled a wee bit of a gap there, but Danny Dempsey still in the lead of the enters. Johnson Stewart and Andy Stewart just staying where they are for the meantime and behaving themselves, of course, till the last lap, no doubt. But on the start and finish once again, for the front runners, as Ben McLaughlin still pulling a wee bit of a gap there on Declan Noble, 0.903 of a gap, and Ryan Arthur 2.771. So Ryan Arthur just holding on in there. And again, Ryan will have to watch out for Charlie, the number 207 machine, in that fourth place. Can't hold back too much. As we can see, the last lap board now getting readied. So Danny Dempsey across the line with Johnson Stewart. This is another class. This is the Water Swift Intermediates just down below us here now. And you can see they've actually got their coats on as well. It's that cold out here. So back to the front, I'm going to see they're rounding the right-hander and down the hill then into the horseshoe, another right-hander here. And the Water Swift Intermediate is just battling out here in the centre of the track. So Danny Dempsey just about holding on to that first place, but we'll have a spinner in the middle here. But the Rotax Enters class taking the last lap flag at the minute. So unfortunately that was Gareth Winning, number 13, has spun out in the middle of the track. So Gareth Winning, that's the race over for him, unfortunately. So looking Ben McLaughlin, Declan Noble, and Ryan Arthur still pushing hard. Ryan Arthur still pushing, and he could maybe sniff the second place here from Declan Noble. So we're just looking up the hill, that trio behind them then, Charlie Blair and John Foley Jr. They're still fighting hard. It looked like John Foley was looking up the inside of Charlie Blair, but I think the door was closed there, unfortunately. But here they go, around the horseshoe. Around the horseshoe, checkered flag then for Ben McLaughlin on first win of the season there for Ben. And Declan Noble through Ryan Arthur and Charlie. Oh, look at this battle here coming across the line then is Liam O'Hagan, Noah McFarlane. So Noah McFarlane at 7th place for Noah. Just dropped back that wee bit. Brogan McDonald, great run there. And Cole Kernahan, Caden Warnick, Jack Grimes in 11th. So the Water Swift intermediates then. Great battle there from Watersmiths. But it looked like Danny Dempsey just came away with it all together, and Johnson Stewart then across the line just holds off Andy Stewart and Jack Burke. So never ceases to disappoint the Rotax Inters. So the Rotax seniors are out now. So this is going to be very interesting. Again, a fantastic field of carts for the Rotax senior machines. Great run there from Ben McLaughlin. He just came out of nowhere at the very start of that heat. And unfortunately, Brogan McDonald just demoted to 8th place in the end. Noah McFarlane 7th. Looking good at the start of that race, but unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be after that first overtake from Declan Noble. Just upset the apple cart a wee bit. And well, the proverbial wheels fell off then after that, didn't it? So Ben McLaughlin just chipped away and was able to get up the front, stay out of trouble. Declan Noble then 2nd, Ryan Arthur 3rd, Charlie Blair 4th, and the top 5 then John Foley. So a fantastic run there. So a big grid here of Rotax seniors just getting themselves ready. So I think the track personnel are just sorting themselves out. Still a cart going round, but we'll be back in a wee minute with the next heat for the Rotax seniors. So here we go then for the Rotax senior heat number 1. So then, if they're behaving themselves, the majority of them are already set up, lined up, ready to go from the warm-up area. So Simon Allen was fastest, then qualifying earlier today. Reese Thompson will line up in 2nd place. 2 at a time then across the line. So we'll just get themselves sorted. James McGillan 3rd, Neville Bell 4th, Connor McPolan 5th, Shane Daly in 6th, Anthony O'Connell in 7th. Shane Spratt 8th. James Beattie 9th. Dylan McDermott 10th. Connor Smith 11th. Zach Lackey 12th. Keith Bickerstaff 13th. Nathan Glenn 14th. And Mark Quinn 15th. And there's a lot more carts out there, but that's what we have on our timing screens here at the minute. That's all we'll fit. But here we go. They're starting to form themselves up. One there at the back just in a rush to get back, but on the start and finish straight. And they're giving it the light to go. And here we go for the Rotax senior race. And that's the number 27 of Simon Allen away. Oh, Neville Bell just getting pushed out there. The number 36 machine down into fourth place. So great start there from Simon Allen. Just pulled away. Doesn't want to get in any trouble here. A couple of spinners there. I think that's number 45. That's Mark Quinn as well. It's no number 45 and the 87 of Mark Quinn just spinning out. And they made contact with each other, but that doesn't upset the battle at the front here as they're rounding the horseshoe. It's still Simon Allen, but not as much of a gap there for Simon Allen. Neville Bell just in behind. James Gillen then, I think, got pushed back a wee bit further, but here we go on to the start and finish straight. So it's Conor McPolan. So Simon Allen's made a mistake and got pushed out as well. So, and it is indeed Conor McPolan who is in the lead and pulling the gap already. So Shane Daly then in second place. Simon Allen demoted to third. So let's have a look. Still holding up in third place there. You can see the blue cart just in behind, looking up the inside of Sean Daly there. As they're right out onto the grass. Right out onto the grass, right out on the curb, just to use as much as the track as they can. They're paying for their entries, so they're entitled to. So Conor McPolan just rounding the horseshoe once again. And it looks like Simon Allen's just got ahead of Shane Daly. On to the start and finish straight again. Oh, and there's a black flag out for somebody, unfortunately. Maybe got a penalty, jump start, or maybe just wasn't formed correctly when the lights went out. But it was indeed. So James Gillen ahead of Shane Daly as they're rounding the centre section of the track. So a reminder then for the Junior X30 machines, please make your way to the holding area. Oh, and with one spun out here, unfortunately, just trying to flintstone himself backwards here. No reverse gear in these carts, obviously, so maybe spinning the wrong way, perhaps, but I'd have just cut across the track and started back wherever spun off. But anyway, here we go. Conor McPolan and coming on the start and finish straight again. James Gillen and Shane Daly. Zach Lackey, let's see here now. Zach's pulled a wee bit of a gap. Big slide there from Zach. And maybe lost it a wee bit there, but you can see the 320 carts just in below us here. Just the number 36 machine holding up the back of them with Neville Bell and Jack Murdoch looking away through there, and Keith Bickerstaff sitting back and enjoying this, just waiting for a mistake there and to allow him to pounce. So the leaders head back up the hill. It is Conor McPolan. James Gillen, funny enough, posted the fastest lap there, 56.293, 56 seconds. So they're really pushing hard. You can see the track conditions are a lot better than what they were this morning. It's nearly bone dry now, and a lot of these carts up the top half maybe a wee bit wet, but you can see the dry line, so you won't want to go off that too often. But you can see the track is 90% dry now as they come back onto the start and finish. Conor McPolan posting the fastest lap, pushing hard. You can hear the tires squealing there. 56.098 for Conor McPolan. James Gillen to 56.280 as we're looking back and mounting the curbs, using all of the curbs, and you can actually see the rooster tails coming off the back of the carts as they're going onto the curbs. So not an awful lot of grip there, and you can see all these carts now As I look down to try and see the pattern of the tyres, they're all on full slicks, which is good to see, but they're very keen to be using them curves, very slippy on the way out. It's interesting to see if the front runners use that curve as they come down below us here. So Junior X30s then will be out next after the Rotax seniors. But here's the leaders once again, and they're all running on that curb, and you can see it just upsetting the cart that wee bit. So maybe better off just staying off it. I prefer a lot braver than what I am. I wouldn't be going on that curb, but you can see the water splashing up, and there you go. There's proof of it. One spun out there. Let's see who was out there. Number 507. I think it was maybe Carter Mooney there, but the number 507 just touched that curb and spun out. So this could win or lose you a race here. Probably more likely lose you a race the way things are going with these carts just touching that curb. But as we look to the front now, so Conor McPolin posting the fastest lap. It was actually Jack Murdoch. What a lap there, that last lap for Jack Murdoch, posting the fastest lap. It was just a late starter there, maybe too late. So Jack a 56.171 and up into 5th place now. So really pushing hard. Jack getting used to these conditions now that it's dry. So Conor McPolin, as he crosses the line once again, a 55.997 for Conor. James Gillen still in 2nd. Shane Daly, Nathan Glenn, Jack Murdoch, Neville Bell, Keith Bickerstaff, Peter Gillen down in that 8th position then after such a good start earlier on in this heat. So just a reminder then for the Junior X30s to the holding area. That's the Junior X30s to the holding area as quick as you can. This is the Rotax seniors, and your leader is Conor McPolin as they're on to the start and finish straight once again. Just across the line there, James Gillen, Shane Daly, Nathan Glenn, Jack Murdoch. You can see how hard they're still pushing. Conor McPolin is pushing that cart, and the number 41 machine there just pushing James Gillen as they come round the twisty section here, and you can see James Gillen just absolutely slaying that machine as they're making their way back up the hill. And Shane Daly in behind Nathan Glenn and Jack Murdoch. So Shane Daly making a wee bit of a mistake there, and once across the line there into that right-hander again, hitting that curb. So you can actually see the rooster tails, as we said, coming off the back end of the carts, just upsetting them a wee bit, and they're losing all their drive. As you can see, the carts in below us here just backing it into this fast right-hander to get the cart straightened up, to get the drive out, and they're not able to do that, especially at one of the fastest parts of the track. So that's upsetting them. They're losing their drive. On a big move there from number 134. Who's that? Peter Gillen. So Peter Gillen up the inside there. Peter Gillen up the inside of Keith Bickerstaff at the most, hitting back down into 8th place then. So the last lap then for these Rotax senior machines. As we look back to trying to up the inside there for the number 23, but just closing the door as the checkered flag is ready for the leader, and just hitting that curb again there. But here we go. Your winner then, Conor McPolin crossing the line, and James Gillen, Nathan Glenn then should be, and is indeed, just across the line there. Oh, and a close one from Sean Daly, nearly losing that 4th place from Jack Murdoch, and Neville Bell just watching, sitting back and watching it all unveil. Keith Bickerstaff ended up holding on to that 7th place. Peter Gillen making a mistake and was dropped back down to 9th. Dylan McDermott in between in 8th. So Ruben Ben in 10th. Kyle Price 11th. Anthony O'Connell 12th. Carter Mooney 13th. Adam McGivern 14th. And 15th was Zach Rogers. So the Junior X30 machines will be going out very shortly. Again, this is the first set of heats for the day. So the first race has been exciting so far. As the day, you can see as the track dries and the lap times are plummeting, and it's just getting so close, the racing, compared to earlier on with the heats. So see potential recovery there from one of the team members, but not needed, as the marshals are doing a fantastic job out here. And you see them on the far side just dragging that cart through the muck. Is not a nice thing to do at all, but great help. All the marshals doing a fantastic job, and of course the club. Thanks for putting this show on the road. A few difficulties for the Ulster Karting Club in the last couple of weeks, as you are probably well aware. You've seen it on Facebook and whatnot. Just parting ways. So a few changes for them, and they're still able to put on a fantastic meeting here at Nuts Corner. So great to see that they're not giving up. So again, Junior X30. They're just down there twiddling their thumbs, just waiting to be given the nod to go out on track. And I'm sure they won't disappoint either. So here we go. Starters engaged, engines running, and out on track. Early spin there. Oh, that was the number 82. Oren King. So Oren King just spinning early, putting too much power down too early. And it just shows you how easy it is to spin one of these things, even in a straight line, with the cold tires and hitting that damp patch there. Of course, coming onto the track, they're not on their racing line. And I think this is why maybe people were getting warnings earlier on in qualifying, just for excessive swaying of the cart to try and warm the tires up. That's just proof that it can be very dangerous indeed. Very lucky there for Oren King. So round the horseshoe then, getting ready. It is Michaela Hart, Chad Lanning, Theo Lestrange, and Keith Crank. But here we go, race is on now. So again, another great start there from Michaela. And Chad, the number 11 Chad, out in front at the minute and starting to pull a gap already. But up the inside, that looked like the 36 of Theo was able to make it stick. I'm not sure. Still warming up the tires there. That looks like Evan Purcell maybe still trying to get a wee bit of heat into the tires there. But you can see as the laps go on that lap times will plummet as they get tires or heat into these tires. No tire warmers, of course. So straight out cold, you can see them still swaying about and trying to get the temperature out here. So the yellow flag. So yellow flag is out and they're told to form up again. So maybe a false start there. So I think maybe a false start there for some of them. And we're going to have a restart. Formed up very quickly there again once they've seen the yellow flag at the top half of the track. Oh, and they're being told to slow right down. That could have been an incident, but we're restart anyway. I think they were going maybe too quickly there, but look at the number 25 of Michaela still holding on to that, getting pushed hard by Chad Lemming. Just pushing each other. They're like a freight train, right? Oh, Michaela just pushed out really wide and losing first, second, and third. Down into fourth, maybe losing fourth place too, but pushed out way. That was not ideal for Michaela. So it looked like Chad Lemming then the number 11 machine out in front from Theo Lestrange and Evan Purcell. And Keith Grant down into 5th. They're a bad start there for Keith. So again, just the Clogher course saying the race start was far too quick, despite being waved down there, coming on to start straight. But the head is down for Evan Purcell and Chad Lemon close in behind. Chad maybe just getting a wee bit of grief there. Chad getting a wee bit of grief from Theo. As we go round into the centre section of the track, really tricky section. You can see they're like a freight train. They're just pushing each other right the whole way around here. Oh, and a big move there from Theo, just flicking the front end and tucking the front there a wee bit oversteer, but up onto the hill. Up on the hill, over this right-hander, down the dip, and look at the lead, Evan Purcell, and posting already at last lap of 1 minute 1:78, so we'll be well sub-minutes here as he makes his way through the horseshoe. You can see just hanging, shifting the body weight there as he comes in through the corner. And on the start and finish again across the line. So Evan Purcell a 57.508. Chad Lemming second, a 58.231. As they all sort themselves out and all running along the curb, pushing each other, riding this fast right-hander here. I look like number 26 perhaps, just dropping back a wee bit there. So Evan Purcell just enjoying this race, I think, just keeping that gap. If he can maintain that gap there back to Chad, then there will be no issues whatsoever for Evan. It's just keeping the consistency is the issue. But with a lap time of 57.508, I don't think there could be too much wrong with what he's doing here at the minute. So Chad Lemon, I'm sure, will push to the absolute limit to try and close that gap down as they're coming on the start and finish straight once again. So, and down in below us here. So there's your leader, Evan Purcell. And across there, Chad Lemon. So Buckley now. Oh, push. You can see the bounces there in their helmets and their visors bouncing up and closing again. But Buckley then up in the 3rd place. Look like new. So you can see that luminous orange colour in 4th place. Look at new, just holding out, just waiting for that, waiting for a mistake. He's trying to up the inside, so Agnew up the inside, up into 3rd place then at the top half of the track, and now hunting down Lemon. So Chad Lemon now has Luke Agnew just in behind there. You can see that Dino Rod orange colour machine, and just in that 3rd place. So Luke Agnew getting tucked in behind. Look at the speed of that cart. You can see a wee bit of movement there with the slipstream as just catching up a wee bit, but a hard push to catch Evan Purcell. Fastest lap again, a 56.491. Tad Buckley in 2nd, and Luke Agnew holding on to that 3rd place just about. Luke Agnew was in 2nd place, but Chad looked like he closed the door once again, and Luke's going to get the drive pushing Chad up that hill. So down the dip then they go. So the Bambino class out next. That's the Bambinos should be making their way to the holding area. And on the start and finish straight once again. They go absolutely flat out coming out of the horseshoe. So Evan Purcell. And there we go. Another change. So Tad Buckley in 2nd. Look, Agnew pushing Tad really, really hard. The number 151 machine, Luke Agnew, and Chad Lemon then in that 4th place. I'll have to watch this. So Theo Lestrange and Keith Grant and Evan Johnson hunting them down as well. So they can't fight, they can't battle themselves too much because they'll end up slowing each other down. So it is Tad in that 2nd place. Just looking there for Evan Purcell, still posting the fastest lap of 56.365 for Evan. Tad Buckley in 2nd. with a 57.141. So looking back up then, it's still like new in that third place from Todd as they're rounding the horseshoe. Very hard work around here. You don't get much of a break, but it's so fast, and the forces that are going through these carts and the grip levels are phenomenal. As you can see, the lap time starting to plummet now. So Tad Buckley posting the fastest lap that time round of 56.276, and Luca Gnu can only get tucked in behind, can only follow Tad at the minute. Oh, big slide there from Tad coming out of the centre section of the track. Luca Gnu maybe close that gap a wee bit, trying to get the drive on, stay off the curves. Look, you'll lose all your momentum as they make their way up the hill, and they're leaving Chad Lamon behind there a wee bit, but he in a comfortable fourth place there at the minute. Keith Grant looking quite fishes there as well in that battle. There's like a four-way battle there just in behind Chad then. So across the line then, Evan Purcell once again has he posted a 57 point, the gap 57.127. So Tad Buckley not as fast that time, but a best time there for Luca Gnu in third place at 56.207, and still hunting down Tad. Oh, and a massive battle here in behind for fourth place. That's or fifth place, sorry, Evan Johnson and Jack McLaughlin making moves on each other there, just down below us. So looking back at the leaders then, it's still as they were. Evan Purcell, Tad Buckley, I was going to say maybe getting away from Luca Gnu that wee bit, but Luca Gnu on the brakes was phenomenal there as they're down into the horseshoe. And Luke's going to try and get a really wide line, was probably the best way around there to try and get the drive. And there it is, to get the drive on the start and finish straight. Is he going to make a move into this first right-hander? As they're coming down, no, he's staying safe, but he's right up in behind Todd now, using all the track. Oh, look at you, so deep into that corner. I didn't think he was going to get stopped, and he was right on the bumper of Buckley. And this quad is still battling it out as they're chopping and changing there. Jack McLaughlin not getting it easy with Evan Johnson and Keith Grant. Theo just sitting in behind, just watching the whole thing unveil. So here we go, and it is the last lap. We're on the last lap at the minute. Looking back at the leaders, it doesn't look like Luca Gnu is able to do anything. So Buckley able to pull a wee bit of a gap there on Luke. Maybe the tyres are coming, going off a wee bit. But here we go, your winner for the first heat of the Junior X30s, Evan Purcell. And Tad Buckley crossed the line, so Luca Gnu will be kicking himself there. He wasn't able to do anything on that last lap, but that was a daring move into this right-hander just below us. I thought there was going to be a collision, but it worked out. The best there for Tad Buckley. And Luca Gnu in third, Chad Lemon fourth, Evan Johnson in fifth, Keith Grant in sixth, Theo Lestrange seventh, Jack McLaughlin eighth, Michaela Hart after a fantastic start there for Michaela, just dropping back that wee bit. Oren King then in 10th after his spin on the warm-up lap. Actually left the ground, so hope that hasn't done his cart any damage. Keenan Murphy 11th, Jimmy Peoples in 12th, Adam Blaney 13th. So Bambino's then out for their timed qualifying session. Again, that's all changed as they're running slightly different from the rest of the class. So this is a timed qualifying session for the Bambino race, and then after we'll continue racing with the Junior Max, Senior X30s and the T4s. So these Bambino machines, they're fantastic. And again, future stars of the sport, and potentially, hopefully, we'll see one of them in Formula One in years to come, or IndyCar or whatnot. A lot of them very, very fast young drivers indeed. Again, ranging from in and around sort of 5, 6-year-old, so early starters, and keen as mustard to get out, and you see the smiles on their wee faces around the paddock and enjoying themselves, and that's what it's all about. But this Bambino qualifying session, 3 laps, 2 to 3 laps, and we'll be up and running racing again for the Junior Max class very shortly. So just switching microphones there, folks, for a wee second or two. Bambino's out on track. Ben Nicholson, they'll be soon coming on to start and finish to start posting their fastest laps. So if you're having difficulties hearing me, please let me know in the chats and we'll swap the microphone back over. But hopefully everything should be okay. Unfortunately, we're having charging issues here with the camera, but here we go across the line then. Ben Nicholson so far a 1:33.724 for that qualifying session. You can see there the number 23 machine just down in below us. Lovely wee machines these. I was looking at one earlier. They look like they belong on the mantelpiece and not on the racetrack. They're so neatly prepared. You can see one of the photographers there just making his way through on his phone. Hopefully he doesn't trip, but that'll be good. It was sent to You've Been Framed. I'll get a couple of quid for that. But Ben Nicholson across the line then. Fastest so far, Jude Lee Ulster, posting a 1:35.862. Not too far away there from Ben Nicholson, with a 1:33.724 from Ben. Cooper Devent in third, a 1:36.722 for Coops. Well, again, fantastic way here to get these young cubs up and running up into their pace. And of course throughout the years we'll see them up in class, and hopefully in not too long they'll be in the cadets and working their way up to the senior classes. So the Junior Max machines will be out next. If the Junior Max machines want to make their way to the holding area as quickly as they can, We'll get things moving on. Starting to get a wee bit windier here now. As the day goes on, there was a wee threat of rain earlier on, but luckily it never came to anything. You can see the flags there just in the distance. So the wind's now coming from the left, and still a wee bit chilly out there. Humidity levels down to 41%. I was talking earlier about these two-stroke machines, how temperamental they can be. So a lot of jetting being done here today, big jets, just to keep the oil moving around the cylinders, around the pistons. Not so much of a bother for the T4 machines, the four-stroke machines, as they just feed the oil from the sump. So across the line that time round. Let me see, we're just waiting for the time screen just to reload. So it's Jude Lee Ulster. Jude posting a time of 1:32.899 that time, putting Ben down into second place in the bin, and Ben just across the line there on his last lap. So Ben posting a time of 1:31.627. Jude Lee Ulster in second place at 1:32.899. So they could potentially be having a real good race together later on. Cooper Devant maybe just needs that wee bit of a tow, so when they're racing, this could help Coops massively. So 1:30, his best time, it was a 1:35 there from Coops. That time round was 1:36.004 as he crosses the line for the number 55 machine. A great wee line there from Cooper. It was really wide line and tucks in tight there just at the end to line up the corner. So these kids really know what they're doing, and they have a good grasp on the whole side of the hanging and just onto the curb there for Jude Lee Ulster pushing hard. So that looks like Ben maybe up at the top half of the track now and making his way down into the horseshoe. So next up then is the Junior Max machines. So if the Junior Max machines make their way please to the holding area, and we can get your first race of the day up and running. So there's the checker flag out then. Checker flag out for Ben Nicholson. Not as quick that time of 1:32.864. As I say, the wind will really upset these wee carts as it picks up here today. And this looks like Jude, so Jude Lee Ulster across the line at 1:33.917. She holds on to that second place. Cooper, we're just waiting to see Cooper crosses the line and stays there. So Devant at 1:35.020, the best time there for Cooper. So Ben Nicholson fastest, Jude Lee Ulster second, and Cooper Devant third. So next up then is the Junior Max. Again, if you want to make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. And we'll get things up and running, and hopefully the weather is kind to us for the rest of the day. Just looking out there, it doesn't look too bad. It got really dark earlier on and the rain came on and there was a whole scramble getting tyres and whatnot changed, and within 2 minutes of the session it dried up again, and I think there was a few retired into the paddock. Just brand new wet tyres, and you don't want to destroy them, especially this early in the season. You'd be out of clean forcing before you even start. But if you're just joining us, welcome to Commentary Corner, and welcome to Nuts Corner for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championships. As out next for their race is the Junior Max. You can see they're making their way onto the grid. They're warming their tyres up. Again, the last race there, the Junior X30s, we had a bit of a moment as they were coming out of the pit lane. So it got a wee bit messy there at the start of the last one. So the carts are hammering on rightly here for this early. You can see them warming up, really aggressively warming up them tyres. As I say, they haven't got much time until they're back round to the start and finish straight. So you can see them turn into this right-hander at the top of the hill here. So they really have to sort themselves out really before they get into the horseshoe, because there's a lot of carts further on back that aren't going to be able to get into formation, so they're going to have to slow these carts down even further. You can see the marshal there just in the centre of the horseshoe nearly stopping them as they come round, but this isn't good either, because all that time they spent there and the aggression for warming up their tyres has nearly been wasted. So here we go, they're now all formed. So the ones at the back just forming themselves back up here, so they're on the start and finish straight. And they're starting to move a wee bit early maybe again. So it is race start, they're calling a race start, so it is go ahead. They're coming into, out on the grass. We've got a few spinners there at the minute, but that's the number 14 machine of Carty Kelly. He was well up on the grid for this race, so unfortunately Carty just dropping back that wee bit. So great job from the marshals there to keep all them carts in formation. So there's three carts off that time. Number 14, Carty Kelly, spun themselves, and the other two came together, unfortunately. And it's very difficult to get all these carts around the first corner without some sort of incident. But of course, they all try and keep it as clean as they can. The Junior Max. So out next then is the Senior X30 177 Max categories. User right next. So the yellow flag is out at the start and finish. So no overtaking them under the yellow flag into this first corner as they all behave themselves coming around. It is Adam Holmes, Connor Warnick then, Cole McFadden. So Cole McFadden just under a wee bit of pressure there from Joseph McMahon, the number 1 machine, and Joseph McMahon looking away around, and they're all going to bunch up into the middle of the track here and pushing and shoving from Cole McFadden and Joseph McMahon there as they're making their way back up the hill around that tricky right-hander to get the drive on. And someone's going the wrong direction nearly there altogether, as that maybe looked like Cole McFadden just getting the brunt of that manoeuvre in the second or the centre of the track here. But Adam Holmes away out in front around the horseshoe already and making their way up the start and finish. So there is potentially an early back marker here, so I'm hearing in my ears that the blue flags are going to get ready. A lot of the motorsports in Northern Ireland don't use blue flags for black. That indicates for a back marker to move over, for those of you that aren't too sure. So they have to move off the racing line. So I think it was just a wee bit of a late starter there, so they're making sure they have everything ready in case such a scenario happens. So still Adam Holmes from Connor Warnick there. Connor Warnick is maybe starting to pull away that wee bit. You can see one of the Tony carts up the inside goes, it looked like Rory Armstrong maybe there, up the top half of the track. So they sort themselves out. They're trying to straighten each other out here this first couple of laps, and then they can start making moves on each other. Especially you'll see the last lap, a nasty crash there, number 31 unfortunately. So number 31 machine just hit the tyre wall down below us here. We just missed it out of shot, but that was a nasty thump. I just heard the tyre squeal, and so that'll be a yellow flag here down below us, as well as the cart is still sitting on the track there. Yeah, so the marshal's doing a fantastic job there, just making sure the driver's okay. Wee bit of a shock to the system perhaps, but it's still there. Adam Holmes posting the fastest lap there, 57.963 for Adam Holmes. Roy Armstrong a comfortable second place now, as Joseph McMahon then just trying to hold off Max Colbert as they're in round the horseshoe, settling themselves down now, and the lap times you'll see start to plummet. So this is going to be a good lap time from Roy Armstrong, no doubt, as Adam Holmes, and it is indeed. So Roy Armstrong posting the fastest lap at 57.626. Adam Holmes at 58.178. So Roy Armstrong really on the move now, and Joseph McMahon, the number one machine, trying to hold on, trying to shake off Max Colbert that's just in behind. So they will definitely have to behave themselves if they want to catch up with Armstrong and Holmes. You can see the gap the last time round was 4.082 of a second back from Adam Holmes to Roy Armstrong. So it'll be interesting to see once they cross the line here. As you can see, it's visibly down now, but the timing screens are a lot more accurate than my eyes, I'll tell you that. So round the horseshoe for another lap. As you can see there, there's a board out. So the yellow flags are out, and they're told to heed that. So the yellow flags are out. So you can see the gap now that they've been told to slow down, so it's definitely closed now. So Adam Holmes still in lead, Roy Armstrong, so the gap is now 1.198 seconds, so 3 seconds now taking off that gap, and Roy Armstrong's right on Adam Holmes now, and he's going to try and get as much of the drive on as he can up this hill, get tucked in behind Holmes to get the slipstream. So they're just, the marshals here are just sorting out. Yeah, you can see there the marshals just sorting out the tire wall there. You can see that Battenberg type flag out, so it's there's personnel on the track, and they're just sorting out that tire wall. So you can see them all bunched up again at the start. So this is going to be interesting again. Basically another race start here. So Holmes, he will be absolutely kicking under that helmet there, because Roy Armstrong, this is the best opportunity for Roy Armstrong, and Joseph McMahon was getting held up as well. So it is race go once again, green flag. So Adam Holmes, Roy Armstrong right in behind the number 166 machine, and he bringing on Joseph McMahon and Max Colbert as well, so they don't have an awful lot of time to, and look at the Roy Armstrong. So Roy Armstrong up the inside of Adam Holmes, and if he can get the drive on, just hold that a wee bit of a slide coming out there, and if he can plant the back end of that cart coming up the hill, he can pull a wee bit of a gap, and you can see that gap opening a wee bit. And so Roy Armstrong in the lead, Adam Holmes just looking away up the inside, but someone's off there. It looks like Adam Holmes. So Adam Holmes looks like it's in the gravel trap at the top half of the track. That'll be absolutely raging as he comes back onto the track, and he'll be kicking himself after such a great lead in the early parts of this race. He has been demoted way down the field, but here we go, Roy Armstrong, and across the line from Max Colbert, Cole McFadden, Kenzie McNally, Carty Kelly and John O'Neill all across the line nice and safely. But look at John O'Neill up the inside. That's the number 28 machine of Conor Warnick. So Conor Warnick just pushing that cart hard to try and get up the field as quickly as he can. It's not worked, and we've got another spinner hitting the tire wall. Very lucky not to be collected there by anyone else. You see that green helmet, I can't see the number. I'm hoping it wasn't Conor Warnick. He was getting pushed hard there, and a massive collision on the tire wall, but it hasn't fazed him at all. Just get the head back down, and hopefully that cart, there's not too much damage done to that cart, because that was a massive collision there. And we'll have another yellow flag, but the checkered flag's going out now, and the checkered flag for a well fought and a well thought out race for Roy Armstrong as he comes down across the line. So Roy Armstrong takes the win and the fastest lap at 57.591. Max Colbert in second, Cole McFadden third, fourth was Carter Kelly, fifth Kenzie McNally, Charlie Gardner in sixth, seventh was John O'Neill, Noah Taylor eighth, Joel Murphy ninth, and Joseph McMahon in 10th. Whew, everything was happening in that race. A couple of bad collisions there. Hopefully all the drivers that were involved are okay. So I think the marshals now are going to have to go out and sort out the track, and We're going to get a few karts recovered from the top half of the track. Of course, we're not long getting round. So the senior X30s and 177 machines should be all in the holding area at the minute, but what a race that was. So if you could think of any scenario that could happen during a race, it all happened during that race. It was so hard to keep up. But hopefully everyone is fine, and you can see there one of the crashed machines just making their way back to the paddock. So Junior Max, exciting as ever. So senior X30s and 177 Max machines will be out next. The marshals, I think they have to do a wee bit of work to the track. Of course, they work very, very fast, so they're doing a great job here today. Just having a look. So the senior X30s, they are all ready to go. We're just waiting for the nod of the officials. See Johnny Wilkinson there eating a lovely big cheeseburger. Looking forward to lunch break myself, but a few more great races to go before that happens. Senior X30s and the T4s then after that will be lining up. Yeah, so we're just waiting on the marshals here, sorting out the tire wall here that's covering the Armco barrier. It got quite a hard hit there, so the tires are jammed under the Armco. Of course, safety is paramount, especially some of the speeds that these karts are coming around this corner at. And what happened was the front end just a wee bit too much oversteer and just couldn't do anything. No grip, straight into the tire wall. But once they're sorting that out, I'll get a wee break, and hopefully we'll be back with you within a couple of minutes. So just a wee update for you folks. They are sorting out the Armco, the tyre at the Armco barrier, just down below us here on the left hand side, just out of shot. The tyre has jammed in below the Armco barrier, so again, safety is paramount, and they are trying to sort that out as quickly as they can. And just a reminder, if you're any questions or if you want to contribute in the live chat, please do. If there's any questions that I don't know, I'll try my best to find out for you, and any shout outs and whatnot. So please don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and hopefully we can keep this going throughout the season with the Ulster Superbike Championship as well, and earplugged for the IMC Mini Moto Championship. So hopefully we can get some dates sorted for that. So please like and subscribe to the channel, and also our Facebook page, Commentary Corner. Yeah, so we need all the help we can get. The more subscribers, hopefully we can get the word out, and we can continue doing this as long as we can. Well, it's great for you at home as well to see live. A lot of spectators here today, and you can see some of the cars just starting to line up. So all the cars are parked in what I would call the international section of the track, which is further on down behind us here. A lot of cars parked there. It's absolutely packed, and they're starting to now make their way up the in road here on the left hand side. So again, very cheap entertainment. It's a fiver in for a full day's entertainment, and it's been very entertaining so far. Very close racing, so make your way down. Over 120, nearly 130 entries actually for today's racing. The first round of the Ulster Karting Championship. So you can see that. I'm going to see the track personnel are sorting the tyres out, doing a very good job. I think we're nearly ready to go now. Johnny Wilkinson doing a very good job of doing what he does. Apart from eating burgers, he runs a great race meeting as well. So shout out to our sponsors, Somatic Renewables. So they're market leaders in solar panels. Thanks very much for sponsoring the season for the Ulster Karting Championship. Just looking down there, they're very eager to get going, and the marshals are back and forth, and is it okay to go? But it sounds like the engines are now being started up, and the carts are indeed, they're going out on track, just warming up the tyres there, the number 13 machine there, just getting as much heat into the tyres as they can. That was Patrick Hayden. So Patrick Hayden was fastest so far for this heat. Again, earlier on this morning, it was very, very difficult conditions here out on track, but you can see it is now dry, and it is now dry, and now just seeing there, turn 2 there, just retired, someone retired there, can't get out of the cart, maybe trying to start the engine, trying to clear the plugs. They might have oiled the plug. Again, these, and I think that's what it is, the two strokes, they're very temperamental, sitting in the warm-up area, and they just oil the plugs up, and they're very hard to get revving. But here we go. So Patrick Hayden, Jack Naughton, and Connor McPoland and Gary Turkington are the first two rows there. Sophie Fleming, David Freeman and Michael Gray as they're making their way across the line, and they're giving all the go. Oh, waving hands there, waving hands from You see it's a yellow flag then for maybe a false start there, but they've been given the yellow flag. I was wondering what was going on there. It was all so false start then it was indeed. I'm hearing in my ear from the officials, and the timekeepers then can confirm. David Barr doing a fantastic job there. So that cart, unfortunately, that retired, just heading back to Park Ferme, heading back into the paddock. Unfortunately, there's nothing he could maybe do with that, but so we are going to have a restart then. So they're forming up now, and again, just hearing from the officials that this is an open meeting, so if it does rain, the race will continue, so it's their own choice whether the tyres, to change the tyres or not. So here we go, race start once again. So it looks like Jack Naughton just making a cracker start there. Oh, a massive manoeuvre there from the number 13 Patrick Hayden, just absolutely sideways, but lost all the drive out of the first corner. And here again is the Senior Max. So the Senior Max X30s just in behind the 177s, or the X30s in front, sorry, and the 177s in behind for their separate race. Again, different championships. So we're trying to keep up as best we can here as the time screen's flickering at me here again. But Jack Naughton and Sophie Fleming are in second place and seems to be holding on to that second place okay. But again, it's very early doors. Patrick Hayden and David Freeman, Jack Buckley and Mark Fazy. So it was Michael, I think that was number 77, Michael Gray, unfortunately. So the 177s are already starting to overtake the X30. So Mark Shields posting the fastest lap on the road. Mark Shields is fourth, of course part of the 177s championship 177 cars. So they're already overtaking these X30s. So you can really see the power difference, especially whenever they get mixed up together and they're heading down the front straight again. But it's Jack Naughton has done probably the best thing he could have done and get away as quickly as possible. And another couple of spins there, unfortunately. So no injuries, just a few spins there out on track. So we are still racing. So Jack, he's away out in front here. So there mightn't be much time for these 177s to catch Jack, but he's posting so far the fastest lap at 1 minute 33.8. But I'm sure that will go down. There's Mark Shields, first of the 177. So Mark Shields was briefly up into third place, but he's in fourth there at the minute. Mark Fazy in fifth. It looked like Mark Fazy just making a move there on Mark Shields. Oh, the number 13. Just pulling in there. So on the timing screens here, it is Michael Gray that is out in front now. A 59.822, we just confirm. And it is indeed. So an issue with the timing there at the minute, just the screen. So the timing huts are way over in the distance there on the far side. So Michael Gray across the line at 58.743. Jack Buckley. So that was indeed Jack Naughton just spinning out there earlier on in the top half of the track, unfortunately for Jack. So Michael Gray a 58.743 lap time. That is phenomenal this early stages, as they're, we'll just keep a wee eye on him here. So he's working that cart really hard. Just coming out onto up the hill again. Got it for Jack Naughton there. Really good start. But again, the 177 machine of Mark Shields up into third place then. And just a reminder, Michael Gray, actually the number 77 machine. Oh, Hickey maybe. So Michael Gray, yep, across the line there. On a yellow flag out again, but Jack Buckley posting the fastest lap, 57.410 from Jack Buckley. So Michael Gray, your front runner, just passed us there below us in the lovely livery of his X30 machine. Is actually only 14 years of age. He is 15 this season, but he's 14 years of age, and I think it was his father I was talking to earlier, and he is actually, he's taller than me. He's over 6 foot tall, 14 years of age, and he was too big for the junior classes, the cadets, so had to be put into the senior class, and obviously it's no problem to him as he's posting lap times like that, 57.755 and out in the lead. But Jack Buckley he's not too far away from him. I'm not sure whether he's going to have enough lap times as the rain is once again starting to hit the commentary booth window here. So here we go, number 77 again, just below us, doing a fantastic job, so neat and tidy here as he's pulling into the centre section of the track. Oh, the number 55 machine of Brian Cherry, absolutely sideways coming down in below us. But they're well separated now. And another reminder, just for the T4 machines, making their way to holding area as quickly as you can. The majority of us all look like yous are there, so that's a great job. Everything's ticking over nicely. Touch wood. So back at the front lane, Michael Gray just rounding back on the start and finish straight again, just coming into the back markers and all now, so that'll help Michael Gray as Jack Buckley has to sort of rearrange his position on track, and just about Mark Buckley just about getting past the back marker number 18, Christopher Fazy. So just about getting past there and no more, but that's helped Michael Gray. He's away out in front now. The gap, the gap was just over 3 seconds, no more from Michael back to Jack. So the two X30 machines doing an absolutely fantastic job from Barry Cherry, who is the first 177, from Mark Fazy then in 4th place. So the T4 machines, you can hear them rattling there in the background, the 4-stroke machines. A fantastic series for them again, and great opportunity for the drivers involved. All identical machines. I'm not sure if they're sealed engines, but they're all coming from the same team, which is in the paddock here down below us. And there's the number 88 machine of David Freeman. So Michael Gray last lap a 108.822. So that wee bit of rain, wee bit of mental rain maybe on the visor, you can see they're skipping and jumping away, but look at Jack Buckley, it's down to less than a second now, 0.933, so Michael Gray, big long look behind him just to see where he was, and he's up in the game, going a wee bit wide, maybe the tyres are off, maybe it's a wee bit greasier. There, a lot of it's to do with confidence as well. As I say, you get that mental rain on your visor, and because you're going a lot faster, it looks like a lot more rain than what it actually is. And you can see Jack Buckley right up in behind Mark Gray now, going up the hill. Mark Gray just staying in tight there, that right-hander, and closing the door there on Buckley at the minute as they're round the top half of the track. So again, the last lap board is out, so this is going to be tight to the line. It's still Mark Gray from Jack Buckley. So Jack Buckley going wide at the horseshoe. That leaves Mark Gray to go on the start and finish straight to get the head down. Is he able to do it? And he's able to hold him off. He takes a checkered flag. So Mark Gray able to hold off Jack Buckley just about. and Ben Cherry should be next on the road and winner of the 177 machines. Great run there from Michael Gray after not such a good start. Just kept the head down, and he was able to make it work for him there. So there it is, Brian Cherry across the line with Mark Fazy just in behind, and Jack Naughton Heavy just in behind them in 5th place, and Mark Shields down into 6th. So spread out rightly that race, and it was looking sharp at the beginning, especially for Mark Shields, as he eventually made his way up to 3rd place, but unfortunately a mistake dropped him back to 6th. So Michael Gray, well done. The best lap time of 57.755. The last lap was a 106.133. So that just shows you how much that wee spit of rain, it wasn't an awful lot, but it shows you how much it can deter your confidence, as he dropped back that wee bit and was able to get Jack Buckley. Jack Buckley to get right in behind Michael Gray, but just wasn't enough. Pushed a wee bit too hard around the horseshoe, wee bit too much oversteer, and way out way, just nipping the grass there on the outside of the corner, and that was the win handed to Michael Gray then. Fantastic from the 14-year-old, and fair play to Michael and the team. So here we go then for the T4 machines. You can see the T4 machines on their Facebook page. So it is Tillotson, the Tillotson team. A very, very professional outfit indeed. They're just down below us here in the middle of the paddock. Very professional team. All these carts are identical. So all the skill level, you can see how slippy it is out there, especially with the cold tyres. So I think I'll be holding my breath at the start of this race for that first corner, because these tyres are absolutely freezing. With the track conditions, it is looking a wee bit shiny there, it's a wee bit greasy. So with them track conditions, I find it very difficult to get heat into the tyres, especially after that last session where they were all out on slicks as well. So, and look, even on the warm-up lap, we've got a spinner already, hopefully not bogged down, was able to get back on track, and they are indeed. So they will have to start from the back now. That just shows you how greasy it is. Even on the warm-up lap, they're struggling. So top half of the track now, yellow flags, just to slow them way down for this driver to catch up as they're rounding the horseshoe. I can't tell you how slippy this track is in the wet. It's like riding on marbles, especially with the back in the day. Oh, and he's able to form back into his position on the second. So that was maybe it was either Luke Clements or Martin Groundwater that spun out there, so you can see them formed back up. So that was quick thinking from them. So out on the start and finish straight then, and they're just waiting for the go ahead and for the lights to go out for race start. And there we go, we're given the race start, and it looks like Neil Harrison. So Neil Harrison, oh, big slide there from Neil Harrison, looking in behind. So the number 55, it was indeed. So pulled away a wee bit. You can see the track already drying, so it's not as shiny, but it's still, you can see the up over the curbs. So the curbs are very, very slippy here. So again, all these carts are 4-stroke machines. I know we all like the smell of 2 strokes and the sound of the 2 strokes, but these are just as exciting. So here we go, the torque of these big 4-stroke machines just making their way up the hill. I'm just hearing the stewards of the meeting just sorting out a few disqualifications and a few telling offs and penalties. A few penalties handed out throughout the day, but what I see on the screen is what you're going to be told. And you can also watch this on um, on Speed Hive. You can watch it live while the timings are up. So here we go, they're back around again. So Neil Herson posting the fastest lap so far, 1:10.246. You can see that the confidence of Neil already within these early laps, and it's bringing on Ryan Herson as well. So the two Hersons out in front, I'm assuming they're brothers now, and Ryan, Luke Clements in that third place. So Luke Clements, just a big long look behind there, and Brendan Blake and Cahan McLean in behind. Luke Palmer as well in that 6th place. So here we go, down the dip then, and hard on the brakes. So in through the horseshoe. Now Herson and Ryan Herson, and hopefully if they get caught up, so there's another flag out there. I'm assuming that's a black flag. So underneath us in here is the number 55, still sliding away there, Niall Herson. So working that cart hard, and then the quad in behind them here as well. Oh, and a big spin, the 3 of them. So the quad becomes one as they're waving and cursing at each other there. Brendan Blakes, Cahan McClanahan, Ewan Miller there. It looked like part of that group. So all of them spinning there, but they're caught back up. So again, as they were before. So Luke Clements, I think that's the black helmet there of Luke Clements, out in front of that group. So the first, so the first 3, Niall Herson, Ryan Herson, Luke Palmer, Luke Clements, and then it's Brendan Blakes in that group of Cahan McLennan, Ewan Miller and Martin Groundwater all together there. So Luke Palmer across the line, posting the fastest lap. So Luke Palmer in that 3rd position, posting the fastest lap, a 1:05.467. And Cahan McClanahan, number 833 machine in 4th, a 1:07.157. So that just shows you the time difference. So Luke Palmer is really on the charge now, but I don't think he's going to have enough time there to catch Niall Herson on the Tillotson machine, 1:05.885. So at the front then again, it is still Niall Herson from Ryan Herson. Luke Palmer, we'll see what sort of times Luke Palmer out, all out in his own at the minute. Oh, he's catching up, got really good drive there coming on the start and finish straight. So Luke Palmer just lifting the head a wee bit earlier just to see where he is on track. It's very difficult to see him behind these carts, especially the way Luke Palmer driving there at the minute. So fastest lap again, a 1:04.780. Our leader is doing a 1:05.199. So this is going to be very tight. And the only problem with Luke Palmer now is he has to get past Ryan Herson. So Ryan Herson is running big wide lines, closing the door on Luke Palmer, but it's not going to be enough. Luke Palmer up the inside, coming up onto the hill, and he got really good drive. So Ryan Herson in behind Luke Palmer now, trying to get that slipstream, getting as much out of that cart as he can, and down the dip, and it is Luke Palmer. So Luke Palmer up into 2nd place, now chasing down Niall Herson. So Niall Herson a 1:05.199, Luke Palmer a 1:04.780. So the gap the last time was 3.248 back from Niall Herson to Luke Palmer. So we'll see what it is now. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a lot less now. So Luke Palmer 3.225 is now the gap. Luke Palmer in 2nd place, so he can really get the hammer down now, as he's not, you can see Luke Palmer not sliding that cart as much as what Niall Herson is. So he's got the grip levels, he's got the confidence. He just has to get moving now, because the last lap board is now getting ready for them. So again, the cadets should be rolling up pretty soon for their second race. I just heard a whisper in my ear there, something about lunch break, so I'll have to confirm that with the clerk of the course. But at the minute, going by my screen, it is the cadets for their second race of the day. So Niall Herson then coming on the start and finish straight, and I'm gonna see what the lap times. Better's his lap time that time, but look at Luke Palmer. Luke Palmer once again a 104.443. Niall Herson a 105.003. Cahan McClenaghan posting the fastest lap there at 104.262. So that's great shooting there from Cahan. But it's just too much, or too little, too late perhaps for Cahan in that fourth place. Maybe have enough time to catch Brian Herson, but not sure. The pace might be too hot now at the front, as you can see there the last lap board getting held out now for the leaders coming around the next time. So Niall Herson still in the lead from Luke Palmer, Ryan Herson. So the gap is down now to 2.665 seconds. So Luke Palmer has nearly taken a second off that gap from Niall Herson. As we're looking around the horseshoe again, and you can see how hard Palmer is pushing now to get this win. Oh, you can see the rain coming down now, so this is going to tamper with Niall Herson's head here a wee bit. Just tucking the visor down there a wee bit. Again, you can see running wide there from Niall Herson, just trying to feel the grip levels, and that's give Luke Palmer another chance. So 1.80 was the gap across the line, but you can see now with that wee skip to rain, and I think Niall Herson is just thinking to finish this race and try not to spin out too much. You can see it's hitting the curbs. He's running really wide there, and the splash of water in the curbs isn't going to help his tire temperatures. But Luke Palmer now right on the back end of Niall Herson, up the top half of the track, and just down the dip there, and then there's a quick flick left and a wee scoot down the hill before the horseshoe. Very tricky section. A lot of drivers suffer. We've seen that in the last race here, but Niall Herson just has to watch the oversteer on the way out. You can see just where they are now. Very, very slippy there indeed. Palmer seems to have got the drive anyway. Oh, he has to shut off as he near ran into the back of, and there it is. I wasn't able to do anything about it, but it was Niall Herson and Luke Palmer. So Luke Palmer's so close. Niall Herson hasn't seen the checkered flag, maybe like some of us here, but Niall Herson is doing a victory lap. If I was him, that rain's coming on. If I was him, I would be getting back into the paddock and under the awning as quickly as I can. But there we go. He's told to just cut across the track, have a wee look to the left to make sure nothing's coming. So Niall Herson then at 112.442 was his last lap, and you can really tell that from the rain coming on, it's just how much slower they were going. And a 110 compared to Luke Palmer's best time at 104.443, and the last lap was a 110.818, so nearly 2 seconds still quicker than Niall Herson himself. So Cadet's ready to go out now. That was a great run there. And Luke Clemens, down into 7th. Martin Drownwater in 8th place after not so good a start there. So Cadet's out on track now, and we're just seeing a wee bit more rain coming down here, so we'll maybe see again. This is an open race meeting, so tire changes and whatnot, and the decision of the tires are down to the team and the drivers. So if there is if it does start raining like it is, it's just starting to rain a wee bit heavier now, and they're out in slicks, then the race will continue. So there was a few drivers, just panicking there in the warm-up area below us. So maybe changing the wet tires as quickly as they can. So a good formation there. Just one cart at the back, just feeling the grip levels there, just trying to get back to the front. And there they're formed up now nicely. Very good job there from the marshals, just forming them up slowly. But here we go. And away they go for their second race of the day for the cadets. Rotax Inters will be out after, but just tentatively working their way through there. And you can see Caitlin Knox, the number 11 machine of Adam Lismore, just up the inside of the two of them, just making that, trying to make that break as quickly as possible. So the number 11 of Adam Lismore out in front so far. Oh, on a spin there, wrong tyre choice perhaps. Just didn't see who that was. It was maybe Jaden McHillany, perhaps the number 77 machine. Will know better for the next lap, but still Adam Lismore out in front at the minute. And the rain really is starting to come down now. You can see the drivers, their heads are down. Oh, and another spin there up at the top half of the track, just touching the tyre wall, no more. Luckily enough, it's a slow enough section of the track, the marshals going to help, but they're able to get off and away again themselves. In round the horseshoe, once again, really gingerly making their way around here. Some wrong tyre choices, I think, for some of them here, but definitely not for Adam Lismore. Breaking out the lead out in front, and the trio in behind having a good battle there. So Adam Lismore crossed the line with Toby Picking and Caitlin Knox, and Stoyan dragging off. So Stoyan dragging off the number 43 machine, still stuck in that sandwich once again, a wee bit like earlier on this morning. Oh, dragging off, massive slide there, lost all the momentum. Just can't get it, just can't hold it and get it back, but the rain really is coming down now. And Adam Lismore posting a lap time of 1:18.777. And let me see, Lismore sliding that cart up the hill, so all the drive going to the back wheels. And he's looking as much as you can see the blue haze from some of the two strokes here. Toby Picking and Caitlin Knox and dragging off in that fourth place then. But they're really so we're just looking here. Another spin out there, you can see in the middle of the track there, so it's going to be a waved yellow. So this is going to be Adam Lismore. This might hamper his lead here a wee bit as he posts the fastest lap again at 1:17.227. And we're looking back out on track here. So Toby Picking, the number 99 machine, still in second place. Caitlin Knox and dragging off, just can't get the power down on that cart as good as he would want. So see here, the waved yellow is now in, so lucky enough for Lismore, he can get away with that, but the wind and the rain is absolutely horrible here at Nuts Corner. But it doesn't seem to bother Lismore any, as he's posting the fastest lap each lap round. Toby Picking still holding on that second place, dragging off, looking away up the inside, up the hill, but he's not able to do it. He's had to get tucked in behind, get in that slipstream behind Knox. So getting very difficult to see now out the window here of the commentary booth. So here we go, round the horseshoe again. Round the horseshoe once again. Lismore, 1:17.930 that time round. Just gingerly making it through, but here's this threesome now coming. Toby Picking and Knox and dragging off, looking up the inside. Is going to make it stick this time? No, the number 43 machine had to hold back once again. It'll be very hard to see there with these visors as well in this weather, but running wide there, Toby Picking running very wide into that the entrance of there's dragging off, going round the outside now. So dragging off round the outside, get the drive and cut back for the inside move, and it has worked, and he's going to get 2 in 1 Oh, he's not. He lost all the drive once again. Just that bit of a slide, and he's not able to get the power down on the cart, and lost it all once again. Heading back up the hill, and he has to settle for that 4th place. Isaac Ford in behind as well. So that'll be the Rotax enters. So the Rotax enters will be making their way to the holding area now with full wet tyres by the looks of it, and all of them. So here we go, Adam Linsmore, and crossing the line once again. Very lonely race for Adam, and a fantastic race here for 2nd place. We've got the 3 of them here, Toby, Knox, and Dragonoff just crossing the line here. So Dragonoff is going to try and do something again, is he? This next lap down below us maybe. And nothing they can do. Just settling themselves now and just holding in behind. Picking, maybe making a move on the last lap would be the best bet. Oh, Picking, big slide there again, and Dragonoff is able to get the drive on a wee bit better, but he's not able to get past Knox as it runs into the back. And Dragonoff doing the same again, going to try to cut back, big wide line, and he gets tucked in nice and early here, but then always loses the drive there going up the hill, and maybe just running offline, a wee bit more slippy out offline, doesn't seem to get the drive up the hill that he wants. So Adam Linsmore still out in front, entering the horseshoe. You can see Toby Picking and Caden Knox and Stoyan Dragonoff still battling it out there. But there we go, Lismore across the line. Once again, postman time 1:17.820. Toby Pickering just about holding off Knox and Dragonoff as they cross his line. But again, I think they're going to be waiting for a last lap dive here. So it is Picking. Dragonoff not able to do anything again this lap. So they're just holding back that wee bit. Oh, and a big slide there from Knox as they enter the centre section of the track. This part of the track isn't used that often, but it is fantastic. It's fantastic to watch. His Picking really getting the power on nice and early there, and he's starting to put a wee bit of a gap there. Oh, and there's Knox. So a spin there for Knox, and Dragonoff is able to get in front, but no, Knox gets the power down nice and early. So that machine, and Dragonoff dropping back once again. So Isaac Ford is now up into 4th place. So Isaac Ford up into 4th. Dragonoff maybe causing that incident there, and I've seen Caden Knox just throwing the hand up. What are you doing, Dragonoff? But here we go. So Toby Picking has a good clear road ahead of him now, and now it's still a threesome, but it's now Knox, Dragonoff, and Isaac Ford coming on the start and finish straight here. So that is the last lap board for Adam Linsmore as he crosses the line. So Adam Linsmore still leading a good gap there, over 11 seconds of a gap, and then 15 seconds back to Caden Knox. You can see they're really fighting the front end of them carts as they're holding on to Isaac Ford. So Ford in, sandwiched in between Knox and Dragonoff at the minute. Duke Devent in 6th, and Jacob Conlon they're so far in 5th place. Just looking down there, a big move there from Knox, just losing a wee bit of drive going up the hill. So here we go, round the horseshoe for the last time goes Adam Linsmore as the checkered flag is getting ready. And just take it easy going on the start and finish. Still looks pretty fast to me, but the confidence is hanging out of him here at the minute. So Adam Linsmore takes the win. And we're just waiting for this. We're waiting for young Toby Picking. So Adam Linsmore a 1:17.515, and Toby Picking crosses the line for that 2nd place. And look at this trio behind them, and it was just about. So Caden Knox in 3rd, and Stoyan Dragonoff 4th, Isaac Ford 5th, Duke Devent 6th, and Jacob Conlon in 5th. So another great race there from the cadets. So Rotax enters and Water Swift enters out next. And they all seem to be ready and raring to go. I was just being told there that lunch break is after this set of heats. So looking forward to a dirty cheeseburger here in the paddock from the chip van. Hopefully it'll warm me up. But here we go then, Rotax enters and Water Swift enters, just warming up here. About to go out on track. The rain has stopped, thank goodness. As I said, it'll not take too long for this track to dry, especially when the carts are running over and you start to get a wee bit of heat back into the track. So again, set off in two different heats. The Rotax enters will be going first, and the Water Swift enters then will be split into the second group. Again, just to make it easier for me to try and keep up. So again, they're off like Billy-O, and they're going to have to. There's another spin there. Unfortunately for one of the carts there, but as I say, very difficult conditions here. So they're just getting the hang of it, and they'll have to slow way up to try and form themselves up just while they're going into here before the start and finish, just to make sure they're all together. We don't want another false start, but they all seem to be behaving. They all seem to be behaving pretty well. Just a wee question there from Adam Blaney. So the X30 juniors will be out after the junior max. So you have another 4 to go, another 4 or 5 to go. So here we go, race start, and a disaster there at the start there for the number 17 by the looks of it. Or was it 77? We'll soon see, but waving their hands, they're not happy at all. It is 77, a Cole Kernahan, who qualified 4th, so absolutely you've been raging for that there. So Liam O'Hagan, I think it's Liam O'Hagan out there in front. You can see it looks like the Tony Kart colours there out in front of this race. So here we go then, they're heading up the hill. Tight right hander then, back down the hill into the horseshoe and working the front end of them carts hard, just down in the hill into that tight right hander before the horseshoe. And of course, very slippy in round here. So across the line to go then, it is Liam O'Hagan, indeed it is, and Ben McLaughlin in second place. John Foley, Declan Noble, Ryan Arthur, Noel McFarlane, Brogan McDonald, Charlie Blair, Jack Grimes, Caden Warnick and Gareth winning them. So just having a wee look at O'Hagan out in front from McLaughlin. So McLaughlin just chasing down O'Hagan. You see the sun's out now, and it won't take long for this track to dry off. Just hoping the weather over the left hand side there, the weather is looking pretty good, blue skies. So what they don't want is for the track to dry while they're out racing, as they're all on full wet tyres, and it won't take long for the tyres to shred up in the dry. So you have to try and keep these sort of half cool, keep them at an optimum temperature. But here we go, O'Hagan, McLaughlin. So leading the Water Swift enters is Andy Stewart from Danny Dempsey and Johnson Stewart. So leaders across the line again. Liam O'Hagan still posting the fastest lap, just about sliding into this right-hander, the number 73 machine, close in behind Ben McLaughlin and John Foley Jr. Declan Noble, that's a good result there from John Foley. Declan Noble in 4th place. Oh, a big battle here. looks like John Foley and Declan Noble dicing it out once again. They're side by side and they're trying to outbrake and they're trying to find the best grip levels that they can, but back on, up the hill. So it looks like Liam O'Hagan just holding that gap from Ben McLaughlin. And so the battle is on for John Foley, Declan Noble, Noel McFarlane, Charlie Blair and Ryan Arthur, all bunched together at our top half of the track as they're coming down, back down into the horseshoe. You can see the distinctive blue. Oh, big slide there. That looked like maybe John Foley, massive slide and around the horseshoe. And then, but it seemed to have worked for him as he's pulled a good gap there. So it was Noel McFarlane. So Noel McFarlane out on the grass now. So that gives John Foley the chance, and John Blair out past. So Noel McFarlane now going backwards after the confidence he was showing around the horseshoe there. He's lost it all in that one corner. So back now, way back in. Oh, he's making it up again. So up the inside, trying to push Foley wide. Just trying to push Foley out onto the dirty part of the track there, and it seems to be working as they're making their way up. Oh, and another collision there as they make their way up into up the hill, and they're spread right across the track up the inside. That was some manoeuvre. I can't quite see who it was, but they're fairly making headway in this race and trying to pull a gap. But that looked like John Foley. Sorry, so John Foley demoted a position there. Still pushing really hard. You can see how much they're working them carts around that section, this big sweeping left-hander, and then on to the start and finish straight once again. So it's still Liam O'Hagan from Ben McLaughlin and Charlie Blair. It was indeed Charlie Blair that wrestled John Foley there, heading up the hill from Ryan Arthur. So Charlie Blair in front of this group. So there, it looks like Ryan Arthur is now trying to move around the outside of Foley, but it's not able to work up the inside. So Charlie Blair up the inside of Foley, and he's not able to do anything about it. Foley tries to close the door, but he can't get the drive, then he'll lose it all. So he's using his head a wee bit, just get tucked in behind Charlie there. And as they're heading up the hill just to try and get the drive, you can see the power trying to get transferred onto that tarmac. Great race there so far for Charlie Blair and John Foley. Ryan Arthur just looking back and just waiting for his opportunity here. So Charlie Blair out in front of that threesome at the minute, but it's still Liam O'Hagan in the lead from Ben McLaughlin. Charlie Blair in second, John Foley. John Foley just dropping back once again. So John Foley now behind Ryan Arthur. So Ryan Arthur posting the fastest lap of 1:10.196. So Ryan Arthur now chasing down the number 11 machine, chasing down Charlie Blair. It looks like John Foley's just starting to go a wee bit backwards, maybe confidence shot after that overtaking manoeuvre earlier on today. But look at Ryan Arthur looking up the inside of Charlie Blair. So Charlie Blair closing the door on him. Ryan Arthur looking up the inside again. He's going to get a wide line and try and get the drive up the hill, and then outbrake for this the top corner. Is he going to do it? He's going out now. You can see Charlie Blair just going on the defensive here at the minute. So it's still Blair from Arthur. So just a reminder then, for the Rotax senior machines, please make your way to the holding area. That's the Rotax seniors, as we're already going on the start and finish straight here. So that's the last lap board now for Liam O'Hagan and Ben McLaughlin, and Charlie Blair just pushing hard. But look at Ryan Arthur. Ryan Arthur posting the fastest lap and trying to move up the inside, sliding that cart. He's not able to do anything about it. The number 11 machine has to hold back on Charlie Blair, and he's going to have another chance maybe at the top half of the track. He's very good around this centre section as well, but he's right in behind the bumper of Charlie, but Charlie's going to close the door again. He's got a really good defensive line, and it makes it really difficult for Ryan Arthur to make a move on him. But there it is. Oh, Ryan Arthur was going around the outside and Charlie Blair pushed him out onto the grass and he couldn't do anything about it. So Ryan Arthur is now dropped right back in behind Brogan McDonald here at the minute and John Foley. So Charlie Blair, a clear road ahead of him. And the leaders are just entering the horseshoe here now. So it looks like Liam O'Hagan, if all, and he looks like he's still pushing anyway, sliding that round onto the start and finish straight. But it looks like Liam O'Hagan is going to take the win, and it is indeed. So Liam O'Hagan takes the win from Ben McLaughlin, and Charlie Blair, hold your head high, that was a well fought battle there. So Charlie Blair takes third place from Ryan Arthur and John Foley. So Ryan Arthur worked really hard to get back up there into that fourth place, but just missing out in that podium spot. So Liam O'Hagan won. Liam O'Hagan for the win, Ben McLaughlin second, Charlie Blair third, and then it was Ryan Arthur, John Foley, Noah McFarlane, Jack Grimes, Declan Noble, Cole Kernahan, Caden Warnick, James Nolan, Donny Dempsey, Johnson Stewart, and James Logan. James Logan posting the fastest lap of the whole race, down in 14th place, the number 208 machine of 1:10.106, and then Andy Stewart in 15th place. So another exciting race there from that trio. So we'll move on now then to Rotax Senior machines. So the Rotax Seniors then are in the warm-up area at the minute, and we're just waiting for the track to be cleared. The marshal's doing a fantastic job. Please don't forget to subscribe to our channel, and hopefully we can get as much of this out as we can in all sorts of sports, all sorts of motorsports. So hopefully, all being well, we can get this set up again for next week. As long as we get a signal. Bishop's Court, as some of you might know, here in Northern Ireland is very difficult to get signal for anything, including phone calls, never mind a live stream. But fingers crossed we get that going. So please like and subscribe, go on our Facebook channel as well, and also Instagram. So again, the more support we have, the more we can bring out to yourselves. But this is the junior, then the Rotax Senior is going out very shortly, and again, looking forward to another great race. So here we go, guys. This is the Rotax Seniors. And what an absolute fantastic grid of Rotax machines here. So during this race, when it's just going to be like a freight train the whole way around the track. Qualifying was very exciting for these, so really looking forward to the race to see what it brings. As I wreck the place here. So they're just forming up now, the top half of the track. So this is going to be very difficult here for the marshals to to keep an eye out to see, make sure everyone is in the correct position and all lined up and behaving themselves. So they're really slowed down now. So these Rotax Seniors, the Junior X30s will be out next. So the Junior X30s, but here we go. And a really early start there. A really early start from Matthew Boland. Oh, they're all out on most of them out on the grass, and they're fighting to get back into position again. So looking there, the number 141 of Zach Rogers. So 141. Zach Rogers looked to be getting pushed out wide that wee bit. Full grid here, you can see the haze, the blue haze of two-stroke machines. And again, X30s then, so the junior X30s will be out next. So I'm just hearing them in my ear there that when maybe someone collided. There's parts of the carts, parts of carts lying about the track here at the minute. That's very tight racing. They're, of course, rubbing is racing, as they say, but they really do have to be careful, especially in conditions like these. But here we go, down on the start and finish then. And the leader at the minute, Peter Gillen, and Zach Rogers doing a really good job there after not so dodgy start, but he just run a wee bit wide there. You can see it's maybe the graphics on the back end of his machine, Zach Rogers' machine, just flapping about there a wee bit, but they are indeed like a freight train here at Nuts Corner, just down in below us. Oh, the number 27 machine there just spinning out. That's unfortunate there, number 27 machine spinning out there just down below us here. But Peter Gillen in the lead so far, posting a 106.679. Zach Rogers in second, Ruben Byrne in third, and Matthew Boland down into fourth place. So here we go, we're just hearing Conor McPoland has lost the chain guard, I think. So Conor McPoland has lost the chain guard. I'm hearing him here in my ear here. So Zach Rogers pushing so hard, pushing Peter Gillen hard. He really wants that lead and able to get away. So he does indeed. So it's Ruben Byrne. So Ruben Byrne is the number 23 machine is in second, posting the fastest lap of 104. Let's see if he can make a move there. Very difficult around this section to make any sort of manoeuvres. So the number 134 really fighting hard at the minute just to stay there. Peter Gillen pushing his cart as hard as he can, but it's not going to be good enough. Oh, massive back end slide under the brakes there. What looked like Brian Woodenbarn, and here we go into the. So here we go into the horseshoe then, and back on the start and finish straight once again. So junior X30s then, please. Junior X30s too. The whole now as quickly as you can. Look how much Peter Gillen is getting tucked into that cart, but it's not going to be enough. Ruben Byrne, the number 23 machine, right up in behind him, trying to get his body weight over to the left hand side of the cart, trying to get as much grip into the entires as he can, and it's just not happening for him at the minute. But he's looking away up the inside of Karting, and he is indeed, and he makes it stick, does he? And he runs a wee bit right there, but Gillen can't do anything about it, and it is Ruben Byrne who takes the lead from Matthew Boland. So Matthew Boland posting the fastest lap, the number 97 machine, a 104.490 there that last lap round. So you can really see him pushing hard now. He can sniff a win here as long as Ruben Byrne doesn't get away too quickly, and if Boland can get past him, then get past Gillen, then he has a chance to this win. So the stewards just shouting in the air, there are more penalties being handed out, but we can only do what we can see. And here we go. So Ruben Byrne, sorry, across the line, posting the fastest lap, does he? He does indeed, a 103.716 that time. So he's really getting the hammer down. Matthew Boland is going to have to get past Gillen as quickly as he can here. You can see the ferns on that machine just flapping about. So I think maybe Matthew Boland has had contact at some stage of the race. You can see the right hand fender just hanging off there a wee bit. But here we go again, back up into the hill. See if Boland can get the drive. He's going to try the inside move. He looks over to the right hand side, but no. Gillen closes the door on him, gets a really tight. Oh, right out to the curb there, but he keeps it tight to the curb and he doesn't let Boland through, so he's going to have to settle so far for that third place just for the minute, and he's keeping a close eye on Ruben Barron here as well with the 103.716. The gap back was a 0.711. What is it now as they cross the line? You can see Gillinan pushing really hard. It's a 0.793 is the gap now. Back to the 134 machine of Gillinan. So Peter is starting to push now, and you can see Boland just dropping back to the pace of Gillinan. So Boland has now dropped down the pace. He was a lot faster until he caught up, but you see sometimes that happens. If you get someone in front of you, it's easy to catch someone, but it's very difficult to overtake, especially when you can't overtake as quickly as what you would like, and then you start to slow down to their pace in front of you. And it might not feel like it, but the timing screen here tells a different story. So I'm going to see Matthew Boland here. So Ruben Barron then out in front. Peter Gillen and Matthew Boland battling it out still. So Ruben is away now, he's really pushing hard. Peter Gillen holding back Matthew Boland and Conor McPoland. So Conor McPoland, I think, has lost a chain guard. I don't know what way that will work after the race, but look at this gaggle riders now below us with Nadine Kavanagh, Nathan Glenn, Anthony O'Connell and Eddie McDonald, as the wind's starting to pick up here once again. So the last lap board looks like it's being readied. So if the Junior X30s out will be out next. So we're just looking back at the leaders, and it seems like a really comfortable lead there now. You can actually physically see the grip levels getting better as they're on the start and finish straight there. So the last lap board is getting held out, and look at Gillen getting tucked in behind the front of that cart as much as he can to try and get a slipstream. And there we go, the number 97 machine doesn't look like he's going to be able to do anything. So Matthew Boland is going to have to maybe hold on and just decide to keep that third place. Again, it's a long season, it's a long day, another few sets of races to go yet. So Conor McPoland doing a fantastic job there in fourth place, holding off Jack Murdoch. So Jack Murdoch still pushing hard there as well. Oh, a nice four-wheel drift there from Jack. But the leaders are already at the top half of the track, up, down under the dip, and a wee bit of compression there. Sometimes you can really feel it in your back, especially after a long race. But the leaders here, round the horseshoe. So Ruben Barron just heading back onto the start and finish straight to take the checkered flag, to take the win, and a well-deserved win, well-fought out race. And Peter Gillen held off Matthew Boland and no more there. Conor McPoland through in fourth place, Jack Murdoch in fifth. James Gillen then unfortunately spun out, so he has to settle for sixth place. Nadine Kavanagh in seventh. Eighth then Zach Rogers, Nathan Glenn ninth, Anthony O'Connell 10th, Zach Lackey 11th, Neville Bell in 12th, Sean Spratt 13th, Eddie McDonald in 14th, and Adam McGivern in 15th. So the Junior X30s then will be coming out. Next, and after that we will have the Bambinos, and then the Junior Max, and then the Senior X30s and 177 Max, and then the T4s, and after that we're going to have our lunch break. Hopefully we can get everything moving and everything shifted early enough today, and the weather won't deter us too much. So we're just waiting on another sweep of the track and a few of the carts to come back, and we'll have the Junior X30s out very soon. So here we go then for the Junior X30s out on track. And again, just as it was looking good, the rain has started. Typical Dundraa weather, unfortunately. But Jack McLaughlin is out on front with Tad Buckley. Luke Agnew, hopefully Luke Agnew will be able to do something early doors in this race, as he sort of came as a late comer and started battling then for the lead. But hopefully he can get out of the gates pretty quickly. Evan Johnson then in 4th, Keenan Murphy 5th, Michaela Hart, very good run there from Michaela the last race. Chad Lemon in 7th, Leo Lestrange in 8th, Keith Grant 9th, Evan Purcell 10th, Oren King got out of the pit lane pretty safely that time. Adam Blaney, Jamie Peebles and Jack Murphy in 14th place as they're coming back on the start and finish. Look at the haze of the blue smoke from these two-stroke machines as they're oiling themselves up a wee bit, and they're bumping bumpers and they're getting ready to go. And it is a race start. Here we go. And I don't hear anything on the radio, so everyone has behaved. And down on the line, the number 106 machine, it is Jack McLaughlin. Oh, he's run wide. So it is Luke. So Luke Agnew, a fantastic start there, just bumping McLaughlin out of the road a wee bit. He's got a wee bit of a lead, he just has to maintain that now. I say the track conditions have changed from the last time these karts were on track, so they really take the first lap tentatively enough just to see where the grip levels are. But it looks like Luke Agnew is really got the confidence behind him now. And he just has to be careful in round the horseshoe, as that has caught so many drivers out here this weekend. But down into the horseshoe then they go, and that right-hander, and it is still raining out here. Unfortunately, it just started raining right before they went out onto the track. So it is Luke Agnew just pulling that bit of a gap, and a far better start to the start of this race, getting tucked in behind that cart as best as he can. And here he comes round the first corner, first right-hander, and what a fantastic start there for him. A 107.238 for Luke Agnew. And Tad Buckley in 2nd, Keith Grant 3rd, Evan Purcell 4th, Jack McLaughlin 5th, Leo Lestrange in 6th. So let's just look at Tad Buckley. He's going to get up. Oh, it is Keith Grant up the inside. And that looks like Evan Purcell as well up the inside. The three of them side by side in the one corner. And it looked like, I think Tad Buckley maybe pushed out onto the track there, or onto the grass, sorry. So that's given Luke Agnew an even better lead here, as his last lap was 107.238. So we'll see what it is this next time round. The gap was 1.581. Again, they were all sort of bunched up, but you can see Luke Agnew is really dominating this race at the minute. And such early doors for him as well. Back on the start and finish straight on that lovely livery cart, like a real dyno rod, orange. So here we go, it is Evan Purcell, Keith Grant. Tad Buckley was pushed right back. So Tad Buckley looking away up the inside of Grant, but he's not able to do anything about it. So Grant closes the door on him there as they head into this tricky section of the track here. So Agnew, remember last year Agnew had a lot of bad luck. I think it was last year here at this meeting, leading and spinning out, but hopefully he sees that he's got a gap, big long look behind him there, so he knows how much of a gap he has. But Evan Purcell is really on a charge now. He's starting to pull a gap on Keith Grant and Tad Buckley here, and so Theo Lestrange is coming up in 6th place, so he's right in behind him now as well. So this is going to make it really interesting in the later parts. So the gap is 2.478 seconds back to Evan Purcell. Evan's really trucking on here, so Luke Agnew, he's going to have to keep the head on and try not to make too many mistakes here. So the gap's 2.720, and another fastest lap from Luke Agnew on a lovely line there around. So smooth, and so smooth around here, big smooth sweeping lines is key, especially in the wet here. Just having a look, I thought maybe there was a spin, someone spun out there just down below us, but we're all good so far. So Luckagnew still in the lead from Evan Purcell and Tad Buckley then and Keith Grant. So Tad has got past Keith. Grant at the minute, they're up the top half of the track. Luckagnew, Evan Purcell. It looks like Keith Grant's not giving this up. Oh, it's a wee bit oversteer there. Lost a lot of traction and a lot of momentum going into the horseshoe. But he might be able to make it up into this first right-hander here. Very fast right-hander. Even in the wet, you can see they're just lifting off a wee bit and then straightening the cart up. Straightening the cart up to get the drive out of it. So Luckagnew, another faster lap for Luckagnew, a 105.547. Evan Purcell, a 106.129. Tad Buckley, a 106.212. So you can see, so Evan Purcell doesn't have the gap that he did the last lap. So Tad Buckley and Keith Grant really catching them up now as they're heading up the hill. And Luckagnew is he just keeps looking around himself to make sure that gap is maintained. So it's still Luckagnew from Purcell. As we've lost our timing screen here, unfortunately. As we revert back to the old way with the program. But it is Luckagnew then. And then the number 46 machine. So Purcell really on a charge now, and he's bringing on Keith Grant with him. As we'll have a look to see, so Luckagnew he just keeps looking behind him there, and he's maintaining this gap and he's behaving himself. And we'll look back then. Try and sort this program out here. There's the lost connection, unfortunately, with the timekeepers, which of course isn't ideal. Junior X. Right, so here we go. Luckagnew still in the lead. And the number 46 machine, Evan Purcell, and number 151 of Tad Buckley. So Tad Buckley holding on to that third place, but only just at the minute. So they're starting to bunch up a wee bit then. You can see the tracks drying out a wee bit, just this dry line just down below us starting to form for the Bambinos that will be out next. So the Bambinos will be out very shortly for their first race of the day. And then we'll have the Junior Max and then the Senior X30s and the 177s out. But here we go then. So the last lap board then is out for Luckagnew, and Purcell really still pushing hard. Purcell still pushing very hard here. We're working the way. The number 59 machine of Keith Grant is being chased down, so he's not getting it easy either. So Agnew still posting fast laps here at the minute for Agnew, and Purcell another look behind him, and he thinks he has this second place in the bag, but never say never. But this is the last lap, so we're going to see a lot of manoeuvres here, hopefully. Oh, I can see Grant maybe getting pushed out wide, and he is indeed, so that's demoted him down at the top half of the track, but he fights back and he tries to move up the inside, pushing out wide onto the curb, and he's got the right line here for into the horseshoe, and he makes it stick. So out through, in through the horseshoe and crossing the line. But here he is, Lookout New, crosses the line to take the win on the checkered flag here. And fantastic win for him, well deserved. Purcell holding on to that second place. So hopefully we can get our timing screen sorted. Unfortunately, we're not able to give you any times here at the minute. So the good man David Barr has got us our timing screen back up and running. As I said, I was afraid of touching anything in case I pushed the wrong button and it ended up the self-destruct button. But here we go. Lookout New then took the win with a 104.838, fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Pushed it to the absolute limit, to the absolute end. Evan Purcell in second, Tad Buckley third, and it was Theo Lestrange in fourth, Keith Grant fifth, Jack McLaughlin in sixth, Evan Johnson seventh, Chad Lemon in eighth, Oren King ninth, Michaela Hart in 10th, 11th was Jamie Peoples, Keenan Murphy in 12th, and Adam Blaney 13th. So out on track now are the Bambinos. So the wee Bambinos had their qualifying sessions earlier on. A practice start this morning. So we'll see how they're kicking off today. The times weren't far away from each other and they were pretty spread out in their qualifying, so hopefully they'll be well bunched up come the race, and they can bring each other on, as it's easier for them to follow someone else than it is to be out on your own. So for these starts, usually the Bambinos would stop on the grid and have a grid start rather than the usual running start. So young Ben Nicholson was fastest earlier on today, with Jude Lee Bolster second, and very close for them earlier on today. The times were Jude Lee Bolster was fastest at one stage as the marshal goes out onto the grid to stop them in their grid positions, and third was Cooper DeVent. Cooper DeVent very fast, coming on to the start and finish straight each lap. And Cooper just spinning there, just trying to get the cart in their position. So I think Cooper just getting moved across, and the marshal is going to have to give him a wee hand. He spun the wrong direction, unfortunately, just trying to stop the cart. So Ben Nicholson 131.627 in qualifying, Jude Lee Bolster 132.583, and Cooper DeVent 135.020. So they're not a million miles away from each other. Here for this will be their first race of the day, and then following the Bambinos we will have the Junior Max and the Senior Max X30s and 177 Max, and then the T4s. But here we go. So the Bambinos are underway. Number 23 there, Ben Nicholson, and a good start there from Ben, and an early an early race lead. A wee bit wide there from Ben. Oh, and it looked like Cooper Defent was able to get the better of Jude Lee Bolster, running a wee bit wide there, but Jude Lee looking away up the inside and just trying to make it stick. But Ben Nicholson is starting to pull a wee gap there, maybe just trying to see the number there as they make their way up the hill, absolutely flat out round these sections for these wee carts. And they wouldn't have to break too much. And oh, that looked like Cooper just trying to make a move again at the top half of the track as they go down the dip. Lost a wee bit of momentum there. So here we go back into the horseshoe for Ben Nicholson. Seems to be pulling a wee bit of a gap there. So as long as all goes well, this could be Ben's race and calling early doors. So the junior max then to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the junior max to the holding area as quickly as you can. So there's Ben across the line and Cooper Defent, Jude Lee Bolster. And had a funny feeling this was going to be a good race between these pair going by the times in qualifying. So Ben Nicholson posting a time of 140.778, Cooper Defent a 142.586, and Jude a 143.308. So back into the twisty section of the track. So Cooper looks to be catching Ben Nicholson as the wind picks up really strong. It's shaking the commentary booth here at Nuts Corner. But here we go up onto the start, or up onto the over the hill, far away. So just reset the computer, but it looks like Jude Lee Bolster, really good round in through this section here as they're back up the hill. Really good corner speed there from Cooper Defent at the top half of the track. And if you notice on the start and finish straight, the very same thing. Very good corner speed, good drive out of the corners, and that's exactly what you need, especially in these wee carts. And I'll just reset the computer here. So just looking at the speed hive timing, in fact it actually says that the event is in Bambino, but of course we are at Nuts Corner here for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championship. I keep going to say the Ulster Superbike Championship, but again, this is my second time doing this, so still getting the hang of it, and hopefully we'll get to do some more throughout the rest of the season. But here we go then. It is so Ben Nicholson, Cooper Defent posting the fastest lap that time with a 136.656 and looking away round Ben Nicholson. So Ben Nicholson isn't going to get it all the way that he wanted it to as they're heading back up the hill here. So really good wide line there from Cooper Defent. Ben Nicholson just staying in the middle of the road that wee bit, but whatever he's comfortable with at the minute. But they're all starting to bunch up now, and the wind has starting to gather a wee bit more, so maybe that's affecting these wee machines. Excuse me. So Cooper Defent then fastest lap of 136.656, and Jude Lee Bolster in behind there. So see Ben Nicholson just starting to pull away that wee bit more around this section of the track. So doing a very good job indeed here as we're looking down past the start and finish straight again. So Jude Lee Bolster posting the fastest lap and maybe looking away up the inside of Cooper, but he's not able to do it. And as they were, and the number 23 machine seems to be struggling that wee bit, but the number 24 of Jude Lee Bolster posting the fastest lap of 134.770, and Cooper Defent a 135.119 just in front there, and the leader Ben Nicholson Just struggling a wee bit, 135.729. As you can see, Cooper Defent just running really wide out around this section of the track and trying his best to stay with Ben Nicholson. Seems to catch him up around this section, and then Ben, he works it hard through the horseshoe section and he's able to pull that bit of a gap, but that's exactly where you have to do it because the checkered flag then is only a couple of 100 yards away. So you have to be really good, you have to be really strong in the corners and try and keep up the speed on these wee machines because they take quite a while to get up and going. And of course, corners is where races are won. Unless you're a drag racer, of course, but in this instance. And here we go, back on the start and finish straight for Ben Nicholson. Cooper Defent, maybe look at the drive that Cooper gets out of that, and Jude Lee Ulster tucked in behind in the slipstream. So the three of them coming down into the first corner of the right hander, you can see that dry line forming now. So a wee bit more confidence now for Cooper Defent, looking up the inside, and look at Jude Lee Ulster up the inside of Cooper, the number 24 machine, and makes it stick. But Cooper's got the line now for the inside, so Cooper's going to try and outbreak Jude Lee Ulster. Oh, and he runs wide right out onto the dirt. And I've lost a wee bit of drive, and he gives the cart a wee shake just to get rid of the dirt of the tyres, and he's still up there with Jude Lee Ulster. So it is Ben Nicholson, Jude Lee Ulster and Cooper Defent, so working really hard. So Cooper's not going to give up now, as he's really good at getting the drive on coming up, and you can see, look at the power in that wee cart, and it cut off a wee bit there just before the exit of the corner. So heading up the hill, trying to get tucked in behind Jude Lee Ulster into this right hander. So the three of them still at it, neck and neck, heading down the hill. And that wee bit of compression there, they won't feel it as much in these wee carts, but you can certainly feel it in the likes of a super cart or a senior machine. But here down into the horseshoe. And just another reminder, please, for the junior max machines, to the holding area as quickly as you can. Junior max machines to the holding area. So round the horseshoe goes Ben Nicholson from Jude Lee Ulster and Cooper Defent as they go back on the start and finish line. And here we go for the checkered flag. And it's going to be close, but it looks like it is indeed. It's Ben Nicholson that takes the lead from Jude Lee, or takes the win, sorry, from Jude Lee Ulster and Cooper Defent. So Jude Lee Ulster actually posting the fastest lap of the race that time, a 134.125. Ben Nicholson, your winner, with a 134.519, and Cooper Defent in third, a 134.971. A fantastic wee race, and just a reminder, folks, these are they're about 6 years of age, and fantastic racing brought to them, and the three of them. So fair play and great hard work from yourselves and the teams. So up next then, junior max machines out, and again, weather cleared up a wee bit, blue skies, and we're hoping to get another great race here from the junior max category. Another great grid, a full grid of junior max machines, and then the senior X30s and 177s will be on after that again. So you're getting firing up and making their way out onto the track. So here we go, the number 24 machine is the way out first, by the looks of it. The junior max, it should be number 30, John O'Neill and Joseph McMahon, and we'll have Josh Kernahan and then Kenzie McNally. Fifth then, Max Colbert and Milo Steen in sixth, Noah Taylor 7th, and Peter Cardwell in 8th. Ninth then will be Roy Armstrong. Had a fantastic race there the last time earlier on today. And Sarah Jane Amur in 10th. Scott McGivern 11th. 12th then is Charlie Gardner. Adam Holmes 13th. 14th is number 18, Archie Condy. And 15th is Carter Kelly. Again, a good run there, a good start from Carter Kelly the last race. So they'll be looking to do the exact same thing here in the Junior Max Heat 2. Great formation here coming on the start and finish straight. And the wind is shaking the commentary booth here. Hopefully I don't blow over, and hopefully it doesn't hinder their race here. But here we go, race start. And that looks like John O'Neill. And it is indeed the number 30 machine of John O'Neill, just below us, number 24, tucked in behind him. So the number 30 of John O'Neill out in front. The time screen just taking a freak attack here at the minute, but Joseph McMahon then having a look for a number 1 machine. Joseph McMahon looks like he's dropped right back at the start of this race. So that we'll see here, it was yellow flag there, so it wasn't here, it was indeed a false start. Not sure what happened there, didn't see anything wrong myself. I just think there was maybe an issue with the reaction times of maybe reacted a wee bit too quick, some of them, and they put the foot down just before the flag was lifted. But here we go, we're going to try it again, and second time lucky. And race start, there we go, we've confirmed the race start from a massive collision there on the first corner of the first right-hander. But they're all up, they're all okay, and they're all getting back out on track. There was 3 of them, 3 or 4 of them out there on track. So I'm just looking, was that John O'Neill? I'm just trying to see the number 30 machine. It looks like John O'Neill maybe got away lucky enough. He looks like he's out in front there. I think it looks like a number 30. But here we go, and I just clipped the curb there on the inside, and the cart involved the number 77 machine by the looks of it. It is Kenzie McNally. So the number, I must say, just to clarify, it was indeed the number 77 machine. Just clipped the curb and the whole cart lifted off the ground, so hopefully that hasn't been bent. But you can see Kenzie McNally pushing really hard. The red mist has came down now, so you just have to sort of take a breath, count to 10 and restart. So Max Covert then, it is Max Covert, and John O'Neill, the number 30 then in second place. So Max Covert took the advantage of that. John O'Neill is down in second, Noah Taylor in third, Carter Kelly in fourth place, Adam Holmes got a really good race last time out, and he's in fifth place at the minute, as well as Roy Armstrong. So Max Covert looks like he's starting to pull away already from the number 30 machine of John O'Neill. So just looking around the track, I think everyone is as they were. But there's the number 77 machine just coming down now, absolutely sideways. And as I said, the red mist has come down, looking down at their engine there. So hopefully there's nothing wrong, but pushing hard. So Max Covert then across the line. Let's see, posting. So Max Covert posted the fastest lap at 1 minute .462 from Max. John O'Neill at 101.704. So Max Covert really on the charge now. And Carter Kelly, Roy Armstrong up into fourth place, Charlie Gardner in fifth, Noah Taylor down into sixth place. So a reminder then, the Senior X30s 177 Max machines out next if you want to make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So here we go, Max Covert way out in front now. He's really taking charge of this here. John O'Neill under a lot of pressure there. In fact, I think John O'Neill's perhaps maybe dropped a place. I think Carter Kelly is now in front. I'll know for next time to bring my binoculars, but here we go, across the line will soon tell the tale as Max Covert across the line, and it is indeed Carter Kelly. So my eyesight's not as bad as what I thought. Roy Armstrong in 3rd place and John O'Neill dropped down to 4th. So Carter Kelly getting really under pressure now from Roy Armstrong. Armstrong looking away up the inside, tucking right in. And it looks like Adam Holmes making a move on Charlie Gardner. So Charlie Gardner up the inside of Adam Holmes, and he doesn't make it stick. He had to shut off, so he's lost all the momentum there, unfortunately. So Max Covert still from Carter Kelly, just keeping an eye out there to see if there's any risky manoeuvres. It actually looks like Carter Kelly maybe catching Max Covert here. It is indeed. Well, the lap times from the last lap, Carter Kelly a 1:77.771, Max Covert a 1:01.3. So Max Covert just across the line there now, and Roy Armstrong is indeed catching, and he's posted the fastest lap of 59.932 for Roy Armstrong. Is this going all right? So here we go again. We'll see what lap time. So Roy Armstrong posting the fastest lap once again at 59.667, and Carter Kelly really struggling now in behind Roy Armstrong. So we're having a wee look to see out front Max Covert just about, but look at the speed of Roy Armstrong right up and behind now as they're heading up the hill. Wait till you see the drive that Roy Armstrong will get. Look at this on the dry line. You can see how fast this track is drying. Oh, but that was a move there, but pushing out wide. So Roy Armstrong then starting to bully Covert. So Roy Armstrong really dominating this at the minute, trying to go around the outside, wasn't able to make it stick there, and then round the horseshoe. But it looks like Covert or Armstrong maybe has this one as they're going along the start and finish straight once again. See, there's any moves made into the first corner, and there's not, so it is still Roy Armstrong. I thought Max Covert was maybe going to make some sort of daring move up the inside in the first corner, but he's starting to behave himself. This has also brought on Carter Kelly and Charlie Gardner. The track is now dried out, so they're all bunched up together now. Roy Armstrong, Max Covert, Carter Kelly really trucking on. You can see that luminous orange helmet there of Carter. It just hits the curb on the outside there, losing the momentum. So this will give John O'Neill, or Charlie Gardner, sorry, a good steed for taking Carter Kelly. Just looking here at the lap times again, a 1:01.248. So they're slowing down that wee bit. Again, these full wet tyres on a dry circuit, it's nearly as bad as running slicks in the wet. So you have to really be careful. But here we go. It's not helping Roy Armstrong any as he crosses the line of 50, back down into the 59, so a 59.972 to Roy Armstrong. And a big battle here. Max Covert going backwards. Kelly and the collide in the corner below us here. So Charlie Gardner out in front of this group now. So Charlie Gardner up into second place, but it doesn't stick. Excuse me, I'm getting overexcited here. But it just looks like, unfortunately, Max Covert just going backwards now, and it's still trying to make a defensive line and moving across the road, and it's not going to work. Oh, unfortunately, there they just had to hold off as they make their way up into the top section of the track. But looking at the flag marshals here at the minute, it looks like it is indeed the last lap anyway, so there isn't an awful lot of time. So here we go, the checkered flag for Roy Armstrong. There it is, takes the win. excuse me, and Charlie Gardner then was able to capitalise on that mistake from Max Cobert and Carter Kelly as they collided just below us here underneath the commentary booth. So John O'Neill then in 5th, Joel Murphy in 6th, and incidentally the fastest lap then goes to Roy Armstrong at 59.667. Joe Murphy 6th, Adam Holmes in 7th, Conan Warwick in 8th, Joseph McMahon 9th, Jamie Kidney in 10th, Scott McGivern 11th, Noah Taylor 12th, Milo Steen in 13th, Sarah Jane Moore in 14th, and 15th is Charlie Condit. Excuse me. So up next then is the senior X30 and 177 Max machines, as the junior Max machines making their way back into the paddock. So again, these drivers will be going off in two separate heats, as you were. So just waiting on the rest of the drivers just coming around here to finish off this session. So if you're just joining us here, welcome to Nuts Corner for the first round of the Ulster Superbike, or done it again, Ulster Karting Championship. So again, just getting used to it. So the Ulster Karting Championship, first round here with Commentary Corner. If you're on our YouTube, please like and subscribe, and of course go on to Facebook and like and subscribe on there as well. So great racing so far. The wind is starting to pick up again, and I'm starting to get worried in this comedy booth here as it's swaying about in the wind. But hopefully it's all maintained well and there's not going to be any casualties where I'm concerned. So the junior Max are just in, and the senior X30s 177 machines are heading out on track now. So this is a split race. So they're going to be split between the two classes. And with the heats earlier on, that allows Sophie Fleming then to go first. So she's on pole, and there, just as we speak about talking about the track drying out, it has started to rain once again. But Sophie Fleming then has a great opportunity here to show what she's worth in this class. David Fleming in second. Michael Gray, the 14-year-old, this over 6 foot tall, believe it or not, 14-year-old, doing a fantastic job in this class, is in the second row. Alongside him is Jack Buckley, and then in 5th place Patrick Hayden and Jack Newton, and then we have Connor McPolin and Gary Turkington in 8th. 9th Daniel Bergroin and Mark Shields then, Brian Cherry, Mark Fizet, and Christopher Fizet and George Walker. But here we go, back on the start and finish straight then for the second time for the senior X30 machines. And there we go, cold race start. Here we go, into the first corner then. Oh, and they're all scrambling for position, pushing and shoving each other way. Out onto the puddles goes number 2. Goes Jack Buckley, 210, and it worked out for him anyway, so he's way out in front. Not sure whether these are riding in slicks or full wets, but by the looks of it, young Jack Buckley is out on full wets, going through the puddles there, just trying to keep the temperature down on them wet tyres, but seeing how much they can drop off in the junior max class. So it is indeed Jack Buckley out in front. I was going to say pulling a big gap there, but second place doesn't seem too far away already, as the confidence levels build. Could potentially be on slick tyres, a lot of them. You can see the track still sort of maybe not wet enough for full wets. There's no land water, it is greasy, but it just depends on the driver. and the confidence levels that they have. But here we go, Jack Buckley across the line from Jack Norton, Jack Havey, and Michael Gray on that. Oh, massive slide there from Michael Gray as he comes on below us here, just hitting the curb, hitting that white paint. Very, very slippy indeed. We're looking down at Michael Gray, David Freeman, Gary Turkin, Sophie Fleming. Then didn't get the start she wanted perhaps. Patrick Hayden, Daniel McGrown. So the number 71 machine, Daniel Burgoyne, is in 8th. Mark Shields, so Mark Shields down in 9th place on the road, but of course they're max, the 177 max machines. And the rain is starting to really come down now here at Nuts Corner. And as I said earlier, typical Dundroyd weather. But here we go, pushing hard still at the front, Jack Buckley. Just looking round into the horseshoe, and it looks like Michael Gray may be riding round the outside there, or up the inside at the horseshoe, so they're going on to start and finish then. Just trying to get the back end of them cards gripping, and look at the speed of Michael Gray. Looking to move up the inside. Oh, just losing the front end there a wee bit, and the back coming on. So I think they are indeed, they're on slick tires. With a 77 of Michael Gray is on slicks anyway, but the confidence again in that cart of his, well set up, well balanced, and for a 14-year-old doing very well there, now holding on to that second place. So Jack Norton, just struggling a wee bit in these grip levels here, but Jack Buckley really asserting himself. So Jack Norton posting a lap time of 111.394 compared to Michael Gray a 109.684. So another shout then please for the T4 class. So this is the 4-stroke machines, all the one class, all sealed units, all the same carts. So the T4 machines, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. Jack Buckley now looks like he's struggling a wee bit there, but he's got it all under control. And I don't want to speak too soon because it is very slippy. Underneath us here, as you can see, the number 77 machine just struggling there, absolutely full lock. You couldn't get any more oversteer if you tried. The front wheels end up starting to go backwards if he locked that anymore. So absolutely in control here and enjoying himself is Michael Gray. Maybe not the right choice of tires, but they all seem to be on the same. Jack Buckley posted a lap time, that last lap of 1:14.156. Michael Gray 1:15.091, and Jack Naughty 1:17.254, and Daniel Burgoyne 1:12.573. So this could get interesting. Oh, we've got this. Someone spun there just at the centre there, coming out of the centre section of the track. But back to the leaders then. So Jack Buckley making it across the line, just really gingerly sliding it onto after the first corner here. And again, there's the sun out now, so this could dry the track really quickly. We've seen the track has been wet about 20 times today already and dried up again, and so the track does dry out very quickly, especially with the heat of these tyres. You can start to see a dry line. So Michael Gray posting a time of 1:16.092. Daniel Burgoyne in third place at 1:12.484. So we'll take a look then down in the horseshoe goes the leaders, or the leader should have said, Jack Buckley. And just looking at Michael Gray, comfortable enough there. But look at, we'll keep an eye on, and we'll see Daniel Burgrove. So Jack not sort of not going backwards, but not having the race that he wants. No confidence in this weather, and fair play for holding back that wee bit. So here we go again, across the line. So Daniel Burgrove in second place. Michael Gray, oh, massive, way wide there from Daniel Burgoyne. You just see the leader way out in front there, but I thought maybe that would have given a good chance for Michael Gray, but Michael Gray fighting back already right in behind. He's got the he's got the confidence that he needs to fight with Michael. And here we go, up the hill, chasing the number 71 machine of Daniel Burgoyne. Really right on him now, right on the bumper, and just trying not to push each other in these conditions, but just in through the horseshoe. Really, Michael really good in around this section of the track. As you can see, he's right on the bumper now of Burgoyne, and on to the start and finish straight again into the slipstream, tucked in behind, and he moves over to the right hand side, up the inside, and he goes, Michael Gray, sliding his way through, out on the curb, and what a move there from the number 77 machine. Again, very smart, just waiting for it. He may only be 14 years of age, but it's very, very clued in, and you can see the track already drying here under the sun at Nuts Corner. We'll just keep a wee eye out on Daniel and Michael here in fighting for second place, but Jack Buckley seems to have this race under control. So the T4s, please, if you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the T4 class, to make your way to the holding area. So there we go, Jack Buckley once again across the line. We're just waiting. So Michael Gray pulled the gap already on Daniel Burgoyne. That's across the line, and Michael Gray posting the fastest lap so far at 59.258, so he's really on the charge. He's got that confidence, and he's found that grip level once again. The track is bone dry. All these drivers are out on slicks. We'll just keep a wee eye out on Jack Buckley's times as well. Yep, at 59.265. So not an awful lot in it. Maybe too little, too late again for Michael Gray, but a fantastic result. Fantastic driver, using all of the track right out to the white line there. Just enough not to be touching the grass, and that is key with these machines. Use as much of the road as you can. And look, it's just, he's so neat around well, around the whole track, and you can see that Daniel Grove can't do anything about it. But Jack Buckley across the line, fastest lap so far, and the win. And here's Michael Gray coming, and he's going to take second place, a well-deserved second place, with a lap time of 57.536. And Daniel Burgoyne can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, had to settle for that third place, but a well-fought-out battle there for them pair. So Mark Sheens across the line, fourth, Gary Turkington in fifth, Jack Naughton in sixth, Mark Fazy in seventh, George Walker in eighth, and we're just waiting on Brian Cherry. Was able to hold on, he was indeed. So Brian Cherry in 10th, Patrick Hayden 11th, and Sophie Fleming in 10th. Christopher Fazy at the seat there. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish. But fastest lap there on the very last lap goes to Jack Buckley at 57.355. Fantastic result there for Jack. So the T4's rattling away there behind me. They're getting ready to go out again on a bone dry track. And we'll just have a wee look down to see. Yeah, so all these T4 machines out on full slicks. And I'm sure there was a wee bit of panicking being done behind us during that race as it dried out super quick. You can see them just warming the tyres up. You just have to be really careful. We were seeing it from Owen King earlier. You have to be really careful when you're touching them wet patches, especially with cold, slick tyres. No tyre warmers, of course, for these machines. That looked like Ryan Hershon actually nearly spun it trying to warm the tyres up completely. Doing a Max Verstappen on the warm-up lap. But Ryan Hershon, Niall Hershon then in second for the front row. Cahan McLennan in third. Ewan Miller in fourth, and Luke Palmer. Fantastic race last time for Luke Palmer. So close. All these carts are identical. as they make their way round. So Martin Groundwater then in 6th. Great qualifying session for Martin Groundwater, so hopefully he can follow that through to their second race today. Luke Clement in 7th and Brendan Blakes in 8th place. So they're all going to form themselves up. And after this race then we're going to go for lunch break. And hopefully the queue's not too big at the chip farm and I can get a wee bite to eat before we get through the third sets of race and starting with the cadets then after lunch. But here we go for the T4 class, the Tomlinson machines, lovely machines, fantastic outfit, well looked after. We're just waiting for the go. And here we go then, race start. Into the first corner, it looks like Ryan Herson was maybe able to hold on to it there. And it was indeed the number 18, so 18 looked like it was. So Niall Herson and Ryan Herson, as they were, I'm assuming they're two brothers, as they're heading in. So Niall Herson just looking behind him, big long look behind him there, just to make sure everyone got through okay. And of course, I'm not sure what way the team works, whether these carts are rented or the team picks the drivers. So I'll get a wee word with them maybe over lunch break. But it still is Ryan Herson from Niall Herson then at the top half of the track. And looking back in 3rd place, I'm not sure whether that's Ewan Miller or not. Very hard to tell when all the carts are the same colour. Most of their helmets are white, but we'll know better in a couple of seconds when they cross the line on the start and finish straight. The big thumping 4-stroke machines flying past our timekeepers here. And it is Ryan Herson from Niall across the line. Ewan Miller, Luke Palmer, so Luke Palmer will be on a charge. He was very fast during the last race they had here. So it looks Ewan Miller and Luke Palmer. So Luke Palmer pushing on, waving the finger there. Just I think maybe Ewan Miller looked behind him and Luke Palmer was, don't worry about me, just keep her at it and bring me on to the front, please. So the two Herson brothers just getting away that wee bit, but Ewan Miller is able to bring Luke Palmer and Cahan McLennan along with them, and they are starting to bunch up a wee bit, so the gap is closing slightly there. So the Herson brothers just got a really good start, and perhaps just waiting for Ewan Miller just to get into the swing of things, find the grip levels again. It is dry, a couple of wee spots of rain there on the commentary box window, but hopefully it'll not come down, I think, during this race anyway. But here we go. It is Ryan Herson, Niall Herson, Ewan Miller posting the fastest lap, so the gap has closed. A 105.285 for Ewan Miller. And in 4th place, Luke Palmer still and Cahan McLennan. But them times, a 105.8285. Still a wee bit wet up the top half of the track. You can see a wee glisten there, a wee shine. I would say it's greasy, but look at them now. The 4 of them are bunched right up together, and Cahan McLennan, Brendan Blake's just looking into the party as well. So Luke Clemens, Martin Groundwater, and Luke Clemens and Martin Groundwater, along with Brendan Blake's just in behind them there. So this foursome's soon going to become 5 as Cahan McLennan is looking in at the party. But Ewan Miller, fastest lap of 105.285 compared to Ryan Herson of 105.754. Not an awful lot in it as they come on the start and finish straight. A big look behind him there for Niall Herson, and it looks like Ewan Miller looking around the outside, but he's not able to do it. So I'm just hearing there in my ear if the cadets after lunch could please be on ready to go for 2 o'clock for a 2:05 start. So if the cadets could have themselves in the warm-up area for 2 o'clock after lunch after this race, that would be fantastic. Comedy sent out, thank you. So here we go. back at the leaders then. So Luke Palmer last time posted the fastest lap, so they're all starting to bring each other on. Oh, and Luke Palmer, is that Luke Palmer looking away around Ewan Miller round the outside? That's not going to work at the horseshoe. It's a big long left-hander, and you lose too much coming on to the start and finish straight. But here we go then. Across the line, so Ryan Herson from Ewan Miller, Luke Palmer, Neil Herson. So we lost out there during that lap, and away Ryan Herson just holding on no more. He looks like he's shifting his body weight quite awkwardly at the minute, Ryan Herson. So I don't think he's too comfortable. Ewan Miller up the inside of Herson, so Ewan Miller takes the lead in through the centre section of this very tricky part of the track here, and gets the drive on nice and early. We look behind him there before heading up the hill. He knows he's got a good enough gap and a good enough drive, and Herson looking behind him again, so Miller, or Palmer's going to take him. So Palmer looking away up the inside of Herson now, and he just closes the door just before the dip at the top half of the track. So coming down, oh, massive slide there from Miller as he pushing the cart hard to try and get a bit of a gap there back from Herson. So it's still Palmer from Herson, and I think McClanahan there then, but across the line there, and a fantastic result so far there for Ewan Miller, and McClanahan to take the fastest lap so far, and he's trying to, the number 833 machine trying up the inside of Niall Herson, and he's not able to make it stick, but a 104.419 for Cahan. They're all as they were. Oh, Ryan Herson. So Luke Palmer up the inside of Ryan Herson and puts him out a wee bit wide. So it looked like the number 835 machine is now up into second place. So Ewan Miller hasn't gotten it his own way at the minute. Open a wee bit of a gap, but now that Palmer's ahead, he's going to bring the rest of the group back together again as they did the last time. So Luke Palmer and Niall Herson in fourth, and Cahan McClanahan posting the fastest lap, remember, still in that fifth place. So round the horseshoe we go, back on the start and finish. We should be looking at, we'll be looking at the last lap board very shortly, but it's still Ewan Miller from Luke Palmer, Ryan Herson and Niall Herson. So it looks like Cahan, the number 55 machine, and Niall Herson looking away past Ryan Herson, again assuming they're brothers, and he's trying to make it stick. He just can't get round him. He seems a bit letting off the brakes, so Ryan playing with him a wee bit here, and I'm sure the Bambino have lost here at Nutt's corner, but Ewan Miller is now getting hunted down by Luke Palmer. Has he got enough time? So the gap has closed, so the gap's now down to 0.439 of a second. And Ewan Miller will start to feel the pressure now this next lap. So the last lap board is now being readied. So the last lap board is now being ready for Ewan Miller and Luke Palmer. You get them tucked right in behind that cart, and a wee bit too far away to make a move yet, but I'm sure that Miller will know that he's right behind him here. The number 55 machine still pushing hard. Niall Herson on Ryan Herson, and Cahan McClanahan just looking he's pushing hard, but he can see all this unfolding. He's just waiting for a mistake from the Herson brothers as we head into up the hill again. But Luke Palmer posting the fastest lap of 103.909, so keep an eye on Palmer. Oh, look at them, three abreast going into the top corner, and there's nowhere to go there. I don't know what shape that ended up, but I think it is as they were. Maybe Ryan Herson still in front there of that trio, but Ewan Miller out in front. And look at Palmer, so Palmer's looking away around the outside of Miller. Up the inside Palmer goes, so Palmer takes the lead on going on to the last lap. Palmer takes the lead on the start and finish straight, side by side to go. Who's going to get it? Oh, it's a photo finish. It looks like it is Palmer. Palmer takes the win from Ewan Miller. A last quarter dive. Luke Palmer, a 103.834 from Ewan Miller. So 0.053 of a second of a difference there between the two of them. Very well thought out race. Fantastic there from Luke Palmer, and a 103.834 from Luke Palmer. Ewan Miller, a 104.245. Niall Herson in third with a 104.347. Niall Herson, and then Brian Herson was in fourth with a 104.670. Cahan McLennan in fifth. Brendan Blake sixth. Luke Clemens in seventh, and Martin Groundwater in eighth place. So again, another fantastic race there from the T4s. And just a reminder for anyone in the paddock that's listening in, please can we have the cadets in the warm-up area for 2 o'clock. We're going to get things kicking off again as quickly as we can. So we're going away here for about 25 minutes or so. At 2 o'clock, the carts will be back on track, and there's a big wasp in here, and I don't want to get stung. So I'm going for my lunch, and we'll see you very shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Comedy Corner. We're running live here at Nuts Corner race circuit for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championship, and hopefully we're going to get everything underway pretty quick. The marshals have literally just been called back to their posts, so first out for their third heat of today will be the Cadets. So fantastic racing so far today, despite the weather. So most of the racing has been dryish. So the Cadets have now been called to the grid. So if there's any left over, please make your way through the holding area as quickly as you can, and we can get some racing underway very, very soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and again, welcome back to Commentary Corner at Nuts Corner. So for the first round of the Ulster Karting Championship. So we're going to get things underway. First out will be the Cadets then. We're just after our lunch break. Unfortunately, I didn't get my big greasy burger that I wanted, but got a good chat with some of the team owners there. And this is only my second time doing this, so it's enlightened me about the penalties and whatnot. So things are a wee bit clearer now. So the Cadets are warming up. They're in the warming up area there at the minute, and they're ready to go out on track now. All the flag marshals are at their posts, and everything ready to rock and roll again. Great racing so far here at Nuts Corner. And of course, if you want to come down and join us for the latter part of the day, please feel free to do so. Fiver in. I say a fiver is nothing for a full day's entertainment. And the spectators are coming thick and fast this past hour or so. The weather's improved. And see, the Cadets are out now. Not too sure about what what the rules are on tyres and whatnot for Cadets, but by the looks of it, they're on full wets. And something tells me that there's the one compound for this class, but again, I learn as we go along. So Caithan Knox then is first on the grid alongside Adam Linsmore. Adam Linsmore had a fantastic race the last time in the wet, absolutely soaking wet. The track is drying so quick. The drainage in this place is phenomenal. But Adam Linsmore, then Toby Pickin, Isaac Ford, Stoyan Dragonov, Jaden McLeany, Jacob Conlon, Jude Duvant, and Lawrence O'Neill. So here we go. We're ready to rock and roll once again. They're just told to slow down and form up a wee bit better. But here we go. Confirmed race start. And a fantastic start it was. That looks like Adam Linsmore, is it? Just on the inside there. And it is the number 11 machine. Just dropped back to second place, just in behind. And Linsmore battling it out once again here for the third time, should I say, for this Cadet race. Second place, it looks like Toby Picking perhaps, and there's just down in behind is Stoyan Dragonov. So Stoyan giving themselves hard work to do once again. And then in the later part of the race, once the tyres are up to temperature and Stoyan is in the groove, he seems to shift off rightly. Just looking there, I think wee mistake there just at the back of the grid. Not sure who that was. So they're making their way onto the start and finish line then. A gap formed already for the leaders. And I don't think that's going to last, but look at Dragonov. So Stoyan Dragonov looking around the outside and makes it stick, so the sandwich in between, but the leader is Linsmore from Knox Picking. Isaac Ford is demoted now. So Isaac Ford's demoted and Dragonov is now fourth. And Ford looking up the inside of Dragonov there, but Dragonov closing the door, and Dragonov looking around and looking away up the inside, but just lost a bit of momentum there, had to hold off, and trying to get the drive up the hill. Struggled in the last couple of races to get the drag up this. The hill's actually a lot steeper than what it looks here. Let me tell you, you try walking up it, it's a bit of a struggle, but especially for these carts as they get tucked in behind each other, trying to get the slipstream off each other. And look at that, that looks like Isaac Ford just trying to up the inside of Dragonov, but he's not able to get it stuck, so Picking holding him off, and Dragonov looking way up the inside again. Can he do something in this horseshoe if he can get the drive? Lost the momentum out there, so it looks like Isaac Ford trying to get round the outside. So Ford just holds back there a wee bit. It's still Linsmore from Knox, Picking, Ford, Dragonov, and McElhaney. So all through from McElhaney, Jacob Conlon we're looking for now, and Jude Devent. Just wondering if it's a relative of Mark Conlon, maybe. Ulster Superbike. Maybe a nephew of Mark Conlon. So back at the front lane, sliding it into the centre section of the track, Adam Linsmore, and getting the drive, squaring the corner off to get the drive up the hill, and closely followed by Knox. But this threesome in behind again, much like they were in the last race, So dragging off, just can't get past Picking. Struggled all day to get past, and always been in that sandwich, and just not able to break them at all. So it's great to see the battle, but not so great for young Dragonoff as they're heading back out on the start and finish straight. It's Isaac Ford just trying to get the drive there as he gets tucked into the slipstream of Dragonoff. Nothing he can do this lap. And as they were the whole way through, but Picking, Dragonoff looking up the inside of Picking, and Picking closed the door. The number 99 machine just closed the door on him there, and that's maybe allowed Ford to close in. So the Rotax enters and Water Swift enters, please. Make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the Rotax enters and Water Swift enters to the holding area. So it's still Lismore from Knox, Picking, Dragonoff, Ford, McElhaney, Conlon, Devent, and O'Neill. So Dragonoff just holding on to Picking that wee bit. They seem to be dropping Ford as they're heading back down the hill, and Dragonoff so fast into the entrance of the horseshoe, and just sort of loses it mid-corner, maybe too fast in, and the cart seems to skip that wee bit and loses the momentum. But look at the drive they're getting. Look at the drive that Ford got, and it's Dragonoff up the inside of Picking. Picking takes a big long look over his right shoulder, and up the inside goes Dragonoff. Can he make it stick? He just hits the curb on the outside, but Picking up the inside again pushes them out wide, and now Ford is back into contention now as these two battle it out. So Picking looking away, looking over his shoulder, trying to close the door on Dragonoff, and he's made it work. So hard work there from Stoyan Dragonoff. As we look at it, Adam Linsmore is just playing about here, just sliding it in everywhere. Maybe not so good for the tires, but he's enjoying himself anyway. And Knox, so Knox is maybe getting away a wee bit. It looks like Jaden McElhaney putting in Isaac Ford. All the same lap times here, so 1:11s for Dragonoff, Picking, and Ford. So Lismore just on to the start and finish line again. The start and finish straight, and the next lap, I reckon, is their last lap. So there we go, Picking, Dragonoff, so Knox. So they've all caught up now with each other. And Jaden McElhaney, the number 77 machine, just lagging behind that wee bit, but Isaac Ford just about holding on to this quad out in front here. And Picking looking away round the outside of Knox, but Knox closes his door on him again. So they've all caught up and they're bunching up and they're catching Lismore as well. So bumper to bumper right, so Knox is waving Picking past, so Picking up the inside of Knox. Just about Knox closes the door. So Knox just waving him past there, and then decided nope. And there, it looks like Isaac Ford. It's Dragonoff, so Dragonoff up the inside of Ford again as they battle it out through the twisty sections of the track. But it's Knox still from Picking from Dragonoff and Ford. And you just watch the back of this foursome as they're coming on to the start and finish straight. Look at the drag that Dragonoff is getting. And he had to tail off that wee bit, and it put off Isaac Ford. Isaac Ford had to drop back again just so he didn't run into the back of Dragonoff as they're round that big sweeper. And you can see Picking looking over the wrong shoulder as he's up in the second place there. He was looking for Kathleen Knox, but he's on the other side, unfortunately. So Adam Linsmore has not got a clue what's going on behind him here. What a race. So picking already gapping that group a wee bit. And same again, just a wee bit too little, too late as they're going into that top corner 3 abreast. And it looks like Dragunov got the better of that. So Dragunov up into 3rd place, but not for too long. Oh, and it looks like Ford struggling to keep the power down on that, but has got past. So in this threesome, it is picking from Dragunov and Ford by the looks of it. So Knox has dropped right back to 5th place. But we're just looking at across the line he goes. Adam Linsmore takes the win from Toby Picking. And it was indeed Dragunov who got the better of Isaac Ford, and Isaac Ford got the better of Knox that time around. Jaden McElhaney in 6th place then. So again, just another reminder for the Rotax enters and Water Swift enters. Massive grid of carts coming out next, and fantastic racing. So Jude Devant crosses the line just behind Jacob Conlon there. So Jacob, brilliant, 7th place there, 1:13.08 won for Jacob. Adam Linsmore then posting the fastest lap, 1:11.287. So a great run there from Adam Linsmore. Bit of a boring race for Adam, but the rest of it was exciting from 2nd to 5th place. So here we go, Rotax enters and Water Swift enters. Next up then after this will be the Rotax Seniors. So the Rotax Seniors will be up after this race. And a fantastic grid of carts it is as they make their way around for their sighting lap or formation lap or warm-up lap, whatever you want to call it. The lap before the race. So again, this is a split race between the Rotax enters will go first, and then the Water Swift enters second. Again, another shout out for the sponsor Solmatics Renewables. So they're the title sponsor for this championship. As they're forming up well here now, the marshals are keeping them nice and slow, just telling them to ease the pace up that wee bit. But of course, they have to be really careful, as I've been told. If they hit the front bumper, that's when you hear of a bumper penalty. So if they hit the front bumper and it goes back, then they get a 5-second penalty. But here we go. So confirmed race start for the Rotax enters, and the Water Swift enters are also away. Here we go. It looks like the number 36 of Declan Noble has held on to that lead. Excuse me. So I'm just hearing there someone got a penalty from the second group, I think. So here we go. Declan Noble, and it looks like Noah McFarlane, just as they were from the start. Noah up the inside there of Declan. So down into 2nd place, Declan Noble, and still pushing hard up the hill, and just rubbing that wee bit into the top corner, and then making their way down into this real tight right-hander. It actually nearly goes back on itself, so you have to be very careful. And with the track being so open, sometimes it's quite hard to judge where the curb is. So again, they have to take it easy around there at times. But here we go. It's Noah McFarlane and Declan Noble from Brogan McDonagh, Ben McCarthy and Charlie Blair. You can just hear the wee scream of the two strokes there. It has warmed up slightly outside, so you've probably found that a lot of these teams have been changing jets and dropping needles, lifting needles, just to keep the engine lean enough so you can get a good rev, especially climbing this hill here at Nuts Corner. So Noah McFarlane still in front, but Declan Noble holding on here. And of course, all these carts will now be on slicks. Oh, massive aggressive move there from Noah McFarlane, just tipping in there, just pulling on the steering wheel to get it turned and to get gripped. And here we go on the start and finish straight again and get tucked in. And Declan Noble got really good drive here, but further back with Charlie Blair has now got past Brogan McDonald. So Charlie Blair on a darn move there, number 11, Ryan Arthur. Ryan Arthur had a fantastic race in the last heat. But he's a wee bit further back than what he would want to be. So Noah McFarlane, Declan Noble posted the fastest lap that time round with a 101.583. I'm just looking there. He's looking away past now of McFarlane. So McFarlane has done enough to give him a tow. And he's found the grip. He's got the confidence now. So Declan Noble looking away past. And maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea for Noah McFarlane just to let him pass to get a tow. And there he goes, up the inside and down the hill into the horseshoe. So it's Declan Noble. Declan Noble once again in the lead. And this gaggle of drivers in behind him. Ben McCarry and Charlie Blair having a good dice there as well as they're coming on the start and finish. So John Foley then. Oh, Charlie Blair posting the fastest lap. So these pair out in front as well are going to have to watch as Charlie Blair just getting pushed from John Foley, the number 45 card, and Ryan Arthur just sitting back and watching all this unfold, and he's praying that they'll make a mistake so he can get up into that fourth place. So Declan Noble, Charlie Blair posting the fastest lap of 101.506. Declan Noble just still in the lead, but not for long, as McFarlane up the inside, up the top corner, and down the dip he goes. There wasn't much thought put into that. It was just dive up the inside. And Noble, once again, back at him up the inside in the entrance of the horseshoe, and in and around, getting the power on, pulling that wee bit of a gap before the straightaway. And, look at it. Ben McCarry and Charlie Blair. So Charlie Blair, they were side by side coming out of the horseshoe there. And John Foley just hanging on in front of this gap, but not for long. So John Foley ran Arthur up the inside as well. So starting to go backwards. The number 11 of Ryan Arthur. A fantastic move there up the inside of Foley. And then that upset Foley. So Cole Kernahan also got through. So here we go, back at the front. It looks like Declan Noble still from Noah McFarlane. Noah McFarlane posting the fastest lap again, a 101.321. But further back with John Foley, Ryan Arthur, Cole Kernahan and Liam O'Hagan. A fantastic battle further down the field. So I just make out the helmets are very similar, but it still looks like Declan Noble. It still looks like Declan Noble out in front. But Noah, look at Noah. He's got the drive now across the line in the slipstream, looking for a move up the inside. Can't do anything about it at the minute. So Declan Noble holds off Noah McFarlane. Noah McFarlane posting the fastest lap again, a 101.218. Noah, big wide line, looking away up the inside, but a real tight line there from Noble on the defensive, and he's not able to do anything. But Noah has the drive and a really late apex in the centre of the track, but he lost it on the way out. Wee bit of a slide, bumper to bumper, and to get the drive up the hill, he's going to have to pull over to the right hand side, and let's see if he can do anything on the brakes up the top half of the corner. And they're side by side again, but he's thought better of it and just tucked in behind Noble again. So McFarlane holds on to that second place just for now, but I think he's got a plan. He's got something up his sleeve for the later parts of this race. Again, he hasn't very much time to do anything, so you can't really afford, especially with the weather the way it's been this past while. So the weather here, Nuts Corner, but there it is. So Noah McFarlane up the inside of Declan Noble. Noah McFarlane in the lead now, the number 29 machine going wide, and Declan Noble looking up the inside again, and they're just slowing each other up there. You can see Ben McClary and Charlie Blair catching up, and this whole group actually is catching up to them now. So That's what you find if you start digging. So the gap's now down to 3.399 seconds. You just start slowing each other up, but it's still Noah McFarland in the lead from Declan Noble. And you can really see Ben catching them now, but in through the dip and up the other side and round that right-hander, down the hill. So Noah McFarland looks like in control here slightly, but we can see what Declan Noble does. Noah McFarland posting the fastest lap, the last lap round. Let's see what it is now. And remember, that gap back to Ben is 3.399 seconds. What's it going to be when they cross the line this time? So here we go. The last lap board goes out. So the gap's down to 2.83 seconds. So they are catching them, but this is the last lap. A big wide line there from Noah McFarland. Got the drive, and he's able to hold on to the lead. And he's starting to pull a bit of a gap. Declan Noble just struggling a wee bit. He's maybe getting the red mist and starting to run wide. Noah McFarland just hitting the apexes, nice and perfect, sliding it in. That wee bit of camber there on the road helping them up the hill. And you can see Noah McFarland just pulling away. He doesn't have to work on the defensive just yet. But where do you see Declan Noble in round the twisty sections, in round that horseshoe, and the drive that he gets onto the start and finish, of course, that is where it matters. And that is where he should make his move. But he's maybe just a wee bit too far back. There's about a cart length just behind him. But the corner speed that Declan's able to hold here, going on to start and finish straight, is he able to get the drive to the checkered flag? And he can't do anything about it. So Noah McFarland takes the win from Declan Noble, who incidentally posts the fastest lap. And the gaggle of riders behind them finally sort themselves out. And it's Charlie Blair from Ben McLargy, Ryan Arthur, Cole McKernahan, John Foley, Liam O'Hagan, and Brogan McDonald. And further back here, it looks like James Logan maybe trying to make a move there, but unable to do anything, just loses it a wee bit there. So Caden Warnick, James Logan, Donny Dempsey, Andy Stewart, James Nolan, and Zach Burke all across the line. And again, a fantastic race. Noah McFarland thought he might have struggled with that. He was in early lead, and Declan Noble caught them up. What a fantastic race. Noah McFarland best lap was a 101.074. Declan Noble posted the fastest lap on the last lap, a 101.022, which of course is probably the best thing to do, to post your fastest lap on the last. Charlie Blair then in third with 102.646, and Ben McLaury in fourth, Ryan Arthur in fifth. So here we go then for the Rotax Senior machines. And then after the Rotax Senior will be the Junior X30. Again, a fantastic grid. Here, a couple of late comers there, so it's very difficult for the marshals to get them all formed up before coming on to the start and finish straight for the start of the race. You can see how many are out there. There's only 15 on my screen, but there's a lot more than that. I think there was 30 odd, 32 entries, I think, or 35 entries. But very, very exciting racing today. Absolute freight train. And I'll do the same as what I've done every other race, every other Rotax Senior race, is hold my breath in the first corner. So they're all forming up, maybe going a wee bit too fast here at the minute, and they're not all going to gather. So no start, I would assume. Yes, so they're doing another lap then. So the green and yellow flag will be out for another sighting lap, which is the no start flag. And you can see them all just trying to work themselves out. So you can understand how confusing it can get for the drivers. It's all right if you're lined up on a grid and stopped, and you can argue your bit out. No, I meant it there, I meant it there. But when you're on the cart, of course, you have to really behave yourself, or you get incidents like this where it's a non-start, false start, and we'll have to do it again. Oh, and there's the number 40. There's a see who that is here. Anthony O'Connell, by the looks of it. Just a latecomer to here. So they all look pretty much there. Maybe slow them down a wee bit more, and then so we can form up. There we go. And hopefully we can get a proper start here. So Omar William, Omar McBurney on first, Mark Quinn second, Phil Maguire, Nathan Glenn, Kyle Price, Keith Bickerstaff, Eliana McFall, and Zach Lackey. All bossing round to go. Look at the haze of that two-stroke, and here we go. The race started. Looked like Phil Maguire, the number 11 machine. It is indeed Kyle Price. 15 in behind. Number 95 is Nathan Glenn. So Nathan Glenn holding on to that third so far. Pulled a wee bit of a gap. Great start for them. Three up the front. Bickerstaff lagging behind that wee bit. Up the inside. So Philip Maguire, well, a brief lead there for the number 11 machine, but down into third. So it looks like Mark Quinn. It looks like Mark Quinn is actually in the lead now. So I'm just hearing there in my ear that Philip Maguire, number 11, may get a penalty for a false start. So we may get a penalty here, unfortunately, the number 11 machine for Phil Maguire, but we'll keep that for the stewards. But here we go, Kyle Price, Nathan Glenn, Phil Maguire, and in that third place, number 84, Keith Bickerstaff. He was lagging behind a wee bit. He seems to get his mojo back there early on, but the amount of cards, this is fantastic to see. Ruben Byrne, Zach Lackey, Mark Quinn, Eliana McFall, Jack Murdoch. So, yeah, so number 11 is getting a warning out, so the flag marshal will hold out the board with his number on it, and he will get a warning for that incident earlier on. So Kyle Price still in the lead, but only just from Nathan Glenn. Nathan Glenn posting the fastest lap, a 58.693. So we can see what it is now. So across the line to go. So Kyle Price posting the fastest lap. He's taken from Maguire. Phil Maguire and Ruben Byrne. So Ruben Byrne looking away around Philip Maguire at the minute. Keith Bickerstaff still holding in there. Oh, so it's Zach Lackey. He looks like up the inside of Keith Bickerstaff. So Lackey doesn't want these carts in front to get away too far, so he had to make a move as quickly as he can up the inside. There he goes, and up the hill. And the leaders still Kyle Price from Nathan Glenn. So I'm just looking, Kyle Price, just so smooth, these pair in front. They're coming on the start and finish. Can you see any speed difference in the carts? And you look at the Nathan Glenn. Nathan Glenn looked like he was actually holding back there a wee bit and just let Price go on a wee bit. But looking up the inside, Nathan Glenn and Price closed the door. Of course, he doesn't know that he was there trying to make that manoeuvre. But Nathan Glenn just holding back a wee bit, I think. He was looking up the inside, and he just dabbed the brakes before that right-hander after starting to finish straight. So I think he's got a strategy here, and a strategy that we've seen before that has worked for him. So Phil Brown in third, Philip Maguire still in that fourth place, and Zach Lackey still being chased by Bickerstaff. So Bickerstaff there, and Connor McPolin. So Connor McPolin, race dominator earlier on, posting the fastest lap there. So he's on a charge now, but up the inside goes Nathan Glenn. So Nathan Glenn is now in the lead. So the number 95 machine, from the number 15 of Kyle Price. But now we're looking at Zach Lackey. Connor McPolin posting the fastest lap of 55.865. So Connor McPolin is on an absolute charge here in fifth place. So all the Tony karts together, heading up the hill, just getting tucked in. Just watch Conor McPolan here. Is he going to move out on the right hand side? And no, he tucks in behind his teammate and just holds it there down the dip. And he does. He moves up the inside there. So Conor McPolan on Sack Lackey up into 4th place, and he's made it stick. So he's really on the charge here. This is going to be interesting to see the times. But now that Nathan Glenn has got in front, his times any better? No, they look the same. And Conor McPolan slightly slower that time round, but of course he had a wee bit of traffic to contend with. So the Junior X30s to the holding area then. Junior X30s for the next race to the holding area as quickly as you can. Very well behaved. I can hear them all warming up here in the background. Of course, no tire warmers to worry about. Oh, and there's the number 41, Shane Daly. So Shane Daly pulled over on the left-hand side there. Unfortunately, having engine problems. Just looking down, trying to get it started. Unfortunately, not able to. So that's his race over. Keep away out back to the leaders here. So Nathan Glenn just looks like he's pulling a wee bit away, not an awful lot, and the gap's up to 0.324 of a second, but I think it was just maybe a wee bit of a lack of drive onto the start and finish there from Kyle Price, as Kyle sort of closes him back up a wee bit again on the brakes, and you can see the corner speed that Kyle carries into the centre section. But look at the group behind them catching up. They won't have enough time, but Conor McPolan is on an absolute charge in 3rd place. I don't think they're going to have enough time, although I'm pretty sure they're coming up to back markers. Although the blue flag will come out, but it will still put them off, and it's a wee bit hard, it's a wee bit difficult to know whereabouts on the track to put yourself when you come up to a back marker or slower driver, because you're not too sure yourself what they're going to do. But hopefully they adhere by the flags. Although when I say a slower driver, it doesn't look much slower. That's the number 87 machine away through there. So Nathan Glenn, Conor McPolan, while he's on his own, there it is, no traffic, posting the fastest lap at 55.826 compared to Nathan Glenn at 56.215. So I'm not sure whether we're going to have enough time in this race to do anything about it. I see the last lap board just getting readied here. And we'll keep an eye on the leaders. Just at the top of the track here. So that looks like Nathan Glenn, or slower driver now, and Kyle Price caught behind. And Kyle Price, so the red mist is going to come down now, so the slower driver moves the road. And here it is, so the last lap. On to the last lap now. Oh, and Conor McPolan just about up the inside of the slower rider. So that number 87 machine still in 3rd, still pushing hard, lapping 55.855 compared to nearly a second quicker than the drivers in front. So Nathan Glenn and Kyle Price are going to have to watch themselves, because Conor McPolan is on an absolute charge and he can sniff the tailpipe of Price. So can he do anything in round the horseshoe? The corner speed that he carries is absolutely unbelievable through the horseshoe. I don't think he's going to have enough time to harden the brakes, maybe make a couple of mistakes, but he'll be happy with that 3rd place if he's able to hold it. So Nathan just holding off Kyle Price here, going on the start and finish line for the last time. And here we go, the checker flag gets ready, and it is indeed Nathan Glenn's race, Kyle Price in 2nd, and Conor McPolan in 3rd. So Zach Lackey, 4th, Ruben Byrne across the line in 5th, Jack Murdoch 6th, James Gillen in 7th, Keith Bickerstaff 8th, Ella McFall in 9th. Peter Gilland had a great race earlier on today, but dropped back this time round, and that's just the nature of the sport, unfortunately. Neville Bell in 11th, Zach Rogers, Dylan McDermott 13th, Philip McGuire 14th, and Simon Allen in 15th. Again, another great runner, Simon Allen down in 15th. So the times are so close. So the leaders 56 second laps, and in first and in 15th, 57-second laps. So from first to 15th, there's not even a second in it. So very, very close race and very close lap times here at Nuts Corner. So the Junior X3, Junior X3's out next. That was Senior Max Heat 3. Wow, and a very bright green Range Rover just pulled up there. Sorry, it just caught my eye there and I got blinded. But so here we go for another fantastic Junior X30. Oran King has moved up onto pole with Keenan Murphy in second, Evan Purcell in third, alongside Evan Johnson. So Keith Grant then in behind them in fifth, and Luke Agnew, the winner of the last race, in sixth place. So this will be interesting if Luke can get that thing off the line and get a good start into the first corner. He's going to be dangerous this race. Leo Lestrange in seventh then. And alongside him is Todd Buckley with Chad Lemon in behind and Jake McLaughlin beside him. Michaela Hart in 11th. Jack Murphy in 12th. Adam Blaney in 13th. And Jamie Peebles in 14th. So around the horseshoe we'll go. Keep an eye out on that luminous orange machine of Luke Agnew, who dominated the last race. If he can get that off the line, and look at the blue haze of the two-stroke. The Castrol are fluttering in the wind as they come to the first corner. Here we go. It is a race start. Oh, what a start there from... So Luke Agnew went from sixth right up into second place in the first corner. So he's done what he's needed to so far. He just has to keep a wee eye on... Oh, and up the inside, that looks like... Was that Oran King? Was that the number 82 machine of Oran King by the looks of it? So Luke Agnew up the inside there, straight away. No questions asked at all for Luke Agnew. Way up the hill he goes. I'm just trying to hear some reports here. There might have been a false start from someone. Someone might be getting a penalty. Oh. Oh, so unfortunately it is a red flag. There was something has happened. So they're stopping them pretty abruptly on the grid there. So hopefully they can get the red flag out before, and they do indeed. Well done, you marshals. So they're stopping them on the grid. I couldn't hear, the radio was breaking up a wee bit here in my ear. It was very difficult to hear what they were saying, but yeah, I think it was just initially a false start. They've had to wave there's that bright green Land Rover again, parking behind David Barsby hut. So yeah, they've had to wave the false start flag early on, but we couldn't see it because we were flapping in the wind. But I think Luke Agnew isn't going to be so pleased with this, as that was a fantastic start that he got, and it was really coming on for a good win. So just hope we can get this up and running again before the bad weather sets in again. Just starting to spit a wee bit again on the commentary box here. Not really ideal conditions, and the wind's picking up a wee bit, although it's not as cold as what it was earlier. And believe it or not, it is now 18.5 degrees in the commentary box, and I don't have a heater, so I think it's just the heat of me bouncing about during these racing. So they're just getting the carts Not sure what they're doing. They're getting out of their carts and maybe forming themselves up on the grid. So once they're done, I'm assuming they'll be getting the second lap again. Hopefully we'll be up and running pretty soon. So they're just forming up on the grid now. I'm assuming they'll keep this formation and they'll complete another warm-up lap as the pole sitter came around out of pit lane. Tires are warm, but I don't think it's going to make any difference as the rain has just started again here. But beyond the clouds there I see clear sky, so hopefully we'll be okay as they go ahead for their warm-up lap. And that looks like the number 42 machine there, just the pole sitter starting this race. Was unable to start originally, but fortunately for them it was a false start and he's able to start now, so their tyres will be nice and warm by the time they come round again because they've had 2 warm-up laps straight after each other. It'll be interesting to see what they can do. I think it was the number 42 machine, so we'll just keep a wee eye out for the start. just telling the marshals just to slow them way down before the start of this race, before they make their way on the start and finish. And we'll keep a close eye on them here. And they're formed up nicely now, so they're told to watch the lights. Oh, that's a wee bit messy looking, but it's called a race start anyway, and they're bumping into each other. And a wee bit of confusion there at the start of that race, and there's bits flying off the carts left, right and centre. Oh, number 59 bogged down there a wee bit, so number 59 just can't see it. It's Keith Grant, so Keith Grant, unfortunately, maybe an oiled up plug. So here we go, it's race start anyway, and someone pulled over there as well, just can't see the number. Not happy at all, that young rider. Just hear them squealing up the hill there as the rain's coming down, a lot heavier now, so I don't think slick tires wouldn't be ideal in these conditions. But here we go, there's Luke Agnew. So Luke Agnew has got another great start, not where he wants to be at the minute, but in second place is a brilliant start to this race. So Todd Buckley in the lead from Luke Agnew. Evan Johnson, so Evan Johnson pushing hard in this right-hander here, just trying to get on the back end of Luke Agnew here. And Jack McLaughlin and Chad Lemming. Chad Lemming, great race earlier on today. Let's see if he can do the same as he did earlier and catch up with this leading group. So Todd Buckley. I'm just hearing more penalties given out in that last Rotax Senior. So very strict, and so they should be. Most of them are here by the rules. There's been a few that are actually underweight. Oh, and a big dive there up the inside with someone up. That looked like maybe Grant. So Keith Grant making his moves now as the cart bogged down just off the line before the start. There's a wee bit of confusion at the start again, but it is still Todd Buckley from Luke Agnew. Todd Buckley posting the fastest lap at 59.846, but look at Evan Johnson at 59.981 and Luke Agnew a 1 minute .013. I can see these lap times starting to plummet or starting to rise now because the rain has started. And Luke Agnew done a superb job in the rain earlier on today, of course on full wet tyres, but now is a different story. You can see Evan Johnson just catching up onto the back end of Luke Agnew now, but Todd Buckley, it doesn't seem to be scaring him too much. It's coming down back into the horseshoe. It's real tight right-hander. It goes back on yourself into the horseshoe then, and just taking it easy on the power on the way out, because again it sort of tightens and you have to get lined up. Real good drive on the start and finish straight. And here he is, Todd Buckley across the line again. Can he post a fast lap? And down into the 1 minute now again. So they're all running 1 minute here, Todd. So Buckley, Agnew and Johnson lemming the way through. McLaughlin and Theo, Oren King as well. So Oren King didn't get the start that he wanted. He was right up at the middle of the race, but just bogged down within that confusion that we had. So you can see Todd Buckley still pulling away there from Jack Agnew. The gap was 1.379 seconds, but it looks a lot more now. Maybe Jack made a mistake there, and Evan Johnson is closing him in and closing him in fast. The wind's picking up once again here at Nuts Corner. You see Keenan Murphy now just ahead of Keith Grant. So Keith Grant will be looking past. A fantastic run earlier, Keith, as he's coming on to start and finish straight there again, getting the drive. You can see the cart moving about underneath him. Say the red mist coming down just from that mistake. Not so much his own mistake, but the cart, the engine, as I say, the plugs oil up sometimes whenever they're not being revved enough, and if you're sitting on the grid with the engine ticking over, it might take a lap or two for the engine to clear itself, to clean the plug and to get that good spark to ignite the fuel. So Agnew just pulling away once again from Johnson, and Buckley looks like he's got this race absolutely under control now, although it is starting to get a wee bit greasy looking out there now. We'll just keep an eye on the carts and the movement, especially around this horseshoe. And Tad Buckley just leaning over to the right hand side of that cart just to get the weight over to the outside wheels as much as he can. Well, here we go, keep the wee eye on this right hander, and it's starting to get very slippy out there now. Jack Agnew, 4-wheel drift right round that right hander, and look, Johnson. So yeah, Evan Johnson just wrestling that cart around here at Nuts Corner. Number 11, Chad Lemon, just pulling away from Jack McLaughlin and Theo Lestrange there. And in behind him, Michaela Hart doing a fantastic job there. The number 25 machine in 7th place. And Oran King just in behind, struggling. And Grant isn't getting the clear road that he wanted. But so Keith Grant just ahead of Oran King by the looks of it now. And the number 82 machine, Oran King, not letting him go at all up the inside. Oran King, and he pushes him right out to the curb up the top half of the track. And does he make it stick? Grant round the outside, up the inside, trying to get any manoeuvre done to get past and to get away. Of course, they're only slowing each other up. Yellow flag at this section too, so no overtaking. Grant will have to watch himself. The yellow flag for going out onto the start and finish line here. There is a cart on the far side, and it is on the exit of the corner, so they have to be really careful, especially in these worsening conditions. So Tad Buckley, the lap times now for Tad, a 103.683. His best lap was a 59.846, so you can see how treacherous it is getting out there now. But look at New holding his own against Evan Johnson. He's pulled the gap now, so the gap is up. The gap's up to 3.473, back to Evan Johnson. And Luke seems to have this under control for the second place. But Johnson might be under a wee bit of pressure here from Chad Lamon. So Chad is really getting the hammer down now. A 105.055 compared to Johnson's a 105.992. So nearly a second quicker than Johnson. Oh, and there's Keith Grant up the inside again. He's made it stick this time. And hopefully he can get a good clear run. But he won't want to push too hard, and he doesn't indeed. So Oran King back at it again. I'm just trying to see here. Was that Michaela Hart or Oran King? Well, looks of it, we'll know more when they cross the line here. But it is Tad Buckley. And they're still going round, but Tad Buckley has took the checkered flag. It might be hard to see as the checkered flag's coming through. It says here the checkered flag's not being flown, but they've completed the amount of laps that they've had to. So we'll just keep a wee eye and just assume they're still racing anyway. So they've maybe missed one of the laps. So it's really greasy out there now. So the Bambino racing, the Bambino class will be out next. And a couple of drivers look like they're taking it easy, but not these two, or three in front. Tad Buckley, Luke Agnew and Evan Johnson. So it looks like Buckley has it as he's coming on. They'll start and finish straight once again, and it's still sliding, slipping in a straight line. So he takes a checkered flag. Tad Buckley for the win, and Luke Agnew second place. Great run today so far for Luke Agnew, and Evan Johnson just couldn't do anything at the end. Once the weather deteriorated that much, he didn't want to risk anything. So that looks like Jack McLaughlin and Leo Lestrange having a good race there. This is across the line. So it was Tad Buckley with the best time of 59.846, and his last lap was a 1 minute 9.612. So it just shows you how much it did deteriorate. Luke Agnew in second place, a 110.192. Evan Johnson in third, a 111.960 for the last lap. Chad Laming in fourth, Jack McLaughlin in fifth. Theo Lestrange in sixth, and Michaela Hart seventh. Great work holding off Keith Grant and Oran King had to settle for 9th place in the end. Jamie Peoples in 10th and Adam Blaney in 11th. So the wee Bambino's going out next, and we'll see how they handle these conditions. They had a good run earlier. It just started to spit that wee bit near the end of the race, but it's now coming down a lot heavier than what it was. So hopefully we can get the three of them together again and have another good race. Just while we're waiting then, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And I did say this to someone before, but I was asked how much is it, and it doesn't cost anything. It's free. It's just it's not a subscription. It's to subscribe to the YouTube channel, so it's absolutely free, and you'll get notifications for podcasts. So we'll be doing podcasts with all sorts of motorsports people in Northern Ireland, and later on when you're sitting down to a wee cup of coffee or a soft drink, you can have a watch at some of our podcasts that we'll have up at the minute. We'll have the likes of Ryan Farquhar and a whole array of people on there. Simon Reed. Just looking at the running order here. So the Junior Max then will be out after the Bambinos, and again hoping for another fantastic race with the Junior Max. So the Bambinos are out, all three of them making their way around, just shifting their body weights and the size comparison compared to the senior classes. But of course it won't belong to these young cubs that are up in the senior classes themselves, stars of the future. And it's fantastic to be able to have such young talent and a whole array of different ages at one race meeting. And especially for spectators and Marshall, for anyone here today, just watching these young people move up the ranks throughout the years. And of course someday we're hoping to have a world champion, and this is where it all begins, right here at Nuts Corner. So Ben Nicholson and the number 23 machine, last race best time a 1:31.627. Jude Lee Ulster with a 1:32.583, and Cooper Devant on a 1:35.020. Great racing earlier on from these wee cubs as they line up on the grid. They will be stopped on the grid, and then we'll be able to get the racing underway. So we'll just move the cars out of the road. Oh, we false start there maybe, just for one of them, just eager and keen to get going. So we're told to watch the lights. And away they go. The lights went out and they were told to go. As they're jumping on the cart, trying to shift their weight forward, and all the weight that they are, God love them. But here we go. And it is the number 24 of Jude Lee Ulster. So Jude out in front with the number 23, Ben Nicholson in third, and Cooper Devant then the number 55, Cooper in third, sorry. So Ben just looking away up the inside, maybe trying to go around the outside. Around the tricky section of the track. Still looks like Jude maybe out on front. Ben Nicholson just losing a wee bit of drive heading up the hill. So all three of them together into the top corner to sort themselves out, get into line, and to get the best drive out. And you need all the drive you can get in these wee carts, especially heading up that hill and heading down. So it looks like there's maybe Cooper, Devant maybe up the inside there, trying to make a move on Jude. So around the horseshoe. No weight in these wee carts at all, and of course no weight on with the pilots either. But on the start and finish straight. Still a lot faster these carts than what your rental carts would be, believe it or not. Some of the rental carts are pretty slow to say the least, but Jude Lee Bolster posting the fastest lap, a 141 flat. Ben Nicholson just in behind the number 23 machine, still looking away past Jude, trying to go up the inside, but Jude gets really good drive there. Oh, they're neck and neck now, heading into the centre section of the track. It's still Jude in the lead from Ben Nicholson. So Nicholson round the outside. So Nicholson making a move round the outside, and he's planted himself in the right position now as he's up the inside of Jude and pushes wide. So there go Cooper. So Cooper's up into second place, chasing down Ben Nicholson. So Devant up into second place, just chasing Nicholson there. But Bolster up into second place has taken Devant again. So Jude Lee Bolster back up into second place and chasing down Ben Nicholson as they're heading back down into the horseshoe. Big wide line there from Jude Lee Bolster. And then just losing it a wee bit, just in the middle of the horseshoe, and there is. So Cooper Devant back up into second, up the inside of Jude Lee Bolster. As they're coming on the start and finish, so it looks like Ben Nicholson has gained a wee bit of a lead here. Bit of a gap. So across the line goes Ben Nicholson, Jude Lee Bolster holding on to that second place, but only just from Cooper Devant as they're starting to bunch back up again. And around the twisty sections of the track, as you can see, their parents just waving them on, pushing them on, of the number 55, Cooper Devant. And lovely big wide line there from Coops as they're making their way back into the centre section of the track. Oh, and a spin there for Jude Lee Bolster, and well missed Cooper Devant. That's a fantastic reaction times there from Cooper. So unfortunately, Jude Lee Bolster has spun out. But back on track, and he's not deterred at all. Still pushing hard. Maybe a wee bit raging at himself. But up the hill then to go. Cooper Devant chasing Ben Nicholson. Ben Nicholson posting the fastest lap. That last time, a 136.848. Unfortunately, Jude Lee Bolster spun out. A 138.283. And Cooper Devant lying in second place so far. A 137.871. So next up then is the Junior Max. So if the Junior Max machines want to make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can, I would advise at the minute wet tyres, as there's a wee bit more cloud coming over. But this track does dry very quickly. But maybe not quick enough for the Junior Max machines before they come out. But here we go then. Ben Nicholson still in the lead from Cooper Devant. And Jude Lee Bolster should be absolutely on the move now. We'll just see what the lap time is. This time spun out last lap. Lap time was 1:43. Ben Nicholson posting the fastest lap again, a 1:36.346. Just getting the confidence in the track conditions. Cooper Devant in second, a 1:37.439, and Jude Lee Bolster in third. So that 1:43 is included with that spin. So see, seems to be catching Cooper Devant here at the minute. Didn't seem to lose an awful lot of time, but there's still a wee bit of work to do. So up the hill they go, the long haul into that right-hander here. And they're hitting their apexes really well, and they're coming out where they should come out. Getting the power on when they should get it on. So really, these kids, they don't have much to learn. So round the horseshoe, Ben Nicholson and Cooper Devant. Jude Lee Bolster not too far away. The gap last time back from Cooper was 5.340 seconds. So you can see it's closed up rightly now. You can see what it is. It looks like the last lap board is out there. So there we go. Jude Lee Bolster posting the fastest lap, a 1 minute 36.001, and the gap is now down to 4 seconds. Left a wee bit too much work to do there. And I can see maybe in the distance that the last lap flag was, or last lap board was being shown. So the Junior Max, if you want to make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can, and we can start the madness with the Junior Max. And there's the sun coming back out very briefly, maybe by the looks of it. So Ben Nicholson still in the lead there, and Cooper Devant seems to be drawing him in a wee bit. That last lap was a 137.333. Ben Cooper last lap was a 136.839. So still pulling away. Jude Lee Bolster just a wee bit too far away this time round for any results or that win that they wanted. But doing very well, very good recovery, and well dodged there, Cooper Devant. But here he is, Ben Nicholson, crossing the line. Win number 2 for Ben Nicholson. Takes a checkered flag. Cooper Devant, and very well executed Jude Lee Bolster. Another fastest lap, a 134.410 for Jude Bolster. So very well done. Nearly 2 seconds quicker than the two boys in front. So track's clear now, so the Junior Max machines will be heading out. The Junior Max machines just getting warmed up. No recoveries. I think all's clear on track, so there shouldn't be any delays unless there's an issue with the stewards. So I just hear the stewards are giving a wee bit of a warning to the Junior Max grid. I think the first couple of races they had was a wee bit of a mess, just with the starts. Maybe a wee bit too quick off the mark for the start. So it was a couple of false starts throughout the day for the Junior Max. So Scott McGivern then will line up on pole with Joel Murphy alongside. Sarah Jane Amur just behind, with Jason Park in beside. And then in 5th, Roy Armstrong. And beside Roy will be Jamie Kidney. Peter Cardwell then in 7th, alongside Drew Hazley in 8th place. Noah Taylor in 9th. Dennis Cherry then in 10th. Milo Steen lining up at 11th place. Conan Warnick in 12th. Max Colbert in 13th. Cole McFadden in 14th. And Kenzie McNally in 15th. So it looks like they're all behaving themselves, slowing right up, just waiting on each other to form up as this moving grid creeps towards the start and finish line, and they're just told to keep the pace slow until the flag drops. And away they go. Confirmed race start into the first corner. Have to take it really easy. It's really greasy. And a couple going straight on there. Just missing the apex. A couple spinning. It looks like Joel Murphy maybe out. See, 1, 2, 2. So that was Milo Sting. And number 18, Archie Condit, unfortunately spun out. The number 65. I'm going to see here, number 65 just pulling into the paddock there, unfortunately. Pointing down at the front of the cart. So it looks like a Tony cart out in front there at the minute. There's a couple of bumpers maybe just sitting on the side of the road there, all gathered up. And again, well done to the marshals. Out in these cold, wet conditions out there, you can see them jumping, bouncing about, just trying to keep warm. So here we go, through the horseshoe. They're just looking at the start of this race, just to make sure everything was okay, but they're coming down through the start and finish. It is Roy Armstrong on that machine we were talking about there. Noah Taylor, Joel Murphy, Jimmy Kidney. So Noah Taylor right up the pipe there of Roy Armstrong. Oh, Roy Armstrong running really wide. He hasn't got as much work to do as he did in the last race, so he's up the front straight away. Joel Murphy just holding off. Joe Murphy just in behind Noah Taylor there, and then Jimmy Kidney wee bit further back, and Scott McGivern just in behind as the rain starts hitting the comedy booth window here. From what I seen with them leaving, they were all on full wets. So the race will continue. And of course it is an open day, so an open day means that they have their own decisions to make throughout the race. So if it starts racing during a race, or starts raining during a race, they don't have to stop it for weather conditions. So Roy Armstrong then still in the lead from Noah Taylor, but Joel Murphy posting the fastest lap. So Joel's got his confidence brave and early in this race as the number 166 just holding 95 up. So Roy Armstrong running a wee bit right. So Noah Taylor side by side up the inside into the centre section. So Noah Taylor takes the lead of this race. And Roy Armstrong up the inside. Noah Taylor left a massive gap there. Big wide line trying to get the drive, but it didn't work out for him. And Roy Armstrong back into the lead. Noah Taylor looking away up the inside, maybe the top corner, but bumper to bumper. And he's not able to make anything stick there. Joel Murphy just sitting back, relaxing, having a wee giggle to himself. Yous work away, lads. And I'll watch from here and watch yous make mistakes. But here we go, in through the horseshoe then. Sliding in through the horseshoe. And Joel Murphy just looks like he's going to maybe make a move. Oh, but the drive that Noah Taylor gets on Roy Armstrong. So into the first corner then. All behaving themselves at the minute. I say that in the loosest term possible. Behaving themselves, but Noah Taylor still not sacking. And he's cut the corner really tight here to try and get the drive into this next section. He's really fast in through here, getting the drive. Roy Armstrong out onto the curb, using all of the track and a wee bit more. But Noah Taylor looks like he's lost it a wee bit, and that gives Joel Murphy an advantage. Joel Murphy looking up the inside of Taylor, and he's not able to make it stick. Taylor getting fantastic drive up the hill, up the inside of Roy Armstrong at the top corner, and he does it. Does he hold on to it? He makes it stick all right. Roy Armstrong onto the power really early into the top section of the track as the peel in here. But look at Joel Murphy. So Joel Murphy looking at a piece of this action as well. He's getting bored. Guy wants some fun. And in through the horseshoe, bumper to bumper, they go as the rain comes down a lot heavier here. It's starting to brighten up a wee bit, but I don't think that's going to be. I think that's a wee bit of false news here from the skies. But it is Noah Taylor from Roy Armstrong, and Charlie Gardner in behind them as well. Where did he come from, Charlie Gardner? And while they've been battling out and slowing each other down, Charlie Gardner posts a fast slap, a 105.5 5.54 compared to a 107 from the leaders. So there we go, Charlie Gardner joining this party now. This is getting a lot more difficult to see outside the commentary windows here. And it looks like, oh, and a massive collision there. Charlie Gardner just bumped Joel Murphy by the looks of it. I can't really see much up the top half of the corner. And I don't want to open a window because I don't want to get David Barr's equipment soaking. So here we go, down the hill, into the horseshoe. It's really difficult, but it's still Noah Taylor in the lead. You can see that the red glistening of the paint here. And we'll look back out. So it is indeed, it's Noah Taylor from Roy Armstrong. Charlie Gardner up in the third now. Charlie Gardner up in the second. So the number 66 machine up in the second past Roy Armstrong. He's got the confidence now that he's needed, and he's chasing down Noah Taylor. So this could be a race to the very, very end. So Roy Armstrong and Joel Murphy just has to get a piece of this action now. He doesn't want to get held up by Roy Armstrong for too long and let them purr. And he's not. Up the inside goes Joel Murphy. Up the inside goes Joel Murphy from Roy Armstrong. So up into third for Joel, the number 26 machine. Has he made it stick? Just trying to look out. Picking the best window that I can see out of. But it is still Taylor and Gardner really chasing them down now. Gardner could be a contender in this. So Gardner right on Taylor's tail now. As they cross the line, so Charlie Gardner a 106.024 or 020. So he's slowed down a wee bit. And he doesn't look like he's slowed too much. And he hammers that cart in below us here. And still chasing down Taylor, but the three of them behind with Armstrong, Joel, and McMahon has joined the party now. So McMahon looking away around the outside of Joel. So Joel Murphy has to watch himself now here. He can end up being demoted and all their space. As we try and look, there's a move being made there. That looks like maybe Joel Murphy on Roy Armstrong. So Joel Murphy back up into that third place. Roy Armstrong starting to go backwards now. There's the number 122 cart just pulling in there. And the rain is coming down terrible now. As they're coming on and starting at wind, just pushing the carts over to the far side of the track. And you can see, so it is still Noah Taylor, Charlie Gardner. And that is absolutely horrendous out there. I feel for these drivers here at Nuts Corner as the commentary booth shakes under the wind and rain. So Noah Taylor, Charlie Gardner, Roy Armstrong, Joseph McMahon. Can Charlie Gardner do something here in this later parts of the race? That is absolutely horrendous out there now. But Noah Taylor runs wide, and Charlie Gardner tried to go up the inside, but he couldn't get the power down early enough as the back end steps out of his cart. And up to the top half of the track now. Trying to see, is it going to brighten up anytime soon? It looks a wee bit brighter over on the far side. Oh, there's carts sliding about everywhere. They just can't get the grip down. There's land water now, and they're just starting to aquaplane that wee bit. It is absolutely torrential out there now. So Noah Taylor just about still in the lead. But here we go. The checker flag is out, and Noah Taylor can sniff the win, and he's got it. So Noah Taylor takes the win from a fantastic run there from Charlie Gardner. And Joseph McMahon was able to get Rory Armstrong at the end with Cole McFadden and Joel Murphy in 6th place. Just looking for Conan Warnock and Conan. It was indeed, so Conan Warnock takes 7th from Adam Holmes and Max Colbert in 9th. Kenzie McNally in 10th. Carter Kelly then crosses the line 11th along with John O'Neill, Scott McGivern, Peter Cardwell and Jamie Kidney. And of course the rain eases off just as the race finishes. But what a fantastic race that was once again from the Junior Max. So that's them coming into the paddock now. If the Senior X30s and the 177 Max, if the rest of you can make your way to the hold now, there's not that many of you out there at the minute, and to be fair, I don't blame you. Here we go, very wet, Nuts Corner, but the way today has been going, there's still quite a wee bit of wind, and the track dries up in no time at all. So we can see, I think the stewards are maybe looking at the track at the minute, and we have got to go ahead to continue racing. So maybe a slight delay, they're just looking at the track, and the stewards will make a decision, but I think they're just picking up some debris. It's nothing to do with the weather, and these folks hammer on no matter what the weather is. So here we go. The Senior X30 177 Max split race is a go, not even a question of the weather, and so it should be. You can see they've all got their wets on. Don't know what happened there, it hurts. I heard maybe a crash or something just down below us. So they're told to slow down. A couple of latecomers there, I don't know what, retirement there for number 60. So Sophie Fleming, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Sophie Fleming just pulled in there, and not the best of spots to stop, just right on the exit of the corner, but I think no choice was had, having issues, the cart quit, and maybe push it back into the paddock. So no start. I was wondering there, I heard the carts coming, but if they're red flags. So false start flags out. Very lucky to get off track there with that cart. There's green flags being waved. It should be a non-start flag from what I'm hearing in my ear. And there it is. So yeah, so false start there. And we'll get them wrapped up and sort themselves out. So just forming themselves back up again here. And they may have to, so there's number 81 away out. And that's Mark Shields. That's front runner of the 177 Max. So they're not going to be able to start this one either, I doubt. Pretty sure they're going to have to do another lap. No. So it is a race start. Right, okay, so we are racing. The 177 Max machines weren't lined up properly there, but nonetheless, we are go. So I think Jack Buckley is where he belongs. I think that's what happened the last one. He was in the wrong position there. So the number 210 of Jack Buckley and Gary Turkington then alongside, and Michael Gray, the number 77 machine, the tallest 14-year-old in the world, and currently the fastest in, well, Notts Corner anyway. So a fantastic run that last race, if he can just get out in front. I think he's lying there in third at the minute. Still a wee bit difficult to see out the windows. I'll maybe suggest some wipers for the next round. But here we go, it is Jack Buckley then from Gary Turkington, and Michael Gray is in third on the grass there. So he had nearly 4 wheels on the grass in these conditions, motocross style. But it seemed to have worked for him. He was able to hold off Jack Naughton there. David Freeman just in behind. So in through the twisty sections, Jack Buckley posting the fastest lap of 106.216. So he seems to have pulled him away already on Gary Turkington. So Michael Gray. So in fourth place, Jack Naughton. Just holding back that wee bit, maybe just staying out of the mist of the rain. Very difficult to see, especially when you're so low down and you're getting the splashback from the cart in front. So here we go, over the start and finish line again for Jack Buckley. We'll just keep an eye out here. This fast right hander and these sticky wet tires seem to be working really well, and not so much maybe for number 59 of Jack Naughton. What a save that was. That was, I'd say, the save of the day. Out onto the dirty part of the track, absolutely sideways. And well done, that man, for saving that. But here we go. At the start, or at the front again, Jack Buckley. And still as the were. Gary Turkington seems to be catching Jack now as they're climbing up the hill. So he's got a wee bit of pressure off him. He's pulled that wee bit of a gap from Michael Gray. And, of course, if I was him and Michael Gray was a wee bit further back, the pressure would be off me too, because I'd be worried about him. And we'll just see how he gets on the later parts of this race. But Michael Gray currently lying in that third place. Gary Turkington just in front, and Jack Buckley in the lead, posting the fastest lap again at 105.449. Not far away from Turkington's time, a 105.878 was his personal best. But across the line then, another fastest lap for Buckley. And the 210 machine, the two Tommy machines just out in front here. So Gary Turkington, Michael Gray, Jack Naughton, and David Freeman, Patrick Hayden across the line, Mark Fraze and Brian Cherry, Mark Shields as well. Mark Shields not the start that he wanted, perhaps the number 81 machine in 9th place. So looking back then, back at the leaders in round the horseshoe here on a spin there, and I think that was the number 61, was it, perhaps? Came past us with the hand up, I don't know, maybe wiping the visor, and got a wee bit out of balance just, but ended up spinning there. So there we go, Jack Buckley still in the lead, another fastest lap for Jack, and Gary Turkington still holding on to that second place, so he's not able to catch Buckley just at the minute, but the number 77 absolutely sideways into the corner here down below us. Number 77, Michael Gray and Jack Naughton. So Jack Naughton has a lot of work to do now if he's able to catch this leading group for that third place. Let's see, Jack Naughton's time of 106.283. Last time Michael Gray 105.643. He'll not be able to do anything now, Jack Naughton, as he's pulled over to the side. Not too sure. There's something wrong with that machine of his. I thought he might have spun, but that's Jack Naughton. A retirement, unfortunately. And the number 59 machine has retired from this race. As we look back at the leaders coming on to the start and finish straight then. Absolutely committed here. So Jack Buckley across the line, slowed the pace a wee bit. He doesn't have to do anything else. Doesn't have to do anything heroic. The speed that they're coming into this corner in these conditions is absolutely unbelievable, Jeff. But the number 77 of Michael Gray pushing hard, still pushing hard. And the number 13 absolutely flying here, Patrick Hayden. So Patrick Hayden now catching David Freeman. David Freeman maybe making a wee bit of a mistake there, but he's definitely catching the number 55 there, going through a Brian Cherry. And Mark Shields in behind. Mark Shields had a really good morning, but unfortunately it seems to be depleting there for him quite drastically as he's dropping down further down the field. And looking at the leaders, I'm just looking to see. So that's 5 laps completed. The last lap flag should be going out very shortly as they're rounding the horseshoe. And he might come into. Oh, was that Jack Buckley spinning? Can't see too well out these windows, but here we go. We'll soon find out. As across the line, somebody spun out there coming out of the horseshoe. Very treacherous there. Might have been a slower driver, but Jack Buckley. Gary Turkett and Michael Gray. Just having a look there. That didn't look like it was Jack Buckley that passed me here, but well, it might have been the ICGP machine that I've seen. So going on to our last lap then, Jack Buckley still in lead from Gary Turkington and Michael Gray. David Freeman, Patrick Hayden, Mark Faisley and David Cherry, Mark Shields, Christopher Faisley, George Walker, Jack Knockney. It was Jack Knockney, unfortunately, dropped way back there. He way down in 11th place now. Connor McPolin, unfortunately, wasn't able to restart that race. He would have been one of the spins out in the early doors last race. So there is the last lap board out, and slower drivers now coming. The number 18 machine just moving out of the road there. Christopher Faisley, of course, running the 177 Max machine. So next up then is the T4s. You can hear them rattling about there in the background. That's the 4-stroke machines as the leaders just make their way back up through the top half of the circuit. And the checkered flag is being readied now for Jack Buckley. So around the horseshoe he goes. And Gary Turkington still holding off Michael Gray, but only just by the looks of it. Oh, that's the number 18, that's a slower rider, but no slower driver is Jack Buckley as he goes and crosses the line and takes the win in the senior X30. Gary Turkington second and Michael Gray in third. David Freeman then, all being well as he comes on the start and finish line, should finish in 4th place. So Patrick Hayden then in 5th. And the other Tony Cart rider in 6th place, Mark Faisley, and Brian Cherry close in behind. Mark Shields then will finish in 8th. Christopher Faisley in 9th, and 10th was George Walker. So that's the T4 machines now out on track. And great racing from these guys earlier on today. Niall Herson and Ryan Herson always seem to be side by side. I'm putting them down as brothers. The Cooper cousins, Cooper father and son. I don't know, but for today, they're brothers anyway. Luke Palmer in third, Brendan Blake in fourth, and Ewan Miller. Great race last time round for Ewan. He in fifth place. Luke Clements in sixth, Cahan McLennan in seventh, and Martin Gardner in eighth place. Martin Gardner had a real good start to the day as well, but the last race wasn't so good for Martin, but hopefully he can make that better this time round. So they're coming on to start and finish straight. All 4 strokes, of course. Lovely machines. I was getting a demonstration of the work that's done through the bodywork and the frame. But here we go. And it is a race start. And it looks like now the number 55, Niall Herson, Luke Palmer in second place then. He's holding on to that second place, and it looks like Ewan Miller maybe up in the third there. As I say, very difficult to see whenever they're all the same colour, same class, same machines, and they're all regulated to be the exact same. The bodywork, some carts you can adjust the bodywork back and forward, the side panels and whatnot, but these are all absolutely identical. There's no adjustment in them. So Niall Herson looks like he's just trying to get away as quickly as he can in this race, because we all know going by today what way these races can go, especially if that is Luke Palmer in second place, I think it maybe is, and once he gets fired up, it's very hard, man, to get slowed down again. But here we go on to start and finish, and it is indeed Niall Herson, talking to him earlier, in the red suit. So across the line and into the fast right-hander up over the curb. And so Luke Palmer in second, Ewan Miller then, and Ryan Herson demoted to fourth place there from the last. See, one of the carts maybe took a knock there. You could see, or it's just the front skipping, so they're wrestling the front of them. Carts, the front wheels look like they're actually coming loose, but they're wrestling at them that hard to get them round, keeping the momentum up and using the big torque of the 4-stroke engine to get it back up the hill again. So Niall Herson, Luke Palmer then. Luke Palmer under a wee bit of pressure by the looks of it from Ewan Miller. So Ewan Miller, another one to get up and going maybe a wee bit later in the race, wants to get the confidence up and going again. Right up the curve in the far end, or into the horseshoe again. So next race up will be the fourth set of heats for the cadets. So if the cadets want to make their way to the holding area. So Niall Herson, fastest lap for now, 1:10.495. Luke Palmer in second, 1:11.341. And Ewan Miller dropping back a wee bit on Luke with a 1:11.338. Ryan Herson, a 1:12.166. Cahan McLennan in fifth place with a 1:13.494. But pulling away at the front, Niall Herson and Ryan Herson down in that fourth place. And the two Hersons have been battling out all day, but not this time round. Not in these conditions. Ryan Water, you can see the rooster tails coming off the back end of the carts as they make their way up to the top half of the track. And just look at Ewan Miller right on Luke Palmer again. So Palmer under a lot of pressure. Miller seems to have the better of him in around the twisty bits, but just he's really good in the brakes, but he seems to lose out on the drive as they're coming on to start and finish straight there. You can see the drive that Palmer gets. Miller maybe gained a wee bit on him there, but it's not enough to do anything about it. Oh, Niall Herson is on an absolute mess, and absolutely sideways there, coming on the wee straightaway below us here into the corner. This fast right-hand sweeper that tightens up on you, really tricky. and really slippy. So Niall Herson, then Luke Palmer, and Ewan Miller, but we're looking at the minute at Ewan Miller and Luke Palmer for second place, excuse me. Oh, Miller seems to be dropping off a wee bit. He can't seem to get the drive that he needs out of the twisty sections. Really good on the brakes. As the sun comes out here once again at Nuts Corner. But then into the horseshoe. And you can see Miller just gaining a wee bit on Palmer into the horseshoe. But by the looks of it, he's going too hot in and he's losing his speed, scrubbing everything off on the way out. But his corner speed seems to be good enough, just losing on the way out here. And one man with the corner speed good enough is Niall Herson as he four-wheel drifting on the... Oh, and Miller loses it. Miller's on the grass. He gets it dragged back. The number 832 machine wrestling that cart, just pushing a wee bit too hard. As we were talking about, his corner speed was fantastic. Too good that time as he runs far too wide. And he's lost the toe now with Luke Palmer. And so Ryan Herson can smell Ryan Herson can smell the podium here from Ewan Miller. He just has to get the hammer down. You can see Ryan, he's really gaining on him now. So Miller maybe losing a wee bit of confidence and losing that toe with Palmer. So Herson looking away through the second of the Herson brothers out on track here at the top half of the track. And we're just looking maybe to see the last lap board to maybe getting ready very shortly. But in round the horseshoe goes Niall Herson from Luke Palmer and Ewan Miller, only just Ewan Miller from Ryan Herson. So here we go across the line once again for Niall Herson, lapping at 110.856. Luke Palmer then across on a 111.135. So no threat to Niall Herson at the minute. Ewan Miller still in that third place. Maybe pull. You can see how much oversteer and understeer is being used in that cart. He's just wrestling it all about, but his problem is he's scrubbing off all his speed and he keeps looking behind him. He looks very nervous now, Miller, and so he should be. One of the Herson brothers right in behind him here, so just trying to get the drive on him. As they're heading up the hill again for another lap, and Ryan Herson seems to be really good around these twisty sections and up the hill. And we can't put it down to the speed of the carts because they are all identical. And I'm not too sure about the weight of the drivers, but we'll not go into that. We don't want to insult anybody. So Niall Herson going on to the start and finish line again. Maybe looking... I'm sure he's looking for the last lap board as well. He's getting a wee bit nervous maybe as the cart's getting, well, still nervous. He's been nervous the whole race as it twitches and skips about the track. And I think that is indeed the last lap out now. So it's still Luke Palmer in a safe enough position there in second place as he looks behind him. And so Ewan Miller not looking as nervous. He looked behind him there and he see that he had a wee bit of a gap. So if he just holds his lines, his shoulders are bound to be killing him. He's still looking behind him there. He thinks Ryan Herson is a wee bit closer than what he actually is. He just has to race his own at the minute. But Niall Herson rounding the top half now for the final time into the horseshoe. You can see Luke Palmer still pushing hard, enjoying himself, and the front end of that Miller machine is twitching about, is really, really nervous. But one person wasn't nervous the whole race was Niall Herson, who takes the win from Luke Palmer, and Ryan Herson wasn't able to do anything about Miller there. So Ewan Miller takes third place, Ryan Herson in fourth, Brendan Bleaks in fifth. We're looking back for Cahan McLennan and Martin Gardner. So I think Martin Gardner's going to get it over Luke Clements just about maybe. And it is indeed a wee bit too far away for a slipstream there, but it is Martin Groundwater and Luke Clements then finishing off the top 8. So back round again for another race with the cadets. As the cadets get warmed up. You can see there are some of the senior X30 machines still coming out of scrutineering, so they're still getting looked at, and for any discrepancies like weight and whatnot. So a few of them are disqualified there for being underweight. And again, all the rules and regulations for the karts very strict from what I'm compared, or what I'm used to with the motorbike racing, but learn something new every day. So cadet machines out on track, just waiting for our timing screen to update. Here we go. So Adam Lismore then will be on pole, and alongside him is Toby Picking and Stoyan Dragunov. So Stoyan has been running fantastic all day. Super impressed with Stoyan's results today, and just has to get off the line, just has to get a real good start, and he always seems to get sandwiched in between two drivers or two karts. So, and it usually in around Pickings as well. So Knox then in fourth, Isaac Ford fifth, Jacob Conlon sixth, Jaden McElhaney in seventh, Jude Devant in eighth, and Lawrence O'Neill at the rear in ninth. So ready to rock and roll here once again for the cadets as they're waiting for the flag to drop. And away they go. Oh, it looks like Lismore has a fantastic start there. Oh, and a spin there for Picking. So I think Toby Picking is off, and a few others as well. So right back and waving the hand. What are you doing? So unfortunately, that looks like it could be Toby Picking's race over. The number 99 machine right at the back, and just too much work to do now, and to get anywhere near the top three. But never mind, Adam Lismore. Adam Lismore is miles ahead already, and they haven't even completed the first lap. So if anyone's listening in the paddock, we're gonna run the Rotax Inters next, and the Water Swift Inters as well, please. So if you can make your way to the holding area, that would be greatly appreciated, and we can get the day rocking. So here we go now. Look at this battle here around the horseshoe, but Adam Lismore, he's just destroying. He's blowing them all out of the water, literally here at Nuts Corner. As he enters the first corner, and he's happy chappy already celebrating Adam Lismore, and so he should be. He's running 7 seconds a lap faster than any of the rest of them. 7 seconds a lap. I'm just looking there, the number 77, number 14, Jacob Conlon there, but I think he maybe, with that mistake he made earlier on, spinning out, so he's in the mix as well, but he's not included. So, or Jacob Conlon, it is, the timing screen has jumped, so it wasn't Jacob that spun earlier. So Jacob Conlon, fantastic result for young Jacob there in second place so far. Jaden McElhaney in third, the number 77 machine, and Kathleen Knox in fourth. Stoyan Dragunov, once again, surprise, sandwiched, unfortunately. So a wee better work to do there for Stoyan, and Isaac Ford always seem to be together, this group. So Adam Lismore exited in the horseshoe, and the group behind with Jacob Conlon is only entering the horseshoe there. So Jacob Conlon just about still in the lead, but it looks like Jaden McElhaney is looking around the outside, but on the start and finish straight that they come, and in the slipstream, and there's a lot of moving about going on here into the first corner, but it is Knox. So Knox looks like he's taken, it is indeed, so Knox has taken second place from Jacob Conlon. That's the number 133 machine as they make their way around. So Jacob Conlon is not giving up on this one. as they're rounding the centre section of the track. Real tricky. It tightens up on them again, and that curve on the outside jumps out at you. So here we go, and look at, is that Picking? Oh, Picking's further back there, the number 99 machine. But we'll have a wee look to see in this next lap here, but it is Knox. And not sure whether Stoyan Dragunov made a move that lap or not. Hard to see. I think Dragunov is sitting in 5th place there at the minute, in that gaggle of drivers. And he is indeed. Everything chopping and changing on the entry of the horseshoe. But Knox looks like he's putting the hammer down now. But there's the number 11 of Adam Lismore, just taking it easy, or as easy as he can. Still lapping at 114.186. So Knox is now down to 117.716 in 2nd place, and it was Picking. So Toby Picking up into 3rd. Spoke too soon earlier on. Toby Picking dead last at the very start of this race, spun out and ended up backwards on the track. Brought it back up for 3rd place already and chasing down Knox. So this is going to be an exciting race now. So Toby Picking and Knox have got away from that group behind them with Jacob Conlon and Dragunov. Dragunov wasn't able to get away with them, but it looks like, just looking behind them there, so it looks like Dragunov is chasing them down, but it's not going to be enough. And it looks like Knox, let's see, is that Picking? So Picking has actually overtaken Knox now. So up the inside goes Picking. Toby Picking up into 2nd place. Unbelievable. So Knox is demoted to 3rd. Picking up into 2nd from dead last. Adam Lismore. Don't think anybody can do anything about Adam Lismore right now, unless he makes a mistake. But Adam was celebrating from the first lap, and you can see why. Look at the lead. Is that gap opened up or what? 18 seconds of a gap, over nearly 19 seconds of a gap. But there we go. Toby Picking, absolutely phenomenal from Toby Picking. Up into 2nd place from dead last, and a very unhappy Toby earlier on in this race. But the red mist came down, as we keep talking about, and he's just an outer body experience here at the minute. Hitting the apex is absolutely perfect. He's up into 2nd place within 4 laps. Absolutely phenomenal from young Toby. And Knox to get through that group as well. So they all seem to be, oh, we've got a spinner there in the centre section. I think maybe that was that Jaden McElhaney maybe, just in the centre there. But for the both of them to make their way through that pack and now break away. So Knox will be right in behind Picking, and they'll tow each other along. There's Adam Lismore across the line again, and again a 113.993 for Adam Lismore. And we're just waiting for Toby Picking, who is pulling away from Knox. And who's that? That looks like Isaac Ford coming to play as well. So Isaac Ford right in behind Knox, and it is indeed. So Adam Lismore, fastest time on the last lap, a 113.99. Adam not be getting quicker. Toby Picking a 116.219. So I think he's bit the bullet now. And that's all that we're going to see out of Picking. He doesn't have to do any more, as 3rd place running in with a 116.733. Isaac Ford in 4th, a 115.206. So just looking here, Isaac Ford is now past Knox. So Isaac Ford, that was a strange manoeuvre. Round the outside on the exit of the centre of the track. And lovely drive there up the hill as well. And chasing down Picking. This is going to be an interesting lap here from Isaac Ford. But here we go. Adam Lismore then already onto the start and finish line with the head down. And let me see this time, a 114.189. Not too much slower, a wee bit slower than the last lap, but nice and consistent. And consistency is what it's all about in this game. But let's see what Isaac Ford's lap time is, as Picking and Ford and Knox go on to the start and finish. It looks like Ford has actually caught Picking, and he has very slightly, not an awful lot in it, but a 115.384 for Ford and a 115.787 for Picking. Ford's definitely catching him here. He can sniff this second place here. He's already got a podium at the minute as the rain starts to fall once again here at Nuts Corner. And I think Adam Lismore is just praying for this this checkered flag to go out as the number 44 machine, Jude Devent, just makes their way around. So let's see Adam Lismore on the start and finish straight once again with the head down. So that's lap number 7 then in the bag, and faster again, a 1:13.794. Let's have a look then at Ford and Picking, and Ford has caught right up to Picking now. He's right on the back bumper, going on the start and finish straight if he can get a real good drive here. And look at Ford. Oh, Ford had to shut off. He's right in the slipstream now. Picking. He's looking away up the inside. Oh, he's not going to be able to do anything about it. Cutting it too tight, running way right, absolutely sideways there from Isaac Ford. Posting the time of 1:15.149 for Isaac Ford, and Toby Picking has no idea what he's got getting himself into there. Oh, Isaac Ford running a wee bit wide again, onto the curb, onto the wet paint, and just losing that wee bit of traction and drive that he needed. So he's going to have to do a lot of work to get the drive up this hill as the rain comes down now heavy. Picking looking behind him. He knows he's there now. He's got a wee bit of pressure in behind him, so he's going to have to run a wee bit defensive now. Ford looking up the inside of Picking. Oh, he thinks second of it. And now we're just looking at the winner. Cheer, both hands up. A massive cheer for Adam Lismore to take the win. Well done, Lismore, for that fantastic race. Dominated the whole race. And now we're just looking back down here at second place. It is still Picking from Ford. Ford trying everything to get past Picking. Nothing just seems to be enough here. As the drive that he's getting, he's going to have to shut off. He lost a wee bit of traction going on the start and finish straight. But it's going to be Picking that takes second place from Isaac Ford. And Knox was able to watch all that unfold in front of him. A very deflated Catherine Knox by the looks of it. So what a fantastic cadet race once again there today at Nuts Corner. Just another shout then for the Rotax enters and Water Swift enters plays to the Holden area. So they'll be coming out next, but what a fantastic win there from Adam Lismore. Toby Picking in second, Isaac Ford third, Catherine Knox fourth, Stoyan Dragonoff in fifth, Jaden McElhaney in sixth, Jacob Conlon in seventh, and Jude Devent in eighth. So the Rotax enters now out on track, along with the Water Swift enters that are going to, you'll see very shortly. So split race for this for the final heats of today, as the rain just comes down that wee bit heavier. So Rotax seniors then will be out after this for their final race of the day. So if I sound a wee bit different, I've had to change the microphone again, because it seems that live streaming drains the battery of the camera very quickly. but we can sort that out very soon. And just looking up here, the water swift enders are lagging behind maybe a wee bit too much, but we'll have to have or keep a wee eye on that. They might be a wee bit too far back. They might do it again, or we're going to go ahead, and we have indeed. So a race start then, and we're just waiting for the second grid then to come round. But looking here, the number 207 of Charlie Blair. So Charlie Blair in the lead from Ben McClary by the looks of it. Oh, right out on the grass, but it didn't seem to slow him down much. Right out onto the grass and still keeping it pinned back onto the track. So here's the water swift enders now, pushing and shoving their way in the number 5 machine of Danny Dempsey, and James Nolan there in behind with Johnson Stewart. And as they were the last, we got another spin out with a hand up. Unfortunately, we got a couple of spinners there, so I think they were maybe pushing and shoving at each other as they go past. So all the drivers slow down past the incident. Very well done, and they seem to have got a wee bit of a knock to the back there as they hit the tyre wall. But hopefully they're all fine as they go over to have a wee word and apology with each other. But then first lap then, it is Noah McFarlane from Charlie Blair, and in third place Ben McClory, John Foley, Brogan McDonough, Ryan Harper, Cole Curran, Jack Grimes and Caden Warnick then, Gareth Winning and Declan Noble. Declan Noble way down here this time round, not the start that he wanted. So making a right mess over there, then pair. So we've got yellow flags being called, and there's another spinner there at turn 2. So it's still Noah McFarlane at the top half of the track from Charlie Blair. So there's waved yellows at 2, 3 and 4, and green flag at 5. So there's a lot of places there that they're unable to overtake. No overtaking, of course, on a yellow flag. But here we go. So here we go. Noah McFarlane again, fastest lap there once again for Noah. Charlie Blair and Ben McClargy. A couple of black flags. Well, there's a cart coming in. It looks like the front end out of it all together. See. Yeah, so the whole front of that cart is basically destroyed, and that's what the black flag was about. So still waved yellows here. Noah McFarlane has to be careful here because there's waved yellow flags in 3 different areas, and he's posting the fastest lap time still. So he's getting faster each lap. So it'll be interesting to see what his lap times are when the yellow flags do come in, because of course nobody has had a good clear run so far, and they're still just working out this incident here, just down below us. So Noah McFarlane way out in front there from Charlie Blair, and Ben McLaughlin. Noah just backing it into the corner, that's first right-hander here, and Charlie Blair doing very well here in second place. Frustrated there that last race maybe. And the number 45 sorry, of John Foley. So John Foley running way wide there and nearly taking the nose off Ryan Arthur altogether. So a couple of wee spits of rain once again here. So that seems to be the story of the day. It's just wet, dry, wet, dry. Oh, and a big gaggle of riders here. That was Danny Dempsey and Jonathan Stewart just taking the slower rider here. So right next then will be the Rotax senior machines, if they want to make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So there we go, the The Rotax senior machines are getting ready to go out already. Keen as mustard and ready to go. That's what I like. Noah McFarlane still bossing it in the lead. Still fastest lap of 109.494. Charlie Blair 110.737. Ben McClargy has a wee bit of work to do, pushing hard in the number 73 machine. But see John Foley and Ryan Arthur really looking away past John Foley now. So we'll just keep an eye on Ryan Arthur. He's looking up the inside of Foley, but Foley closes the door on him in the centre section of this track. A real awkward, twisty section. Problem is, if you overtake here, you're scrubbing off all your speed for that hill, and it makes it really difficult to keep your position. So you're better off doing it on the brakes. Is Arthur going to do anything on the brakes? He moves over to the right hand side, and he thinks better of it. He tucks back into John Foley here at the top half of the track, but they seem to be catching the pair in front. So Charlie Blair and Ben McClargy might be getting a wee surprise here in a couple of laps time as the clouds darken over Nuts Corner once again. And we're looking back out onto the start and finish straight with Noah McFarlane crossing the line. Slightly slower that time, doesn't have to do anything, doesn't have to bust himself, and he knows where he is on track. So Charlie Blair away through there with Ben McClargy. And looking down, oh there it is, and there's Ryan Arthur just up the inside of John Foley, but John Foley has the line for the next corner and he returns the favour, but Ryan Arthur got the drive out and has made it stick. So Ryan Arthur has got the better of John Foley in through the centre section. John Foley can now get tucked in behind Ryan Arthur, and I believe that Arthur will be able to bring him on and could perhaps catch the group in front. Doing similar lap times at the minute, but we'll have a lot of work to do. So if John Foley stays in behind Ryan Arthur at the minute, they'll be able to get total on, and he could maybe make a Durham last lap manoeuvre, which I think the most. Looking at Ben McClargy, I think that's going to be happening with Charlie Blair, to tell you the truth. So another shout then please for the Rotax senior machines to the holding area. Oh, a massive slide there. Who was that? The number 45, John Foley, just pushing hard, trying to stay. You can see him wrestling there with the steering wheel to try and stay with Ryan Arthur. So Jack Grimes then just coming underneath us here on that luminous orange machine. And then Caden Warnick in the 26 and Gareth winning. So a good battle there for Sophie Campbell, Andy Stewart and Danny Dempsby. So just as we're looking into the mist and the rain here, Dundrod really does have its own weather forecast compared to the rest of the world. And here you go, starting to rain once again, but it looks like Noah McFarlane. So Noah McFarlane coming on, back on the start and finish straight, taking the last lap flag. I'm sure with a massive twitch there from McFarlane. McFarlane nearly lost it altogether, nearly ended up in pit lane. But he was able to hold it, hit the curb. You don't have to do anything, this is the last lap, you're not fighting for anything here at the minute. Just hold on to your win. So Charlie Blair and Ben McClargy still at it. Ryan Arthur still ahead of John Foley, but only just John Foley doing well to hold on to Arthur at the minute. You can see how hard Arthur's pushing on this last lap. McFarlane as he drives away into the distance there up the top of the Nuts Corner circuit. Oh, and look at Ben McClargy looking to move on Charlie Blair. Up the inside he goes and takes second place, but Charlie Blair on the Power Nation early. Will he be able to get him on the brakes into the top half here? And he doesn't, he closes the door, so Ben closes the door. Oh, the big wide line onto the horseshoe there. Is he able to tuck it in wide? Right around the outside, so Charlie Blair pushing hard to try and get that. Is he going to be able to do anything? But Noah McFarlane takes the checker flag, and a happy Noah and punching the steering wheel. But here we go for second place. Oh, and it's Ben McLaury like takes second place from Charlie Blair, and Ryan Arthur was able to hold off John Foley. So unfortunate for Charlie Blair. That was so close for second place. Pushed so hard, but it wasn't to be in the latter parts of that race with the rain that was coming down. And as you can see through the window, it's getting very difficult now to see here. But Noah McFarlane, what a win from Ben McLaury and Charlie Blair. Ryan Arthur had to settle for fourth place there, but well done for taking John Foley on the last couple of laps. John Foley holding tight with Arthur, and he didn't get his own way. Jack Grimes in sixth place, Andy Stewart in seventh, and of course first of the Water Swift Inters. Caden Warnick in 8th, Sophie Campbell in 9th. Really great battle there with Danny Dempsey and James Logan Johnson Stewart in 12th. Zach Burke 13th, Gareth Winning 14th, and James Nolan rounds up the top 15. So up next then is the Rotax Senior Machines. Another huge grid of machines here. For this next race, as they're sitting down there, God love them, they're drenched. And I'm just hoping that there's holes in them wee bucket seats they're sitting in, and otherwise they'll be swimming. So the majority of the riders have wetsuits on. So we're trying to keep as dry as they can. As you can see, some of the drivers don't actually have wetsuits on, and they're just using their normal race suits, fire retardant race suits. And of course, we all know how heavy something can be when it's soaked up with water, so that's maybe another disadvantage. If they're wearing a wetsuit, it can deflect, so your suit's not soaking up all that water like a sponge, and that can hold a lot of weight, which is absolutely crucial in this sport. So Conor McPolan, and finally up top, and I think Conor McPolan posting the fastest laps there the last race. I think he's got a really good chance of the win here for this final race of the day. Ruben Barn in second, Peter Gillen in third, James Gillen in fourth, and then Neville Bell lines up in fifth, Keith Bickerstaff in sixth, Jack Murdoch seventh, Zach Rogers in eighth, Nathan Glenn ninth, Matthew Boland in 10th, Kyle Price 11th, Eliana McFall in 12th, Anthony O'Connell in 13th, Zach Lackey 14th, and Nadine Kavanagh in 15th place. So here we go. They're all bunched up now for the biggest race of the day, the biggest grid of the day, and hopefully the most exciting race of the day, the Rotax Senior. So here we go, coming out of the horseshoe, slowly, tentatively making their way down to the start grid, where they're going to be given the lights to go. So no start, we're calling no start. So that's a false start. So false start flags going out, and they'll have to make their way back round again to do it all again. So the nerves, we just thought all the nerves are going to have to settle again. So it's nothing as bad as starting a race and then having to restart and do everything again. So they're just gonna, they can see the flags, I think. No, can't see the flags. So someone's going to have to hold out that non-start flag. Yep, and the marshal at the top there did the job, so they're slowing right down again. Very hard to see. Look at the mist coming up from these carts. It's very difficult to see the cart in front of you, especially when you're that low to the ground and it's all getting sprayed in your face. So slowing right down again. A couple of near misses there. I think once they're coming into the horseshoe, as I say, it's very difficult to see with all the rooster tails flying up. So here we go. They're doing very well to get themselves gathered up again. The Rotax senior machine's just heading back on the start and finish for another rolling start. So we can try that again, and it seems to be they're all where they should be. So it was Keith Bickerstaff that was to be on pole from Conor McPolin in beside. So this is a good chance for Keith Bickerstaff to run. So they're looking at the flags now. And away they go. Early race start. A wee bit further back now than usual. And we're hammering into that first corner, that first right hander. And they're pushing and barging each other. So that was number 39. Number 39, Conor McPolin on 29 by the looks of it. So number 39 pushing and shoving out onto the grass. And the cart actually leaving the ground there. So a wee bit of bullying there. But this is what's needed sometimes. So Conor McPolin, number 39, in the lead at the minute. I think that's maybe Ruben Barn, maybe. Just in behind. Yeah, look at them all spreading up at the top half of the track. Just trying to get some headway, trying to even see. Just to see where they're going. So where you really want to be is out in the lead or out the front somewhere, because by the time you get down to the midfield it is very difficult to see. But round the horseshoe the leader goes Conor McPolin, heading on to the start and finish straight again. So here we go, Conor McPolin away through Peter Gillen, Ruben Barron. Oh, a massive crash there. I don't know, not sure what happened there at all. Actually, in actual fact, that there wasn't a crash there, but the wheel fell off. So someone lost their... So Peter Gilliland, by the looks of it. Peter Gilliland has lost his wheel, I'm hearing. So the wheel has flew off the cart, and it was a near miss down there, nearly hit one of the marshals, but Gilliland, by the looks of it, has maybe lost the wheel. Yeah, I've never seen that before. But there we go. Anything happens. But here we go. Conor McPolin, Ruben Barron, Nathan Glenn, Zach Lackey, and Keith Bickerstaff, Neville Bell, all the way through this gaggle of riders. Number 141, Zach Rogers, right in the middle of that there. So a lot of surface water I'm hearing from the marshals around the track here, but they seem to be working it no problem at all. And a lot of these riders are very professional young men and women, and they all know what they're doing. Oh, massive slide there, and that looked like Zach Murdoch maybe, or Jack Murdoch should I say. Huge four-wheel drift. So go on to start and finish straight then. So Conor McPolin cross the line for another fastest lap of 106.149. No, Ruben Barron takes the fastest lap of 105.993, so catching McPolin perhaps. And there's the number 20, 95, doesn't seem to be having any grip issues anyway. Up on 2 wheels as he passes us here at the commentary booth. So Nathan Glenn up on 2 wheels, and them sticky wet tyres seem to be working the treat. But number 87 slipping and sliding everywhere as the passes here. Keith Bickerstaff down in 7th place now, not where Keith wants to be, the number 84 machine. But as we look up at the top half of the track, it is still Conor McPollan from Reuben Byrne as I make their way out through the horseshoe, starting to bunch up a wee bit there, just have to coming up to the slower rider round the outside and decided against it up the inside then, but there he is, Conor McPollan across the line from Reuben Byrne. Nathan Glenn held up badly that time round, so Nathan Glenn in that 3rd place still. Zach Lackey a wee bit further back for Zach. So it's Shane Daly then. So Zach Lackey, we've lost Zach Lackey, haven't we? No, Zach Lackey in 4th place there, sorry, from Matthew Boland. And a fantastic race here in between, so that looks like great manoeuvre there up the inside, and thank you, but I'll take this one. So Conor McPollan, very, very consistent here. Best lap time so far, 105.729, just creeping that wee bit, he's keeping that gap just enough to stay safe for the win here at the minute. But Reuben Byrne and Nathan Glenn still pushing hard, so Nathan Glenn looks like he's still catching Reuben at the minute as they're coming on the start and finish straight, and we're just looking for the last lap board, but there's nothing. Let's see what way he behaves round this right-hander, and he behaves rightly, Conor McPollan. So Reuben Byrne and Nathan Glenn still dicing it out. Reuben pushing that cart so hard, he's losing traction everywhere, but losing traction means he's losing time. You can see Glenn just catching him that wee bit. So the gap, looking at the gap, 4.915 of a second. So it'll be interesting to see what it is the next time round. I think Glenn's pushing him a wee bit hard. Reuben knows he's there, and he looks behind him, and he starts to get a wee bit twitchy, just a wee bit under pressure perhaps. So Conor McPollan posting the fastest lap again on 105.477. Reuben Byrne a 106.030. Nathan Glenn in 3rd a 105.559. So half a second quicker than Reuben out in front. We'll just keep a wee eye on them here. So we're on lap 5 here, going on to lap 6. And there it is, Reuben McPollan. Faster lap again on 105.454. As we look, so the gap now back is 1.075 seconds. So it has closed down, but way wide there. And that's the trick to this track. Big, wide, sweeping lines. Get the power on nice and early. And you can see Byrne just up onto the dirty part of the track there. And it's not really where you want to be in these conditions, but look at the camber on the inside lap track there in the wet. You can see the camber is positive on the way out, so you can get nice drive, but this flick left then, it goes real bad there on the way out, just negative camber, and that's, you have to be really careful you don't end up in that wall there on the left hand side. But back down again then for going to be starting lap 7 here. And it should be, I think, the last lap. Perhaps just see if they put the last lap board out. Next time round, so next time round we are going to get the last lap board. So Conor McPollan fastest lap again on 105.097, and Reuben Byrne 105.413. Nathan Glenn a 105.550. So Reuben Byrne has. So he's seen him coming, and he's put the hammer down that wee bit. Lovely lines there from Reuben. He's starting to get with it now. He's starting to get with the grip levels, and he knows where he has to be on track. And he could be, nearly spoke too soon as he hits the white line on the left hand side. Just gives a wee twitch there, but that could be enough just to upset the confidence and it can mess with your head a wee bit. But here you go, the last lap board goes out for Conor McPolin. As he comes on the start and finish line here. And there he is to take the last lap. And Ruben Barron doesn't seem that far away now, so the gap is only 4.271 seconds. And Conor McPolin has done the wise thing and started slowing up a wee bit. Sometimes the issue with slowing up is when you start to make mistakes, you lose your rhythm, you start to run wide, and you maybe outbrake yourself, and it's all about the rhythm, the time of the moment. And it sounds a wee bit silly to some people, but a lot of people will understand that you can start making mistakes when you slow down. So he just has to stay nice and smooth. And you can see actually that Ruben Barron he's still a safe enough gap there, but he's caught up to him rightly. So looking back then, Lackey down in the 5th place. He's been taken by Shane Daly, so he's working hard. And that guy, oh, somebody's lost there. Another spin, they've waited. And back up and out. But there it is, the checkered flag for Conor McPolin to take a fantastic win, well-deserved win, pushed hard all day for that. And finally, in the final, it's Conor McPolin that takes victory with the best lap time of 105.097. Ruben Barron in 2nd, fought hard to fight off Nathan Glenn for 3rd place. Sean Daly then in 4th, Zach Rogers 5th, Zach Lackey in 6th place, Matthew Boland in 7th, Dylan McDermott in 8th, Kyle Price 9th, James Gill, Carter Mooney in 11th, Keith Bickerstaff 12th, Neville Bell 13th, Zach Murdoch 14th, and Nadine Kavanagh in 15th place. So that's the Senior Max race, that's their final race of the day. They'll get dressed and dried out. If we can have the Junior X30s then, that's the Junior X30s out on track. So they're lined up. You can see there now they're lined up. But you can't see, but I can see. I don't want to move the camera because they'll end up messing it up and we'll not be able to get it back into position. But so they're all lined up. The park, of course, just letting them know that there is a lot of land water at certain parts of the track, but it doesn't seem to be bothering most of them. They just want to get going. There's kind of much they don't care about the weather, these guys. They just want to get out racing regardless. Here we go then, back out on track for the last time, the Junior X30 machines with Tad Buckley then on pole, and look, I knew is going to want to get that win back today, especially for this race. So Tad Buckley then should be on pole. They should be thinking about lining up now and sorting themselves out. They don't want to be slowing down too quickly, end up running in the back of someone. But Tad Buckley then, look, I knew Evan Johnson, Chad Lamb, Keith Grant, Theo Lestrange, Jack McLaughlin, Michaela Hart, Oren King, Evan Purcell, Jamie Peoples, Adam Blaney, Keenan Murphy and Jack Murphy, all lining up, ready to rock and roll here at Nuts Corner for the Junior X30. And here we go. So green flag, and away we go into the first corner, real tentative. It looks like Tad Buckley, and it is indeed the 151.304 just in behind. So Luke Agnew and then Evan Johnson or as they were all behaving themselves, or the majority of them anyways. Oh, I spoke too soon there. I'm just looking to see. I'm not sure whether that was Keenan Murphy or not. Oh, and look at New. So look is in the lead, but not for too long. Tal Buckley looking up the inside again, and it wasn't. So look, Agnew has got the drive there up into the top corner, and this bodes well for Agnew as he runs really well in the wet. Runs really well in all conditions, but he just seems to have that wee bit more confidence in the wet conditions, and of course with the proper tyres on. So good move there from Agnew early doors, and he's going to try and pull a gap from Buckley. So here we go, out on the start and finish straight. For once again for Agnew, Buckley in second, Lamon in third, Theo the Strange in fourth, Evan Johnson fifth, Evan Purcell down in sixth place with Keith Grant, Jack McLaughlin, Michaela Hart in ninth, Oren King in 10th, Keenan Murphy 11th, Jimmy Peoples in 12th, Adam Blaney 13th, and Jack Murphy. You see Jack Murphy there perhaps didn't start unfortunately, but it's still Agnew in front from Buckley. Chad Lamming and Theo the Strange there just making their way up to the top half of the track and down that dip into that compression. So Agnew going very well here. Just taking it easy. Well, as easy can be per lap. You can see the lap times coming down. Fastest lap was a 107.995 for Agnew. It is now a 105.999. So feeling the confidence once again, but the problem is he's bringing Tad Buckley with him. Tad Buckley at 106.314. Wee bit slower, but not an awful lot in it there from Tad. They're rounding the horseshoe here with the hairpin just down below us. So it's Luke Agnew from Tad Buckley, Chad Lennon. Just looking further down the grid. So it looks like Keith Grant having it out there with Evan Johnson and Michaela Hart. So Keith Grant looking to better his day. It started off good for Keith and then it sort of dwindled away a wee bit. I think he's trying to make amends in this race, so he's up into 7th place. They're just ahead of Michaela Hart and Evan Johnson. Back on the start and finish straight then for Luke Agnew. A wee glance behind him there to see where Buckley is. A wee bit slow in that lap for Agnew. Again, just hasn't been maintaining that gap back to Buckley. You see Evan Purcell pushing hard there to trying to make a move, trying to push himself forward. Jack McLaughlin and Keith Grant still. Don't think Keith Grant will be able to do anything about McLaughlin. He's maybe a wee bit too far away. And the lap times that we see, McLaughlin a 107, slightly faster, not an awful lot in it. So we're just looking to see. Hopefully Agnew can keep the pace under the pressure, but Buckley seems to be closing up on him. The gap was 1.041 that last time. Let's see what it is when they cross the line. Here's Agnew going on the start and finish straight, using the curb there. So I think Buckley maybe lost a wee bit of time. Yes, so the gap is up, sorry, 1.592 from Tad Buckley. So the gap is now up to 1.592. Agnew posting the fastest lap of 105.872. Oh, a big slide there from number 33. Number 33 is Jimmy Peoples there. So good save from Jimmy. Coming out in the first right-hander. So just turned 4:45 here at Notts Corner, and we're on the final set of heats. So this is the Junior X30s, and up next will be the Bambinos. for their final race of the day. But we're looking here at the Junior X30s with Luke Agnew and Buckley just in behind. So Agnew is pulling the gap here. This is going to be another great lap from Agnew. Still pushing hard. Oh, it's a 106.058, so slightly slower, but Buckley posting his best time, a 106.267. Still too slow to do anything about Agnew. Absolutely full opposite lock there from Buckley down below us here at the hairpin. Oh, and the moves that 106 machine, Jack McLaughlin, pushing hard. Looks so fast, but it could actually end up slowing you down with the cart bouncing about and sliding. And here's the sun out once again at Nuts Corner. And Agnew, another look behind him. And no need to look behind him. He's, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, concentrate on what you're doing. Just keep it nice and smooth, and you can come away with another win under your belt for today. That was the 2 then for Luke Agnew. And a good start to his season in the Ulster Championship. Back on the start and finish straight here then for Agnew, completing 6 laps. Tad Buckley, Chad Lamming still out in his own there with Evan Purcell just in behind. Evan Purcell not pushing as hard as what he did the last lap, or the last race. So Evan Purcell, unfortunately, I think we've maybe lost Evan Purcell, and he's just dropping down the timing screens here. So maybe just didn't feel it at all. Looking around the track, I can't seem to see him anywhere, unfortunately, but he might have pulled over up the top half of the track. But Luke Agnew, no such problems for Luke, coming back down under the horseshoe. And just Tad Buckley maybe catching Agnew here. Just another reminder then for the Bambino machines, please, to the holding area. So Agnew absolutely flat stick over the start and finish line here. You can see, it's shutting off really late. Shutting off really late into the hairpin down below us here, and just letting the cart do the work. Don't be touching the brakes too hard, and he just lets the back end drift with not an awful lot of engine braking from these machines, but just that wee bit of drag, just helping the back end swing around and able to pull him around for the next corner. So a great race here for Jack McLaughlin and Michaela Hart in the middle of Keith Grant. So Keith Grant just in behind there and trying to get a good drive up the hill, but not able to do anything with Michaela there at the minute as they make their way to the top half of the track. But here's Agnew coming on to start and finish straight just to take the last lap board with the head down, still pushing hard there. 106.013 compared to Buckley's 106.375. But looking at that group, it looks like Michaela Hart looking away round the outside of Jack McLaughlin there, but it wasn't meant to be. Can they do anything here? Looking up the inside, and this right-hander not able to do so. Michaela Hart, the number 25 machine, just pushing hard, and the drive that they get is absolutely fantastic out of the hairpin here, but just loses it out there. So Keith Grant up the inside of Michaela. Michaela closes the door and pushes on at Jack McLaughlin. So Jack McLaughlin is in a lot of trouble here as he locks the front end there, braking just before the climb on the hill. So he lost a wee bit of drive. Michaela forced to go around the outside. Is not going to be able to make it stick. Keith Grant lost all the drive altogether there. But here he is. So Luke Agnew coming on the start and finish line to take the checkered flag for his second win of the day. Fantastic from Luke Agnew. And Buckley couldn't do anything about it. Chad Lamming and Theo Lestrange coming around for third and fourth. But it looks like Keith Buckley got the better, so it's Michaela. That looks like Michaela. And it is indeed. Michaela Hart takes fifth place from Keith Grant and Jack McLaughlin. So Jack McLaughlin and made that mistake just on the way into the horseshoe. Wasn't able to do anything about Michaela. So use the advantage and use the drive and able to get 5th place there. And Keith Grant in 6th, Jack McLaughlin 7th, Oren King 8th, Keenan Murphy in 9th, Jimmy Pitt was 10th, Evan Johnson 11th, and Adam Blaney in 12th place. Fantastic run for a great bunch there. So next up then is the Bambino class. So we're just going to get the track cleared here, and the Bambinos will be out momentarily. So here we go for the Bambinos, the Bambino class coming up next as they just line up on the grid. Ben Nicholson, Jude Lee Bolster and Cooper Devant. This is a 3-way race, and again these are very, very young, talented drivers. So Ben Nicholson will be looking for a clean sweep, another win, but didn't get it easy in the last race with Jude Lee Bolster posting the fastest lap, but unfortunately spun out and again posting the fastest lap to catch up, but it wasn't enough and just ended up 3rd. So here we go. So the flag goes and they're just pushing, using the little body weight that they have just to push the carts off the line. And the number 24 of Jude Lee Bolster in the lead. Oh, and spun out again. A wee bit of off-roading here, and get back on track as soon as they can. Oh, it's unfortunate there for Jude Lee Bolster. Well, look, Ben Nicholson just looking behind there to see Cooper Devant, and maybe wanted a wee bit more of a gap than what he has there at the minute. So Cooper Devant just in behind Ben Nicholson. Oh, and another spin for Jude Lee Bolster. So I think there's something wrong with that machine. I think there was an incident on the start grid. There was an incident on the start line and just walking away. Kicking the tyre wall on the other side, leaving the cart in the middle of the track. Not pleased at all. So I think there's something bent on that machine, I think, as there was an incident on the start line that got rammed from the back. So I think the axle could have maybe bent on that machine and it kept spinning, wouldn't go in a straight line. So we have a yellow flag here on, but cross the line then Across the line is Ben Nicholson and Cooper DeVent just in behind, but I don't think Ben Nicholson is getting away with it too easily here, because Cooper DeVent still holding on to the back end of Ben Nicholson. So unfortunately that's Jude Lee Bolster. So Jude's out of this race. So Junior Max then. Please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So Cooper DeVent, a massive wide line there from Cooper, catching Ben Nicholson. So this is going to be a good lap time from Cooper, as Ben and Cooper make their way up the steep climb to the top end of Nuts Corner race circuit for this tight right-hander. Down into the dip. And into the right-hander. So a lot of corner speed there from Ben Nicholson. Is able to hold a lot of corner speed. I don't know if you can hear that, but I think this comedy booth is falling apart. I'm not sure. I'm hoping it was a gate closing or something, but oh, unfortunately there's spin out. I was more concerned about the doors blowing off as the rain's starting to come down heavy. The wind's picking up again. Not ideal conditions. Horrible out there at the minute. So Cooper DeVent has a lot of work to do here, as it's just spinning at the horseshoe. No grip at all hardly in round the horseshoe. So there we go. Number 23 Ben Nicholson down below us here. Number 55 Cooper DeVent was on for a cracker lap there, but just spun out unfortunately and not able to do anything. And the poor cart there, it's stuck in the middle of the track belonging to Jude Lee Bolster. So Junior Max then out next if you just want to make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can for your last race of the day. And these young pups here, you can see how hard Cooper DeVent is pushing that machine. A lot of oversteer here, just wrestling with the steering and just trying to get as much out of that wee cart as he can. So we'll probably see, like we did previously in the last race, Jude Lee Bolster posting the fastest lap. So he's posted the fastest lap after the spin. So we'll see what Cooper DeVent can do this time. Although Ben Nicholson's still pulling away from Cooper. So Ben's just coming out of the horseshoe, Cooper's just entering it. So they're seeing each other on the flip-flop as they're Ben's coming on to the start and finish straight here. So Ben Nicholson posting the fastest lap again at 139.049, and we'll see what Cooper can do this time. His last lap was a 144.745. It's a 142.956, so it is a wee bit quicker, but just not enough to do anything about Ben Nicholson. So Cooper DeVent will be hoping for a mistake here from Nicholson, but I'm sure they're still happy to be out there circulating round, whether hail, rain, wind, shine, whatever it is. So Ben just looking across over his left shoulder there to see Cooper. Plenty of time for Ben. Again, another shout please for the Junior Max machines to make it their way to the holding area. That's the Junior Max machines to the holding area. Just coming up to 5 o'clock. Running a wee bit behind schedule, but not too much. Great run meeting here by the club. Fair play to the marshals for sticking out the bad weather. So here we go, Ben circulating round the horseshoe. And same again, I think Cooper may be catching a wee bit. The gap was 10.8 seconds, 10.814 seconds So we'll just wait for Cooper to cross the line. The gap's up now to 11.38 seconds, and Ben Nicholson posting the fastest lap once again of a 1:38.294. And the wee 55 machine of Cooper absolutely flat stick around the hairpin, didn't lift it once. Fair play. Oh, and another spin there, so pushing a wee bit too hard for Cooper to vent. So another spin for the 55 machine as Ben Nicholson just rides into the distance. And it looks like it's going to be another win as we're going on to the last lap here. The next time round, and when they cross the finish line, Ben will see the last lap board. So another shout for our title sponsor, Solmatics Renewables. So fantastic title sponsor. So Ben Nicholson just coming out of the horseshoe to take the last lap board. Let's see the time. Slowed up that time. 1:39.837 compared to his last lap of 1:38.294. So I think he's maybe getting a few signals there from the parents down in pit lane. Oh, and a wee slide there from Ben. Just have to hold it together. We're on the last lap, and you don't want to do anything silly at this stage. Although a spin or two mightn't risk the win. As Cooper Defence just coming down below us here. That lap time slowing down to 1:54 that time. Of course he spun again on that last lap, unfortunately. Just pushing hard, still holding flat out. Oh, really wide there going into that corner, and lost all the momentum on the way out. And there's the pit crew for Jude Lee Bolster's machine. So unfortunately got a wee bit of a push to do to get back to the paddock. But it's not as bad as these senior machines that are out there. At least it's slightly smaller, slightly lighter. So here we go, Ben Nicholson for the last time coming out of the horseshoe on the start and finish straight, keeping it nice and smooth. And there we go, Ben Nicholson to take the checkered flag once again with a lap time of a 1:38.926 that last time round. And young Cooper Defence just rounding the horseshoe here. Nice wide line and getting it tucked in nice and smooth. Don't want to be spinning now at this stage. And on to the start and finish straight. Head down, still revving that poor wee engine hard. Taking the checkered flag for second place, the number 55 Cooper Defence with a lap time of a 1:39.392. Young Jude Lee Bolster there just looking very deflated, not happy at all. But hopefully we can get that cart sorted and back out for the next meeting. So here we go then. The Junior Max machines are getting started up. They're all warmed up. Engines are warm, the frames are warm, everything's nice and balanced. And for their last race of the day, we are ready to go. So Rory Armstrong then will be battling out, wanting to stay on top. And look at the grid on this. Fantastic. And the two-stroke smells through the commentary window here. The wind's going the right direction for me anyway. So Rory Armstrong lines up on pole beside Charlie Gardner, and then in behind them Noah Taylor and Carter Kelly, Cole McFadden and Max Colbert. And then we'll have that's for 5th and 6th. 7th and 8th is Joe Murphy and John O'Neill. Joseph McMahon in 9th and Adam Holmes in 10th. Conan Warnick in 11th and Kenzie McNally in 12th. Scott McGivern 13th and Archie Conde in 14th, with Peter Cardwell rounding up the top 15. So here we go, and the race starts. I'm just making sure that's not a false start, because that was another very early lunge. But here we go. Is that the number 166 of Roy Armstrong? It is indeed, and I think that's Charlie Gardner. Got a cracker start there. The number 66 machine just in behind, so that's exactly what Gardner needs. Losing a wee bit of drive off there, off that corner. Oh, and we've got a spin. Hopefully 2 spins, 2 separate incidents in the one corner. But we're looking at Roy Armstrong then. It's pulling a gap already. Look at Noah Taylor. So Noah Taylor getting a really good drive there on Gardner. So he's looking up the inside of Gardner. A wee fish to the right hand side, but he's not able to do anything. He waits and gets the drive on and try to get up the inside at the top corner. And can he make it stick? He'll run wide. And Gardner maybe up the inside in entrance to the horseshoe, and he does indeed. So there's Gardner up the inside of Taylor. And was he able to hold it tight through the horseshoe? And he is indeed. So Taylor's not going to be able to do anything. And that wee battle there on the first lap has allowed Rory Armstrong to pull away. So Rory pushing hard through this first right-hander here. And so they all are really. But Taylor just tucking in behind the 66 of Charlie Gardner. So Rory Armstrong way through there. Lap time of 1 minute 6.768. Charlie Gardner a 108.629. So that was a massive move there was that Cole McFadden was pushing Taylor wide. So Cole McFadden up into 3rd place. Taylor made a mistake, I think. Maybe just bogged it down. So Taylor now pushing hard to get up the inside again of the top corner and chase down Gardner again. And he makes it stick. It looks like he pushes McFadden away out wide, just to make sure he has the job done. But McFadden fights back in the top corner and is again showing each other up. So if they can chase down Gardner, the ever smooth Gardner coming through the horseshoe, back on the start and finish straight. Noah Taylor, that wee mistake has cost him dearly in this race. But here he is, Rory Armstrong just coming along underneath us here. Charlie Gardner, Noah Taylor. Oh, I thought Roy Armstrong spun out there, but he was just running way wide to get the tuck back onto the track. So Noah Taylor still being threatened by Cole McFadden as they come into the centre of the track once again. So the senior X30s and 177 Max machines should be making their way to the warm-up grid for their last race of the day. But this is the Junior Max, and maximum effort now from Rory Armstrong way out in front, and Charlie Gardner just get held up that wee bit from Noah Taylor, but hopefully he's going to be able to do something about Gardner just ahead of him. Still a lot of laps to go in this race, so it's early doors yet. So Cole McFadden still chasing down Noah Taylor, and he's bringing Carter Kelly and Joseph McMahon with him. So out on the start and finish straight again, and look at that for Roy Armstrong. Fastest lap again on 105.316, and Taylor, Noah Taylor, absolute poetry in motion as he makes his way through that fast right-hander, four-wheel drifting, and not even wrestling with the steering wheel, just as nice as you like. So the rest of them come through: Joseph McMahon, Max Colbert, Adam Holmes, Kenji McNally, and Joel Murphy, John O'Neill, Conan Warnick, Milo Steen, and Dennis Cherry with Drew Hazley through. Now back at the front, we're looking at Taylor. Is there any change there? So Taylor is starting to pull a wee bit of a gap on Cole McFadden. Cole McFadden goes backwards behind Carter Kelly, is out in front with just in behind Taylor now by the looks of it, and Cole McFadden going backwards again, so that overtaking manoeuvre has upset them unfortunately as they come through the horseshoe. So there's Roy Armstrong. Will he get another fastest lap? No, not quite, but he's quite consistent, just holding on there. And here is Noah Taylor then. So Charlie Gardner went through, and it was indeed Carter Kelly. So Carter Kelly is indeed just in behind Noah Taylor. So this is a fantastic opportunity for the number 14 machine of Carter Kelly. And look at the shape of Roy Armstrong as he's really enjoying himself out there now. So Roy Armstrong is playing with them at the minute. And Charlie Gardner pushing really hard. Charlie Gardner posting a lap time of 106.101, and Roy Armstrong a 105.383. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, we've got a spin there. What's that number? 57 by the looks of it. 57. Not on our timing screens here at the minute. Just looking down, I think 57 was Billy Noble, so unfortunately Billy Noble spun out there just below us. And here's Roy Armstrong and Noah Taylor still in that third place. Gardner now getting a wee bit lonely. And can Noah Taylor and Carter Kelly chase him down? So we're on lap 5 now. 2 minutes left on the clock for the last lap flag, or last lap board to go out. You can just see how hard Noah Taylor is pushing that cart, squirms of it, and he's looking. It looks like Carter Kelly is looking up the inside, so Carter pushing hard to try and get ahead of Taylor. So Taylor, with all the moving about of his cart, could actually be slowing down Kelly. So Kelly working the front end of that cart really hard. You can see him wrestling the steering wheel from here, big elbows, just to try and keep the thing in a straight line. But here on the start and finish straight, Roy Armstrong posting the fastest lap again on 104.962. So smooth around here, around this hairpin. But look at Carter Kelly. Carter Kelly looking away up the inside, but Noah Taylor closes the door on him. Gets tucked in then for this next left-hander, but can he get the drive on? And he is indeed. So up the inside he goes, and they're side by side around this tight left-hander, and he pushes him out onto the curb. So Carter Kelly makes it stick. Noah Taylor has been demoted to 4th place now. So Carter Kelly on podium contention here at Nuts Corner as they go up the hill. Good defensive manoeuvre there from Carter Kelly, but it's not good enough as he ran wide and that allowed Noah Taylor and Max Colbert up the inside. So Carter Kelly has been demoted. He's down to 6th place. That looks like Joseph McMahon as well. I think Joseph McMahon is something to do with that. But here they go. We're coming into back markers now as Roy Armstrong underneath us here. So number 57, unfortunately, who spun out earlier, is going to be lapped. So he's going to be shown the blue flag, and there it is, moves out of the road. Well done. So big battle here now for. So Carter Kelly is in 5th place. So Matt Colbert is now ahead of Noah Taylor by the looks of it. So Noah Taylor has fell asleep somewhere, I think. Oh no, a big wide line. I know what he's going to do. He's going to get the drive up the hill. He's bumper to bumper here, and he's going to try and make a mover. Where do you see? Oh, Carter. So Max Colbert, just the defensive line there, but no, Taylor up the inside, and that allows Kelly through as well. So Carter Kelly is got through on Max Colbert. So a massive mistake there. And unfortunately, he had nowhere to go, and he had to run wide. So Taylor, Colbert up the inside now of Kelly. So Kelly is Kelly is still in this race, but moving backwards, unfortunately. So there's the last lap board out now for our leader, Rory Armstrong. Charlie Gardner through again in a lonely second place, but third place coming. Here's Noah Taylor, absolutely sideways. Max Colbert, they're pushing each other hard at the hairpin here down below us, but Max Colbert and Carter Kelly just needs them big elbows to push and shove his way through again, and he got a wee bit bullied there at the top half of the track. But look at Carter pushing Noah Taylor. Carter going up the inside. He's going to lose the drive. He's spun out nearly, but here is Carter Kelly up the inside. Corner does not work. Noah Taylor looking up the inside of Max Colbert. So Carter Kelly ahead of it, and you're across the line just there now. Roy Armstrong takes the checkered flag for another win. Charlie Gardner across the line, but who's going to get third here? At the minute, it looks like, is that Max Colbert? Perhaps it is indeed in the lead, but Carter Kelly side by side gets the head down. Who's going to get it? It looks like Carter Kelly, and it is indeed. Carter Kelly gets that third position from Charlie Gardner and Rory Armstrong. Max Colbert had to settle for fourth place, and a hard-fought Noah Taylor the whole way, unfortunately, was demoted to fifth place. Joseph McMahon was able to sit back and watch the whole thing. So Joseph McMahon got a wee bit of argy-bargy there as well with the lock-on, but Cole McFadden was in front of that whole gaggle of drivers there at the very start, but unfortunately it finished 7th place. Adam Holmes in 8th, Kenzie McNally in 9th, Joe Murphy 10th, John O'Neill in 11th, Conan Warnick 12th, Dennis Cherry in 13th, Milo Steen 14th, and Drew Hazley in 15th. What a race that was for 3rd place, absolutely unreal, and a well fought battle there for Carter Kelly. He sat back, he seen what he had to do, he looked at the other drivers, seen where they were making mistakes, and he capitalised on that at the end of that race. Fantastic run there, and a great nearly 9-second gap there ahead of Charlie Gardner, Roy Armstrong. So an easy win there for Rory. If Charlie was able to get the head down a wee bit earlier, he could have been well up there and in the contention for a win. Anyway, let's move on then to the senior, the X30 machines and 177 Max. So just hearing on the radio, there was some sort of concerns about the lighting, but 5:20, run a wee bit later than what we expected, but nothing we can do at the minute with the cloud cover. But if it does get too dark, as I say, there's only 2 races left, so I think we can get away with it okay. Although usually if it does get too dark or the sun's in their eyes, more so maybe a motorbike race or whatnot, they will call the race meeting. But it looks like we're going to go ahead anyway. After this, one more race then, T4s will be out. So Jack Buckley out in front. Michael Gray, I want to see what Michael Gray can do in this race. So this is going to be very interesting. Michael Gray in the front row. Oh, and didn't get the start there. Didn't get the start that he wanted, Michael Gray, I think, but away. So Jack Buckley then is in the lead. Oh, a massive moment there. So Michael Gray very, very lucky not to be pushed out wide. And I think it might have been Gary Turkington that rammed the back end of Michael Gray. So hopefully it hasn't done any damage to that cart. So we're looking back then. So the 177s, not as many in it this time round. Maybe the weather putting them off. But Jack Buckley, so far number 210 machine, way out in the lead. Michael Gray, I thought he might have been a wee bit further in front already, but I think that's Gary Turkington maybe pushing him hard. We'll know better once they cross the line. So Jack Buckley, and it is indeed Gary Turkington. So in third place, just behind Michael Gray. So having a wee look there. Michael Gray isn't getting all his own way here. Turkington pushing him hard as the round the awkward position. On a very sad, deflated driver there walking back to the paddock. Not nice to see. Not a good end to his day. But up to the top half of the track, it looks like Turkington looking away up the inside of Gray, but he's not able to make anything stick. Gray keeps closing the door on him. But Jack Buckley posting the fastest time, that time at 106.547. Michael Gray 107.855, and Gary Turkington on 107.904. So once again, they have to sort of play this smart. They don't want the leader getting too far away. The gap was 1.512 that last time, and it's now 2.520. So the leader is posting the fastest lap once again at 105.841. Oh, Michael Gray absolutely saved it. Turkington looking away around the outside, not able to do anything about it. Gray takes up the whole of the road with his over 6 foot frame. And don't forget, oh, there it is, Turkington up the inside. Turkington takes up the inside, and big look behind him to see where he's went. He's still there, Turkington. He's still there as you push your body weight to get the drive to get up that hill. But Michael Gray right stuck in behind. He's going to move over to the right hand side to try and do something, is he? Or is he just going to let Turkington give him a tow around for the next few laps? So only on the second lap here, so plenty of time for Michael Gray to make a move if he is able to hold on to the back end of Turkington. It looks like Turkington pulling away a wee bit. Michael Gray keeping a really tight line round the horseshoe here, so he actually losing out there, and I thought he might have got a better drive, but he didn't. So Jack Buckley across the line from Turkington, Michael Gray, David Freeman and Patrick Hayden. So let me see, David Freeman, wee bit of a gap there, and the lap times aren't too far away. So Michael Gray 107.250 that time, so he did slow down. And Turkington on 106.341, so he might have got a wee score somewhere, and it just hasn't worked out for him. But look at Turkey as he makes his way up the hill. The drive that he is able to get out of there is absolutely fantastic. And Michael Gray, you're thinking he very tall but very slender build, and I would have thought he would have had the advantage up the hill. So the sun's getting very low here and around Nuts Corner. There was concerns earlier about the sun being that low, but it will work out for the best, because there's only one more race after this. Jack Buckley crosses the line once again, fastest lap at 105.648. Gary Turkington at 105.915, and Michael Gray is dropping back that wee bit with 106.583. David Freeman at 107.252, and then Patrick Hayden at 109 that lap. So a mistake there, no doubt, from Patrick Hayden. You can see the photographers there just down below us getting a few action shots with their cameras. A few videos for social media, no doubt. Number 18 away through, Christopher Fazy. So just under 3 minutes gone, or 3 minutes to go with this session. So if the T4 machines can make their way to the holding area, that's the T4 machines to the holding area, as George Walker makes his way through here. So there we go, Jack Buckley and Gary Turkington posting the fastest lap of the race that time round. Maybe once again too little, oh, look at the shape of Michael Gray in through here, absolutely flat out. And it seems, I actually thought the cart had seized, because it just went silent, and then you heard the squeal of the tires as he backed it in to the hairpin down below us, and then back on the power as early as he can, just getting it all sorts of shapes coming out of here. But Gary Turkington, fastest lap at 105.645. Jack Buckley at 105.688. So Gary Turkington really on the charge now, and you can maybe hear just behind us the rattle of the T4 machines. The last race of the day. So a great run there, number 63 machine. George Walker. So here we go, there's the leader, number 210 away through once again. Gary Turkington really on a charge here. These back markers could come into some sort of help for Turkington, as Jack Buckley is now coming up to, looks like Daniel Bergroen, but it passed pretty easily there. So Gary Turkington still pushing hard. Michael Gray just in behind the number 77 machine, sliding his way up the hill here. Number 60, that's number 60 away through. Sophie Fleming, a good run there for Sophie. Just ahead of Christopher Fazy. So here comes your leader then. Across the line, Jack Buckley, a 105.737 that time. Gary Turkington not as quick that time round, 105.861. Best lap time, personal best there for Michael Gray, a 106.478. So he's getting a wee bit of his mojo back. This next time we'll be going on to our last lap. So basically 2 laps to go here. So anything can happen. Looking at David Freeman's time there, 107.213, compared to Patrick Hayden at 107.387, Brian Cherry at 107.374, Mark Fazy at 107.537, Mark Shields at 107.893, and Sophie Fleming at 110.799. So all the times pretty close here, considering the weather conditions. Oh, number 18 just locking the back wheel there. That was Christopher Fazy. Nice line around there, but it just doesn't seem to be working today. So there's the last lap board still flopping in the wind there. Number 210 and number 61 Gary Turkington. So the gap's down now to 3.516 seconds. Oh, there's Gary, or Michael Gray, just absolutely wrestling with that machine, lock to lock each way, and David Freeman still pushing hard. Patrick Hayden doesn't seem to be making any headway on Freeman at the minute there, as they're coming up the back markers. So that gives Patrick Freeman, or David Freeman, sorry, an extra wee bit of a lead, as we'll look up to the leaders here now. Just looking for Buckley, just coming out of the horseshoe and getting himself ready for another great win, as the checkered flag gets flown for young Buckley, and Turkington just in behind. Gap closed there to 2.947 seconds, but it just wasn't enough at the time, and Michael Gray cruises along the line for a fantastic 3rd place. And there's the sun out. Typically the race is over and the sun comes out. David Freeman then in 4th, Patrick Hayden 5th, Brian Cherry in 6th, Mark Fazy 7th, Mark Shields 8th, Sophie Fleming in, well, hopefully he'll be in 9th. And then, yes, of course, Christopher Fazy will be 10th. So next up then is the T4s. So this is the last race of the day. Please don't forget to click that subscribe button on the YouTube channel and go onto our Facebook. And please like and share and have a wee look at some of our content we have, podcasts and whatnot. So we're just waiting for the T4s to come out now in just a couple of minutes. So here we go then for the last time on the last race of the day. The T4 class. All identical karts, all very different drivers as they form their way around to the starting grid for the last time. Just making sure, getting as much heat in the wet tires as they can. Of course, with a soft compound, it'll not take too much for them to get warm. So here we go, getting ready now for the flag to drop. And away they go. Heads down, bumpers up. And it looks like now Person, a fantastic start there for now. But the number, Luke Palmer, 835 up the inside, side by side the whole way, but Herson has the line, Herson has the crack line up the inside for the next left-hander. And look at the drive that Palmer's getting, bumper to bumper here, and they're peeling into that tricky left-hander. Herson going a wee bit sideways, losing a wee bit of drive, but he'll make it all up here in the next corner. Palmer doesn't want to do the same as what they did the last race and let Herson disappear. So here we go up the top half of the track. It looks like Palmer has up the inside of Herson. So now Herson demoted to second place for now, but I'm sure it won't take long to steal that back off Palmer. Palmer's really on form now this race, last race of the day, and he wants to make it count in through the horseshoe. Oh, and Herson up the inside now, Herson up the inside of Palmer, and he might lose the drive on the start and finish straight, but Palmer's a wee bit too close, so he has to shut off, and Herson Palmer tucks into the slipstream. Oh, and up the inside goes, oh, Palmer just gets the door shut on him. So Neil Herson looking behind him, didn't look too happy there. So Palmer has to hold on to that second place. He's looking another way up the inside. We're going to slow each other up here badly, and that'll give Ewan Miller another chance to catch them up again. So now Herson bumper to bumper and pushing them out of the road. Now Herson is not happy at all here. So Luke Palmer trying his best to get past, so he could end up maybe losing that front bumper. It's a push back a wee bit. It's just a wee bit hard to see there, but he will end up with a 5-second penalty if that bumper is pushed back. It just indicates that he's been pushing maybe that wee bit too hard. So here we go then, into the horseshoe. Now Herson maybe pulling away that wee bit under anger, no doubt. So now Herson just saying himself, I'll show you, Palmer. And he's getting the hammer down now. And Ewan Miller then still holding on to that third place, but no more by Ryan Herson, and there it is. So Gahan McLennan is now up in the fourth place. Oh, the number 833 McLennan looking for that third place, unable to hold it around the hairpin, just lost a wee bit of traction on the way out. So and so did Miller. So Miller's losing out a wee bit. But he's so good round these tricky sections. Just wait for the drive up the hill to see if McClanahan can do anything about it. Ryan Herson is sort of getting left behind a wee bit. So Brendan Blakes is the next person on the cards if Ryan Herson can't hold on to that fifth place. Back at the front, it is still Niall Herson. And Luke Palmer, I think, has thought seconds of fighting with Herson again, so he may settle for that second place. Still good points nonetheless for the Ulster's Karting Championship. So Niall Herson fastest lap again on 1:11.121. Luke Palmer 1:11.628 as we're looking to see. So I think they're all sort of much the muchness here at the minute, but Cahan McLennan can't seem to do anything about Miller at the minute. So I think the worst thing that Cahan did was just to show his front bumper to Miller, and Miller's he's really pulled it out of the gate. They seem to be catching these front runners here. What was the gap? So the gap back to Miller was 2.671 seconds from Palmer. We'll just see what it is when they cross the line. It looked a wee bit like they were catching them, but it might be the fact that Miller is actually. So he pulled the trigger, and he's starting to pull away from McClanahan at the minute. So it was 2.671 seconds back, and it is now 2.851. So it's actually, the gap has actually increased. So the number 835 machine still working hard there. Palmer in second place. Oh, Niall Hewson made a mistake there, out onto the grass and out onto the dirty part. Just lost a wee bit of drive, and he knew it straight away. Pushing the body weight forward to try and get that momentum back in the cart as he's starting to climb up this steep hill now. You can still see the rooster tails coming off the back end of that cart as Hewson and Palmer peel into that right-hander, and not far behind is Miller and McClellan then. So Ryan Herson, another lonely race there for Ryan Herson and Brendan Blakes. Martin Gardner then just peeling into that right-hander, or Groundwater, sorry, just peeling into that right-hander down the dip, and the leaders onto the front straight away now. So now Herson posting the fastest lap, a 1:10.989, and two-wheel drifting through there. So it looks like Palmer has actually got the hammer down once again, but it's just not enough. I think that mistake made Luke Palmer just come up a wee bit closer to Niall Herson. Luke Palmer's lap time last was 1:11.246. Niall Herson a 1:10.989. So Niall Herson really on the charge. He knows that mistake could have been costly to him, so he's pulled the trigger and he wants to maintain that gap. So the rest of them still pretty spread out now. I don't think there's going to be any daring moves at the end of this race. So if Niall Herson can hold on to this, just keep his head on, keep himself right, nice and smooth, I think Herson has this in the bag, and I'm sure his brother Ryan would love to be up there with him. But the number 84 machine running in fourth place, just a wee bit lonely there at the minute, sandwiched between Miller and Blakes. Here we go with Herson still pushing hard. These 4 strokes still flat out. I would imagine a wee bit heavier than the 2 strokes are. but still pushing as hard. Lap time's not too far away either. I think they just lack that wee bit of punch out of the corners. So Herson holding the drive up the hill, and Palmer. Herson still pulling away there from Palmer, although the last lap for Herson was a 1:11.560, so just over half a second slower than his previous lap. So they're going to be getting the last lap board here for the last time this weekend at Nuts Corner. Oh, with a spinner there too. I think that might have been... Oh, it's McLennan. So McLennan is out. Pushing too hard at the horseshoe. We've seen it so many times this weekend. That horseshoe. No grip here at all in the horseshoe, but no such worries for Niall Herson, the number 55 machine. Plenty of grip there. Again, up on two wheels, just lifting the engine side. And once they get the power down, you can see the back end just starting to squirm, and that allows the cart to be straightened up and to line up the next corner. So now Herson for the last time, just rounding, heading up the hill here at Nuts Corner. Tight right-hander down the dip. You can see Cahan McLennan just pushing his cart out of the horseshoe there. Hopefully he can get it pushed out of the road quick enough. And I think he's spent, he's knackered pushing that. They're heavy enough, them carts. Big 4-stroke machines. So the checkered flag is getting ready for the last time today. And again, for now, Herson crosses the line to take the win from Luke Palmer. And Ewan Miller, Ryan Herson caught up there a wee bit. He closed the gap on Miller, but it just wasn't enough. And Brendan Blakes takes 5th place. Hard lines there for Martin Groundwater and Cahan McLennan and Luke Clements. Unfortunately, weren't able to finish that race, the last race of the day, T4. So big thanks to the club, the Ulster Karting Club, and to our title sponsor Solmatics Renewables once again, and to everyone involved, and of course the drivers for a fantastic day's racing, all the marshals for looking after us, and the whole club just for everything they've done. And thanks for the invite, and hopefully we'll be back here, I don't know when, whenever we get the next invite. But thanks very much to everyone who has watched and subscribed, and we'll be back at Bishop's Court on Friday on Saturday, for the Ulster Superbike Championships at Bishop's Court, and on Monday, Easter Monday, at Cargison for the 3rd round of the championship. So hopefully we'll see a lot of you there, and we'll try and get the live feed up and running again, and we can get something sorted then with Speed Hive as well. So thanks very much everybody, thanks for watching, and hopefully we'll see you very soon.